teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able to...
This is it! A 12-57!
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting! In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from any tree. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able
This is it! A 12-57!
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting. In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from anywhere. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able
This is it! A Swab MD7!
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting. In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from anywhere. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able
A Squad
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting. In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from anywhere. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able to
This is it! A squad of these
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting. In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from any tree. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able
Un soir même des aventures.
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting! In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in.
Momentum builds, pressure rises, and this is where you don't want to miss, because every team now understands what's at stake. We start with Evos Divine facing Heavy. One brings consistency, the other thrives in chaos. This is the kind of matchup where momentum can flip instantly.
Và trong cái cuộc chiến này thì tiền thưởng và vinh quang thì đều song hành với nhau, thì mình sẽ cố gắng giành cả hai. Mungkin masih konsisten lah, karena kan tim kita juga tim fight-nya lumayan kuat lah.
Next, Buriram versus Esports. The world champions step back into the server, and every opponent wants to be the team that stops them. Esports gets its chance. Will the team reach to grab the throne?
Theo mình, đội may mắn chỉ chiếm khoảng 30%, còn 70% còn lại là sức mạnh của BE sẽ boss.
ไว้เจอกันครับมาเพื่อแก้แค้นครับ
AG Global now faces RRQ Kazu, the defending Clash Squad champions, against a team that has always been close, but never quite finished the story. Today could change that. Will RRQ claim their win over the reigning champion?
เพราะทีมผมก็โหดกันทุกคนอยู่แล้วในทัวร์นี้ก็เดี๋ยวรอเจอกันครับ
Pasti soalnya tim gua terkenal dengan konsistensinya dan tim gua ya pasti skillnya jago-jago dong.
And closing the day, Team Falcons versus WAG. Falcons continues the chase for the title that slipped away. WAG looks to disrupt expectations once again.
Mình nghĩ là chắc chắn có vì mình xuất hiện ở đây chính là câu trả lời.
คิดว่าตอนนี้ผลงานทีมก็น่าจะทำได้น้อยกว่าเดิมนิดนึงแต่ว่าถ้าเกิดครับยิงก็ซ้อมกันทุกวันครับก็พัฒนาก็อาจจะดีกว่าเดิม
Four more matchups, more pressure, more questions. Who builds momentum? Who leaves the day with momentum for tomorrow? The fight continues in the Clash Masters.
Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are from the rest of the world. This is the Free Fire Clash Masters 2026 spring season for Southeast Asia. It is week 1, day number 2, and the group stages continues. We are going to be your casters on the mic for the entirety of this evening. My name is Husky, and I'm joined by Gideon Q.
Hey, it's good to be back. Once again, Clash Squad is bringing this year into a new age of Free Fire esports, and I'm mostly excited to see whether these teams are going to ramp it up right at the very beginning of the year, because we know how these teams are like, right? When they like to take a break, they play, they enjoy their time, but I think the Clash Masters has really kind of elevated the game, and for those who have been slowing down, hopefully today is their day to warm back up.
Yeah, I think when you look at last year in the global finals in Jakarta, a lot of these teams weren't able to qualify for the Clash Squad category. But now with 2026, Clash Squad is in its own category, which means that there's a lot more opportunities for the teams to showcase what they're made of. And on top of that, go for some extra prize pool on the side.
Yeah, but so much to play for, and especially when we want to see whether teams want to start experimenting, or do they want to just stay strong and stable, play based on their fundamentals. And as we sort of heard from the preheat, just be consistent.
That 30% luck was what some of these players believe, but we also have some past interviews from last year where teams were talking about how to juggle between Battle Royale and Clash Squad, and especially qualifying to Clash Squad through the Battle Royale discipline. It can get a little bit overbearing, but right now I think it's a brand new playing field. The meta though still stuck in the more aggressive front, but overall yesterday has shown some pretty great surprises based off of what we've seen in some of these clean sweeps.
Yes, no, that's why I think that some teams just feel like a little slow on the uptake, especially when it starts for the first competitive Clash Squad tournament of the year. I think that maybe I'm looking at the top teams. They might be holding back on what exactly is going to be the meta real soon, but I don't think there's enough changes to really change that.
Yep. And before we go deeper into today's matches, we're gonna walk you guys through the map selection explainer. And this is how it's gonna work. Of course, we have 4 maps that are available in the pool. We got Bermuda, Kalahari, Nextera, and Solara. And how it will play out is that the map that has been picked cannot be picked again. Game 1 will be randomly drawn between winners. It's either A or B. The map number 2 will be drawn by these opponent that lost the draw, and then game 3 will be by the draw winner. So it's all going to be a best of 3, and course, if you close out the series 2-0, you get a fat 3 points.
And this is generally just going to be a huge advantage for whoever is able to win out that draw at the very beginning of the match. But let's look at the current standings. If anybody has been watching since yesterday, you already know who's sitting at the top of both Group A and as well as Group B, with Buriram United Esports currently at 3 total points in contention with P Esports. And in Group B, WAG holds that title alongside with All Gamers Global.
Yeah, and I think Group B's matches were slightly closer. Out of the 4 series, 3 of them were clean sweeps. The one that went full series was between All Gamers Global and Team Falcons. But even then, right, teams like Falcons did suffer like a 6-0 loss when we saw BRU take on Evos Divine. It was a 6-0 game 1, 6-1 game 2, and that really does put it into perspective of, are the top teams finally back? Because at one point, BRU was touted as the best of the best, and yet they didn't qualify for the Global's Finals Clash squad.
Most people think that there's a direct correlation with how you play BR with Clash Squad. That just doesn't seem to be the case. Now, today's schedule, we're kicking things off with Evos facing up against Heavy, BRU versus PE, AG versus RRQ, Falcons into WAG. Now, we've already made our predictions about, prior to the show. You'll see them up on the screen later down the line. But I'm curious to see your opinion, Husky, especially after seeing day number 1. What are some improvements that we're expected to see, right? I think that between Evos and Heavy, I would say that these two, it's a little back and forth. But even for the last matchup between Falcons and WAG, I see your predictions. I think you already have a biased opinion.
Yeah, I think, surprisingly, a lot of people are going to find my predictions just for the opening series alone a bit controversial. I personally feel like Heavy is going to come out on top. I'm looking at like a 2-1 over for Heavy. Our predictions are on the screen. And yeah, well, we are on the same boat for this one. 2-1 in favor of Heavy. I think, surprisingly enough, even though Evos is pretty solid in Battle Royale, but in Clash Squad, they've always ran into this brick wall of not being able to cross the finishing line. They take us to a full best of 3, and then they drop the ball in the last second. And, in contrast, Heavy, a lot more consistent on that end.
I agree. I think that Heavy is a lot better at adapting against their opponents, and I feel like Evos very linear with the way that they play. Yes, they're extremely good when it comes down to those team fights, but it's those small things in the game, catching people off target priority, and especially the picks. I think that has been just a huge thing in Clash Squad. Losing out a member, turning it into a 3v4 right at the very first minute of the game is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, and I think what Heavy does better is when they decide to commit to an aggressive maneuver, it feels cleaner, right? We've seen when Evo lost just a little bit, it gets pretty messy, right? Start relying a lot on power plays, on super clutch moments, and a lot of times that doesn't necessarily work out. But for Evos fans out there, the Divine squad is still the same. You got Kochu, Rasha, Ray, and AimGod. Nothing has really changed. I think this is still the superstar roster that Evos Divine can run with for another year, and this is going to be a very good chance for them to make an opening statement with Heavy.
And I think that I wonder, right, whether or not Kochil is going to be the right answer for this. I feel like there are times where you're expecting a big aggressive play coming in from Evos Divine, but unless it's coming from either Ray or Rasha, it feels like even with the picks with Kochil and AimGod, they take it a little bit slower than the rest of the squads out there. I think this is why there is such a linear style of play, because if you can identify the players early on, you can already see where Evos Divine is looking to try and create a pincer maneuver, or at the very least try to take their first initiation.
Yeah, I agree with that. And to add on top of it, when you're up against a team like Heavy, which will be the opponent for this opening series, the biggest difference is that Heavy is just more inclined to be in your face, especially when you look at all the previous Battle Royale games that they have played against each other. Heavy is just that team that goes fast and go hard, and you have players to really back up that aggression, right? Alan, Mufasa, Bui, and Don't Cry. I think Don't Cry's addition to the team, taking his experience from PE Esports to Heavy, has really elevated the gameplay. They're a lot more composed, but Alan and Mufasa are just a cut above everyone else when they are on form.
I agree. I think that Heavy, even from last year when we saw them in their Clash Squad, they were definitely a lot of good elements, but nobody to really put that final nail to really seal them above everybody else. With Donkrai's experience, I was a little uncomfortable with the idea initially, but after yesterday, at the very least, it feels like the team hasn't it doesn't feel like they have a chip off their shoulder, right? They feel a little bit more complete this time round. I want to see whether or not there's going to be more refinement as we see the next couple of days, but this is assuming they win this best of 3.
Yeah. And I personally think if this does go to a full 3 games, it would definitely favor Heavy a bit more. And this is just based off of past observations, right? Where when we go to like a game 3, most teams, at least from the Indonesian region, they become a bit more conservative, right? Like Evos Divine, they'll play a bit slower. RQ Kazu sticks to a more tactical approach. But for teams like Heavy, PE Sports, WAG, they go all out. They play like it's their last game of the tournament. And often, more than not, these are the moments that you really need to take those risks. And Heavy is willing to do that. Let's see what the map order is going to be for the series. We will have Heavy picking Bermuda. And then we go to Nextera for game 2 by Evos. And then Kalahari for game number 3.
Bermuda to kick things off. Pretty standard for both of these teams. I don't think there's not going to be too much of an advantage here for Heavy. Then again, it really depends on what sides that they're going to be getting, what iterations within Bermuda. Never really know until you're there. But I think that at least from the way that Heavy has been playing so far, they're a lot more flexible with their members, right? Their calls seem a lot cleaner, like you mentioned as well. But that's just one of the few things we need to worry about, because the draft is about to begin and we're going to see the full lineups and at the very least where they're going to attack their opponents.
Yeah. And we started off with the Orion ban, which, funnily enough, towards the end of last year, Orion did pop up every now and then. And, there were some theory crafting of how much impact it can bring. But we did have patches leading between last year until now. And I think the Orion ban now kind of makes a bit more sense. And the relevancy is just you can play as not just a distraction, but you can also really create the space that you need for the team. Although I still think we are in the realm of if you have Coda, if you have Moko, you have Iris, they generally feel like you have to pick them up for the information that they give.
They're just a little too good not to have, right? It's not about having multiple, it's just having one of them. Most of the time, that's going to be highly contested later on in the game. But for the most part, we noticed even from last year, right? It's not about denying the information. It's about some of these power picks, because there's too many information gatherers to ban them all out. We only have so many slots.
Yep. And when you look at the top 5 banned characters, and this one is just purely based off of yesterday, right? We have Orion, which we just saw, but also the classic, the normal like Oscar that is just too good with the Valiant Dash. We got the Coda, Santido, and Cassie were on the list. And I think the biggest difference right now is that Tatsuya not really that relevant anymore, right? At least he's not first a must pick, even though I still feel like he does have his usage. But there are definitely ways to go around it, just based off of the changes to his Rebel Rush reset.
I think it's really tough, right? Because you just need that firepower player, right? As somebody who's able to hit shots consistently, win out their ones to get those resets, to consistently be a pain in the side of their opponents. Come back to the drafting phase, looks like a hover over the Oscar ban. I don't think it's that bad. I do want to talk to you about Zane, though, because I would have imagined that after the patch that Zane was going to get pretty much picked and banned almost every single time. The buff seemed very relevant, and it's always been a pretty good staple here at Flash Squad.
Yeah, and there you have it, right? The Zane gets picked up first, and it sort of, because Tatsuya isn't as relevant, the Tatsuya Cassie doesn't feel as good anymore, but you still have info gatherers like Coda. I think Coda right now is the cream of the crop when it comes to intel gathering. Nero is also another character that has really shot up in the pick rate. Picked 8 times yesterday with a 63% win rate. If you want some really disruptive utility, Nero is also a character that you can go for, but Coda getting picked up first by Heavy.
Let's see what they want to pair up that Coda with, right? They still have plenty of options. They're going to get the Nero as well. Perfect. Now, glue wall, ways to kind of deal with glue walls is in the vicinity, especially if you catch them off in an angle that they aren't expecting. Evos hovering over the Cassie. Is there another combination that they want to play for rather than just Cassie as well as Zane? They still are missing their information gatherers and a way to deal with glue walls.
Yeah. Something that Zane brings to the table is also you do more damage to glue wall, but then contrary to what Heavy has on the narrow, you basically disable glue walls, right? The Tatsuya, we did kind of talked about him a little bit, and now you have that firepower to supplement the current lineup. Cassie has multiple options to use the electrotherapy on. Either you want to attach it to Tatsuya, or you just bulk up Zane and hope and let Zane do all the work. Although I still think the Ignis is a very important pick right now for Heavy. You take it away from Evos, and now you have multiple ways to get through glue wall.
I like this a lot because at least with Nero alongside with Ignis, there's a lot of ways to kind of slow down the initiation from Evos, make them use their resources while still having plenty. It's so cost efficient with Ignis, throwing out one flame wall and then just saving the second one for when you absolutely need it.
There's a Santino left open. I wonder if Evos will consider that. You need someone in the potential sniper role, but that will have to come last. The Kenta will be the final pick for Heavy. And funnily enough, I think we've seen Kenta picked up like last season, and it was sort of we don't know what he's going to bring to the table, but ever since then, the theory crafting was there in the community that Kenta can actually be a thing, and it does provide Heavy with a bit more of that frontal approach potential.
I don't know. This feels like a strange replacement to things like, Chrono, for an example, or even Santino, right? They're trying to stay as closely grouped together as possible in comparison with Evos, where they can go for pronged attacks, but it really depends on how much space Santino is able to get in the early rounds, assuming that his dummy doesn't get shot down as soon as he throws it out.
I feel like a lot of this might just hinge on Kenta's barrier, right? If you're able to take him down or kind of get around it, and suddenly this whole Death Force-esque lineup falls apart for Heavy. But that's sort of an on-paper thing. I feel like Evos definitely can leverage the mobility that the Tatsuya has, as well as Santino kind of having that doppelganger to switch place with. This could throw a wrench into Heavy's plan if their plan is indeed to stick together as 4.
I agree. I think that Heavy, if they are planning to stick as 4, a lot of the maps are going to be contesting for the middle, which could be a good and bad thing, right? I do want to see how Heavy wants to approach this, right? We've seen them do it in 2 different ways from last season, either holding on to the bottom and right side corners of the map, or looking to immediately conquer the front and then looking to waste resources from Evos before kind of pulling back and giving away the space.
Yeah. And I think for Evos, you do have some big windows you can work with, right? You make sure that Heavy use their utility. It goes on some pretty long cooldown, 30 to 45 seconds, and then you can use that to try and take Heavy down. But before we hop into map 1 of this series, we did talk to the teams about what to expect coming into this. So let's hear what they have to say.
Sau ngày thi đấu hôm qua thì lỗi lớn nhất mà tụi em mắc phải là về chiến thuật và sự liên kết trong team, nên hôm nay tụi em sẽ sửa cái đó. Lý do tụi em chọn map thi đấu Bermuda là map thi đấu đầu tiên, bởi vì map thi đấu này là em nghĩ là map thi đấu để tụi em có thể khởi sắc trong trận đấu ngày hôm nay.
You heard it. Bermuda to start it off again. They plan to do a run it back because it helps give them momentum. And I mean, true to Heavy's name, they are pretty scary when they get the ball rolling. Even I think from yesterday's stats, if I remember correctly, they didn't do too poorly on their Bermuda performance. If I check it back, they were up against PE. Well, actually, they like went 1-6, but then it did give them a bit of that warm up to make the series closer against PE in the game 2, which they finished 5-6. So if they can get that first win over Evos, I think it's going to set them up to be in a very strong position.
Yeah, I think this is more for the mental block than anything else, right? Because if they do happen to win on Bermuda, then they can just tell themselves, hey, we could have won yesterday's game as well. And that's going to be even more motivation to try and close this out 2-0 against Evos Define if things go well. So I want to see this because we know both Heavy and as well as Evos are very high momentum. You pour fuel on that fire, it turns into a crazy bonfire, and the heat is just something that most people can't deal with when they're at their peak performance. I don't know which one of these teams is going to come out on top just yet, but I think we might get a prelude to what will happen in this best of 3 off of this very first map.
Yeah, I think it's even more so for Evos, who basically got absolutely devastated yesterday against BRU, 6-0, 6-1. So, one win out of 13 total rounds play. Definitely is a very rough start, because every single time we see these two teams go head to head, especially in Clash Squad, we expect a very close close match, but BRU time and time again has won that head-to-head, and yesterday was no different for Evos. So this is going to be a very important series for them to reset that mental, because they want to make it to playoffs, and in order to do that, they need to start racking out some points.
FFCS is pretty short overall, and these players know it. Every single one of these games is going to be a matter of life and death, and ideally they can go through the upper brackets rather than having to play through lowers. But now it is time. Let us head straight into the game. It's Heavy versus Evos here in Bermuda.
Pretty brutal when we are looking at single round robin groups. Tomorrow is going to be the last day already of week 1. So Evos needs every single point they can get. Same for Heavy. Their last opponents would be Evos to vie against PE, and then Heavy will have to take on BRU. So it doesn't get any easier. The pistol rounds are going to give us a good idea on how they want to approach this. The double guns come out. The M500 for Russia, as always. Contact already mid. Allen around the corner. Double up onto Ray, but Ray still finds Don't Cry before he goes down. Fasta was able to back it up pretty quickly, and the numbers in favor of Heavy.
Yep, they are just finding the trades way better. And so far, Heavy still in the lead. A really good use of the cryo mine just to deny key points of the map. And more importantly, if Allen can just get one more pick, yes, quickly falls onto Arashi. Great target priorities. They move down to Kachil, close out the pistol round.
And that was actually that impressive, right? 0 eliminations for Evos. But not only that, Evos invested in the M500 for Russia. Usually that is what's going to make or break a pistol round when you get those headshots in. But Heavy, true to their aggressive nature, 4 double pistols comes in and just wipe the floor in round 1. Now it's going to give them a bit of that breathing room in round 2. But if they can repeat the same thing, the same result from round 1, then it's going to give them a huge economical advantage.
Well, let's see, right? Because again, I want to see how long this Kenta is going to stay relevant. In the earlier stages of the game, especially when he has that shield up, sure, pistols aren't going to do too much. But when you got some real weapons later down the line, hopefully it's going to be enough. Now, they've set up bonfires to try and control the center of the map. An interesting play coming in from Heavy, not having to use any of their utility besides the bonfires. And they've got a good spot. Evos give the space, and now we'll look to contest.
And Allen actually got shot down by Ray, who was able to slip through a couple of shots, and Ray now comes in with 2 of his own. Finds number 3, Ray literally on fire. And that is more than enough. Coach Yu with the cleanup. Just like that, Evos back in the running.
I'm going to be honest with you, Husky. I didn't realize that Ray was on the roof. I thought he was inside the building. I was wondering how he was getting these shots or whether he was slipping it through the gaps in the fences. But he actually had high ground the entire time. A single cheese position unattended by Heavy cost them a round. And now the SMG purchases from Heavy.
And M500 didn't work out. No problem. Give him the Desert Eagle, and he gets a triple. And just like that, the money still slightly better on Heavy's end. Evos willing to take a backseat with most of their arsenal for now. It's going to be relying on that Deagle in the hands of Ray. It does have a frag grenade to work with as they now have to breach through that high ground.
This is going to be a pretty difficult bout, especially for Evos. The center has one big structure while open-ended on the left-hand side. Looking to get, unfortunate for Ray. Already beamed down, even getting hit by the flame walls, as well as Allen comes on through with the help of Kenta as well. They're going to be able to start pushing the entire mid-side, forcing Evos to break apart. Battle lines already compromised, flank angles locked off. Heavy is making sure the artillery fire is effective.
Yeah, and this round kind of felt like Evos didn't really have the relevant information to work with, right? They had to go up to high ground around Clock Tower, but in the process of doing so, Heavy already took control of the second floor of the building, and that just gave them a lot more vantage point to work with. But this should even out the playing field. Lesser high ground to worry about and more open spaces for Evos. It does set them back a bit, though, in terms of the money.
Yeah, it's a little frustrating because Heavy's entire plan is based around, hey, we want to make sure that cyber airdrops, the center of the map, is in our control. We stick together, we can eventually outman them because our util is just so much cheaper to throw out for free to get free poke damage. But in terms of just moving across the map, Evos has a huge advantage with the Santino. Unfortunately, Aim God first to go down. Don't Cry. Well, manages to sneak back up, but has the frag with the help of his members. Buhui already covering the off angles. Looks like Heavy, airtight, sealed Tupperware against Evos. Another victory here in round 4.
And all of the 3 rounds that Heavy has won were just clean, 4-0s. And we are starting to see kind of the impact that this composition that Heavy has, what they can bring to the table, right? Because for Evos Divine, sure, you have a very linear approach with this composition, but it requires someone to kickstart the snowball effect. Tatsuya with a knockdown to get that Rebel Rush going. Good position for the Santino to really play that Houdini gameplay against their opponents. Whereas for Heavy, you put the utilities in the right place, you can literally mow down your enemies.
I want to keep an eye on Buhui here, whether he's starting off on the same side as Rasha, just to make sure that they can't do it, right? Now, Rasha himself is already thinking about moving out of there, doesn't really want to get too close, especially without the rest of his team, and they know that Heavy isn't contesting as hard on the mid side, so they're going to rotate around, and Rasha, unfortunately, taking the doppelganger at the worst possible time, as Heavy now taking all the space over the mid-center part of the maps, leaving Evos in a 3v4 scenario.
Oh, to make it worse, he is in no man's land. The rest of his teammates cannot get to him. Mufasa was ready with that cam, and now it's going to put Evos in an even worse spot, 3v4, and trying to find a way back into this game. And unfortunately, without the Santino, they now have to rely a bit more on that brute force, right? With the electrotherapy and just a couple of good frags to come through. But with the numbers disadvantage, Heavy, they can just wait for cooldown.
Absolutely, and this is why they want to control the center of the map, or at the very least, have these huge open angles. There's so many crossfires that can actually be played if they try to get anywhere close. Now Mufasa slowly working the way, breaking down the walls. AimGod, thankfully, with the electrotherapy, is going to keep himself alive for the time of being. That's already one cooldown being used in the cryo mind. Ray, he still is able to supercharge somebody if necessary, but Kochio, he needs to be the one that finds a frag. He needs to be able to double up on it. Maybe even a triple kill if he's lucky.
Yeah, and Ray knows that Don't Cry is around that corner, but at the same time, you also have Bui on the second floor, so it's pretty hard to go for these picks. The Kenta barrier is up, but AimGod and Kochu somehow push through, each with one of their own, and this could be the moment that Evos have to bring it back. Don't Cry evens out the numbers, and Don't Cry gets taken down by Kochu. It's down to Bui. Evos breaks right through and saves the round.
An unfortunate game of musical chairs for Heavy, because Evos just responded a lot faster with it, right? With the initial initiation coming in with Kenta, shield up, definitely was supposed to win the trade there, but wasn't expecting to get flanked. The one side that he doesn't get that damage to reduction. A little sad here for Heavy, because they already found a supreme pick, but they couldn't press their advantage even further.
Yeah, that was definitely Heavy's round to lose, but puts both teams in almost an even ground right now in terms of finances, although we will have to work with a subpar weapon, and unfortunately we're going to be playing at peak for round 6, so not the most effective map area for Heavy to function with what they have.
Good use of the utils, buying Typhoons to block off line of sight to try and contest for this upcoming cyber airdrop, as Ray needs to win out this 1v1, has to use majority of his glue walls to lock himself right back in as the smokes come out. It's complete chaos, but there's too many glue walls to know what's happening. Mufasa goes down, Ray tries his best, but he's able to find him easily, and now Evos with the left-hand wing is going to wide swing everything as they cut down Buhui as well. Don't Cry completely out of the fight.
Heavy completely blindsided this round as Evos just had the superior aggression, and now the momentum is building a little bit. We see those resets come in from the Tatsuya, but not only that, a supercharged member, whoever has the electrotherapy, and not to mention that all those glue walls were left unattended. I thought that at least a cryo mine would stop Evos, but Bui just couldn't get into position.
Yeah, they just weren't sure, right? Even when you're like popping the quota, you got to be crouched behind something before something actually gets revealed. So if you're just chilling the entire time, you should be okay. And especially with the smokes coming out now and the UAVs getting summoned really early on by Heavy, Evos respond handedly. We've been on this map before. We need to control this high ground. We could play for low, but knowing how Heavy likes to use these super bonfires, likes making sure that they see Evos first. Evos gonna take a back step for a moment.
And this time Evos makes sure that Rasha doesn't get countered that easily, although Kochu is going to get pushed. We see that Kanta assault. Alan, unfortunately, can only push him back so far before Evos responds. So now those glue walls would force a reset from both sides. They still have one Flame Mirage from Mufasa. He's going to be keeping it to wait for the rest of the cooldowns for his teammates to come back up, and Alan finds a pick.
And they unleash it and they start pushing on the through, opening up the angle. Alan gets beamed, unfortunately. AimGod, wow. gets to the backside.
Just a massive spray down now, and Heavy down in numbers. They put in the time turner, but unfortunately, they just could not do it. Evos with 3 rounds in a row put themselves in the lead temporarily in this game.
For now, because I think overall, Evos, they understand now where, depending on this situation, right, especially with the utilities being thrown out, if they can block off line of sight and respond fast enough, they can completely isolate a fight against one of the Heavy members. And I think Heavy is maybe overreacting to that, right? It's a matter of adaptation, a game of rock, paper, scissors. But for this upcoming round, let's see whether they're going to be using the Typhoons to block off Vision first, or is it going to be the UAV?
Yeah. I think if there's one thing that Heavy has been consistently achieving is that they've been rendering Russia pretty ineffective, right? Like you said, with an 0-4 scoreline, but it's Kazu who is pulling through. And he's not even equipping his primary right now. He's willing to walk with the Deagle to see if he can get some pot shots in before things get messy. Although now there's a 3-man push around the corner. AimGod will have to receive that. Heavy, they also find Kazu around the wing, and that is going to give them some information to push on forward.
Oh yeah, it's a 3-in-1 formation, but unfortunately the one is getting pushed by that flank, forcing him into a corner. They have to hold down this area, especially on the outside here. From a Heavy side, Kazu doing his best, and he can play this war of attrition for days, especially in a 1v1 scenario. But Alan gets beamed. Kazu finds it, and that's going to be first blood. Immediately, they spring into action. Mufasa with Buhui already trying to look for traits for themselves. However, the electrotherapy is just a little too good.
And this is some of the split-second decisions that we want to see from Evos when the stakes are high. Kazu just full trust in the electrotherapy, and not just that, we see those Rebel Rush resets to keep on running at Heavy when they don't really have much to take out to stop Evos, and now Evos puts themselves at game point in this game. One more round and they will be leading the series 1-0, and they are in prime position to do so.
Both snipers with primo weapons here, AWMs in hand. Let's see whether they find these picks, because again, it's really important that they do. And Buhui has already revealed himself. Kazu and Russia are aware of his current position. Good glue wall just to ensure that he doesn't lose his head. Catches Russia with his back turn, but doesn't take the shot. As you see the rest of the Heavy members going for a little wider side of a split. They don't want their battle lines gone, as Don't Cry takes high ground.
Yeah, Evos is starting to get a bit bolder, more adventurous with how they're moving around the map. They're no longer waiting for Heavy to make the move. They are the ones bringing the fight to the Vietnamese. And Alan is going to be able to get some help from Buhui, and AimGod goes down. This should be the green light for Heavy to push the envelope.
They need to take the space now. They know the high ground is being conquered by Russia for the time being, but they need to take out Ray, most importantly, who unfortunately doesn't check his back, losing 80% of his HP, and now swings out, ends up dying as Alan takes out Ray too. Real sad, but Kazu all by himself. He just has to play for picks.
Massive pickoff from Buhui at the start of the round. And this should give Heavy the round, unless Kazu can pull off a clutch again, like what we saw earlier. But outnumbered 3-1, and back exposed, Buhui with the final shot in, and Heavy, they're going to keep themselves in map 1 still.
Now with 3 cyber airdrops already, every single one of these rounds is going to be with high economy, plenty of money, plenty of coins to go around for the rest of that team. We'll see whether or not that center of the map control will pay off. If they can just close this out, 2 more rounds is all they need, or at least tie it up 5-5.
And they have all the means to do so. Like you said, the weaponry is going to be looking incredibly fine for Heavy. And you can just spend all your gold, all your coins. When we're going to sudden death, you start up with max economy anyways. And what better way to do it at Shipyard? Open area, plenty of containers to kind of navigate around and confuse the enemies. The Doppelganger is already put out. The Mannequin from Russia. Does Heavy see that though? That could put Russia in a very good position.
It could. If he finds this pick, looking at the equipment, Kazu doesn't even have body armor. So again, he doesn't really want to show himself. He only wants to come in to find those resets and look for those big knockdowns. Alan taking his time. He does have a pockmark on his side. Wants to whip out a weapon of his own. 2 AWMs in the hands of Buhui and as well as Mufasa. That single pick could initiate everything.
Yeah, so Russia did reposition earlier on, but couldn't find much. So swap back to where he was previously. A couple of frags thrown out by Heavy's end. But those bonfires, it's going to be keeping them topped up and healthy if, in case of anything. And in fact, Heavy now poking and prodding at those glue walls. They're trying to fish for some info for Evos and to enable Bui to get those shots in. And seeing how far behind he is with those AWM and having the cryo mine on cooldown, this is a window for Evos to slow the game down.
They have to play smokes and mirrors, right? Evos have to break line of sight against Buhui, and once they know that he's moved, then maybe they can start breaking out of their current position because Heavy are controlling a key part of the map. They're not controlling absolutely everything just yet. High ground is still very contestable, but it also puts you in a position where you could get picked off, and here comes Evos looking for the flank.
Yeah, Alan actually got a shot onto Ray, so Ray goes down. No Cassie is going to affect the durability of Evos' member. Mufasa and Kochu both go for a trade, but the health now favors Heavy a lot more than they do Evos. And Heavy, with great patience, brings themselves to an even state against Evos. We're going all the way in map 1. It's going to be round 11 coming up.
Really good tactical play coming out from Heavy. Taking their time with this, controlling the center of the map. They know they want to stick together, so let them come to us. It's never the other way around. Let us guarantee these rounds and secure them as quickly as possible. Now, SMGs in hand, and of course, AWMs. It's going to be 2 AWMs set up, coming in from Buhui and as well as Mufasa from the side of Heavy. From the side of Evos, they do have 2 snipers. However, Rasha is the only one with the AWM.
Yeah, so far, really not much big impact plays from Rasha, unfortunately. Even we're running like I think 1-5-1-6 scoreline, just not able to activate this Santino as much. And not to mention Heavy, just making it very tough for Evos to split onto different parts of the map because they always get punished. And I think they found Rasha. They tagged it for 150. There goes the mannequin. And the electrotherapy is forced out to keep Rasha topped up. And this should be Heavy's call to move on forward, but Kochi was able to intercept Mufasa at the cost of their own sniper.
Alright, he ends up going down finally. Alan, he's just run out of the shield and now has to make sure that the left side is completely going to be safe. He's got Buhui to back him up here, but he needs to clear out these containers, and don't cry. Oh, almost catches him. Time Turner saving the life, but still goes down. Kochio finds the moment. Buhui trying his own, using an AWM like a shotgun. Finds somehow is able to take him out. Okay. What a shot! I really thought that the Time Turner would have blocked the shot, but I guess the AW was just a little too long.
Yeah, right through the glue wall as well. That I'm pretty sure there wasn't any gap there, but you know, the power of the AWM. What a play from Bui. He was the one that started sort of the comeback train, and good enough, fair enough. He was the one who ended it. Heavy takes map 1 on Bermuda over Evos, and early on we did hear them say that this is going to give them that momentum boost. They feel very confident, and now they have completed step 1.
Yep, it just reinforces that all the plays that they made yesterday could have been better, and if they were playing like they were today, it could have been a different story. Now that mental block is over, I'm hoping that game 2, Evos are the ones who are going to be fired up to challenge Heavy, because they know exactly what the game plan is. Control that center, look at whether there's a UAV up in the sky or whether there's going to be some Cyclone Typhoons being thrown out on the center of the map. Then you have a rough idea of how they're going to approach it.
Yeah, and so far in game 1, it really came down to some key players from Evos, right? Kochu and Aim Gods primarily to keep them in the game. Like all those big plays we've seen were from these 2 players. Unfortunately, the Santino didn't really have much of an impact that game. It felt like Rasha was very uncomfortable, even though he was given a tool to sort of maneuver around the map a bit more freely. But I think Heavy just had the game plan locked down, right? Disrupt the front line, make sure that your Cassie is, you know, always second guessing who to tether onto, and then stop this Santino.
It's about being hyper vigilant, right? They know when Kochio wants to go for that peak. Most importantly, they know that Rasha is looking for those off angles. So as long as they have one person keeping an eye on where Rasha could potentially be or could potentially peek from, the suppressive fire, that wall of lead to keep his head behind cover is so important. But it's moments like these when Ray finds, you know, these off angles is where Evos is supposed to shine the most. And I do think personally that Rasha probably got a little spooked after he got caught out with his own doppelganger being thrown out.
Yeah, a couple of rounds as well. He either got spotted out or Heavy just basically made sure that he was not. He's going to be forced to make a trade, right? If he tries to take a shot, he's going to receive some in return. So a lot of these rounds really came down to, again, Kochu and Aim God setting up the foundations, Ray being the perfect support system with that Cassie. And then once this Tatsuya comes online, you just see rounds like this one where Kochu bulldozes through the entirety of Heavy.
Yeah, it's such a I don't want to say that it's like on a knife's edge, because really it just comes down to who finds that first initial knock, right? And even when there was that one time that Heavy ended up losing a 4v3 situation, they never really had to repeat that process anymore. I think they immediately identified the mistake that, hey, we were playing Ring Around a Rosie in a position that didn't feel good. So now, at the very least, in the next upcoming maps, look for structures that has minimal and check.
Yeah, and it's a perfect way to start off that very first game today. Bui with the MVP of the game, 5 eliminations, 13 assists as the Nero, and just overall a very effective long-range denier for the side of Heavy. We've said that this team has a lot of heavy firepower in that front line, and a lot of times when we see teams that function like this way, you need a good backbone for the team, and I think Bui has really integrated very well over the seasons, and right now he is that spinal cord that directs where Heavy goes in a battle.
From last year to this year, he is still a premier sniper for Heavy. And I think it's good, right? We are seeing more anvils being picked up, especially since so many are picking up MP5s to ensure that their upgrades are going to be nice for each and every single one of these fights. I think they could greed out more because the game plan is so heavy around the center of the map to contest for the drops, to contest for the sniper airdrops as well.
I think they're also very efficient in cutting off line of sight. I think this is the stat that needs some expansion on, right? Coach Chiu, 12 eliminations compared to MVP, but then you go down the list, it really feels quite lopsided on the side of Evos, where Coach Chiu has to do a lot of the heavy lifting also because he was on the Tatsuya, but everyone else were not able to keep up in a way, and Heavy just had all of the housekeeping done right to keep them in check.
I think that Aim God was just being very aware of the angles that that the team needs to cover to ensure that, these trades actually work out. At the very least, we know that Russia was getting peppered a lot throughout the game, really held back by Heavy's just suppressive fire. I think that's something that they might want to reconsider for upcoming games to correct. But let's look at the match summary, right? Because if we're looking at total damage, as expected, Cochille's right on top. But I would have imagined that Russia probably needed to hit more shots to be closer to where Ray was going to be, because it's not like Ray was as deep in trouble in comparison to Aim God, because, well, Ray usually is the one who passes the line of the angle first, and Aim God, unfortunately, is the recipient of the backflash.
Even in terms of the total eliminations through headshots, surprisingly enough, Heavy didn't really focus too much on that, right? It was all just body shots. They just pepper Evos with lead to take them down. Whereas for Evos, a lot of it really came down to calculated moments where they catch Heavy slacking for half a second. So I think in the grand scheme of things, there's definitely a lot more openings that Heavy has created for themselves rather than Evos on Bermuda, where they were waiting for specific moments that are rare to come by.
Yeah, again, it's the way that you pressure your opponents, right? Because again, just better poking coming up from the side of Heavy, better ways to actually, more cost-efficient ways to deal with glue walls. And I think it's just that those timings are hard to hit nowadays, especially now that teams are becoming more refined, right? Because I would have imagined that Heavy was playing a very similar comp to what Evos was running here today if it was last year. But I think from what we've learned throughout last year, and as well as what the West was bringing to the table for a Clash Squad, that's why we are seeing the Orions, that's why we are seeing the plays being more centered around, hey, let's just wait it out. The ring will close and they'll come to us.
Yeah, and I think also the first time we saw Orion in STA, if I remember correctly, was from Todak, and that was quite a fiesta as well. They almost took down a Bigatron in that best of 3, and even when we saw Fuxo last year in Jakarta, they almost won that finals. If not for AG Global, we're having some miraculous, clutch superstar moments. But that was just game 1. We'll see if Evos can pick themselves back up, because it feels like the stars right now are aligned in favor of Heavy, and it's up to Evos to try and bring it back on their map pick of Nextera.
Yep, here on Nextera, we need to see which team is going to take the initiative, right? Because we saw in game number 1 how the utils, early rounds being thrown out like nobody's business, and then the adaptation from round 3 onwards. I want to see whether Evos is going to maintain that level of discipline, as same goes for Heavy as well, taking out the UAVs and being very attentive to what's happening across the map.
hop into the draft for map number 2. And right off the bat, Evos, they don't want to deal with the Nero, and completely understandable. Nero has been a thorn in their side in game 1. Utilities are very hard to be deployed, especially the glue walls. And not only that, the DPS, the damage over time from Nero's plushie alone that covers areas and affects you through walls and terrain. Too much to deal with. But Heavy, I think it's a very good response by banning out the Ignis as well. 2 crucial utils eliminated. Now we go back to a more standard approach with Evos getting Oscar.
Yeah, I don't know about the Ignis ban. I feel like I would have liked the Ignis as a potential response, because you're going to have to deal with Oscar at the end of the day, right? And he can just plow through those walls. It feels like Heavy, going to take the Orion on their side. All right, are they going to play a slower game, or are they looking to be like very cost efficient with their composition?
Well, I feel like they definitely have. For now, it's uncertain, right? I think the Orion is a very open pick. The second pick, I was considering something like a Cassie as well, who is being hovered by Heavy. I think Cassie is not only going to enable the Orion, and it's an option, and it's optional as well, because Orion can technically be self-sufficient, albeit slightly selfish from time to time. So that means you can redirect the Cassie resource to someone else like a Zane if you get your hands on him, or anyone that can frontline. Kenta, we know, is an option for Heavy because they played him in game 1.
Yeah, I'm curious whether Kenta will actually support this lineup with the Orion, right? Orion goes into his shadow form, immediately Kenta needs to kind of come and block off as much of the damage as possible once he gets out of that form. But on the other side, as expected, Koda Zane going to get picked up for the side of Evos. Very traditional run-at-your-face composition style. And Heavy just needs to slow it down somehow, or at the very least, bait out the important utilities from the side of Evos.
See what they have in their mind. I think the Iris is one of the options to consider. Definitely feels like a more backline and centric lineup, right? You're not looking to run at your opponents at least as aggressively as they did in game 1. So this Iris does give them a very good insurance policy, most likely in the hands of Bui. You get to not just ping people through glue walls, but you do some significant damage in the process as well. And I think they're going to quadruple down on the utilities with the Steffi too.
Interesting. It feels like the Steffi is coming in. So they don't get poked out, or at the very least, they have no means for Evos to kind of disrupt their positioning, especially with handheld throwables. They're going to lock in the Homer for the side of Evos. A really interesting style deviation of the standard composition we're used to seeing, but at least with Homer, people like Orion can't get away scot-free, right? If you get hit, you're slowed down, you're probably going to have to quickly pop your active. If not, you're going to be in a lot of trouble, and that's a free 1-for-1 for Evos.
Yeah, and on top of that, it can also help Evos go aggressive when you have Oscar to break through glue walls, you have intel gathering from Koda, and when they make the call to start a fight, that Homer drone can slow you down, right? Not only track you down, but reduce your movement speed and allow the rest of Evos to really catch up. So it's a complete flip of playstyle, like you said. Game 1, it was Heavy that goes full aggressive, but game 2, it feels like Heavy are on the more passive end with what they've drafted.
Yeah, it feels like they know that they are going to have to take a lot of aggression from Evos. I don't know if they're going to play for the center like they should, but it feels like Heavy wants to kind of funnel Evos in a straight line so that at least they can get value out of Orion, and then Iris can set up for trades later down the line.
The main question is, do they have enough offensive utility, offensive resources to push back against Evos?
Yeah.
Right? On the defensive end, there are plenty of them. They have some self-sufficient ones like the Orion and the Steffi to the Graffiti, but when they want to go on the offense, that's going to be a question mark.
That being said, before we head into the game, we got a bit of an interview video for you guys just before we get to the action. We'll catch you in just a little bit.
Kalau dari pilihan map kan kemarin kita pilih map Kalahari ya. Kalahari itu sebenarnya map yang paling sulit lah buat kita. Jadi semoga dengan pilihan map hari ini di Nextera kita bakal tampil lebih maksimal lah. Apalagi lawannya juga beda kan. Kalau kemarin lawannya Buriram lah sama Vietnam. Jadi Vietnam sama Thailand tuh gameplaynya menurut gue beda bang. Mungkin performa kemarin dari komunikasi kita sama setup kita di game aja sih. Setup kita di game tuh nggak saling terhubung lah. Raser 1, raser 2-nya nggak satu target, nggak saling backup, sama orang-orang belakangnya juga sumpah nggak pinter jaga badan lah. Jadi dari komunikasi aja udah kacau lah. Gimana gamenya mau bagus sih bang?
Well, actually, from what we heard just now, it feels like there's still some remnants of that, at least from what we saw in game 1, right? And I think the key point was the backlines, they couldn't hold their own, and we sort of saw that with Russia in game 1, something that they are still trying to adjust. But in terms of having a more supportive setup from the Russians, at least I feel like that one is more under control.
Yeah, because there's only two real answers to it, right? It's either that your backliner is able to reposition quickly with the rest of your front line, or the front line has to spread out a little bit wider than they would have liked to cover more ground to make sure that no flankers get through to them. And that's even before we start thinking about the drafting phase, or whether Santino is available, whether Morse is going to be in the game or not. Those are other things that they'll have to wait. But for now, at least from what we are seeing, I'm leaning more into the Evos' side of the draft, right? I feel like Heavy, it's kind of awkward because they have to play around Buhui, or what else do they have in terms of answers to potential like a glue wall setups, cutting them off, especially getting rushed and pushed off of the center of the map.
I agree. I think on paper, if I look at draft, I definitely would side with Evos a lot more. And for Heavy, I think a lot of cogs need to really be well oiled before this draft can come online. And even then, there is the question of, is there enough firepower or enough resources to hold back Evos? Because I think Evos, with what they have, if they were to commit, it definitely feels pretty hard to stop. The Zane, the Oscar, the Homer. And if you don't have like the Steffi Graffiti to defend against those utilities, the Orion himself just isn't the answer.
I really thought that the second half of that draft was going to look a little differently for Heavy, but hey, they pick what they pick. Now they got to make their bed, and let's see whether or not it's going to be a comfortable fight or not. Right? A lot of discussion amongst the Heavy members. I think even they realized that, man, this is a pretty tight win condition for us. So it really this composition really excels when everybody is just landing shots, right? This could be the potential way the meta needed to be played. But coming in from Heavy side, I feel that they got pushed into a corner a little bit, maybe focused a little too much on trying to deny access to Evos rather than doubling down on their game plan.
Yeah, which kind of goes back to that ban, right? Mm-hmm. And I definitely agree with you. I feel like the Ignis being banned out felt, I'm not sure if it's forced out or they feel like there's something up with Evos. I think the narrow ban makes a lot of sense from Evos' end, but Ignis definitely could have been left open as a bargaining chip, at least from what we've seen. But Heavy, the coach Kabi used to be a player for the team as well, and I think that also is sort of a plus point, kind of some resemblance to what BRU has, where the coaching staff also were ex-pro players / champions. That could give them a very different outlook on how to approach games where you feel like you are behind in terms of the draft.
Well, don't worry, boys and girls. We'll eventually get into the game real soon. Just enjoy. Don't cry feet. Oh, well, sorry, foot. My bad. Sorry, my plurals are terrible.
Yeah, I mean, they're in the zone. They're feeling really comfortable, and that's I've always struggled to understand, like when you play, right, and then you play, you sit on the chair with your feet up. I personally feel very uncomfortable with it.
I agree.
It feels like my body is scrunched up,
Yeah, I feel like my elbows need somewhere to rest on. If it's not a table, it might as well be my knees or my thighs, or something of that level.
Yeah, I think there's like an argument to be made. If you do this, you feel like you're more compressed. But if I do the normal stance, I would have a hunched back, right? So it's sort of like a pick your poison moment. But yeah, I probably it's the age, right? I just can't play with my feet up. But I've always wondered how people feel comfortable with it. But I think I've seen weirder things, people playing with their face on top of the screen. That's also something that I find pretty interesting.
Now it's got me thinking. After many years of seeing these players play in the comforts of their gaming houses, sometimes even their homes, especially during the lockdown, but is there like a wiki feed for these guys, the official Free Fire Esports wiki feed?
There should be like a lot more there should be something where we encourage the people, the community. I know, like in not just in Malaysia, but like the rest of SDA, we have a lot of like big fans there, and they should start collecting this montage, right? I would strongly advise selling any of these screenshots. But hey, cool moments from the players. I think this is a start of a new venture for community engagement with the players. I think they definitely deserve a lot more of that outside of game kind of love.
There should be a contest for who has the best sitting posture in game.
The weirdest gaming posture, right? Yeah.
Those are too good. But throughout the tournament, right, I want to talk about the top 3 most used active skills, because so far we're seeing a bigger resurgence of Neron as well as Ignis, both of them obviously being very, very good, even from last year. But in comparison to the Primo picks, like Oscar and Santino's, I'm very surprised that Zane is only in 3rd.
Yeah, and still in top 3, and I think that's what's important, because he has been in like first place for the longest of time, and that's sort of the interesting thing right now, I think, of the meta. Even though the top 3 most used active skills sort of have some changes to it, but we still see the same familiar faces, right? Like the Coda is still very relevant. We still see the Cassie even after so long. It's just that priorities have changed, and right now we're leaning into being able to deny glue walls and defensive structures in different manners. I think the release of Nero really shook things up because of that ability. When we saw Nero got released, people immediately started picking him up because of what the Cryo Mine could do.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They needed an extra glue wall disruptor in the game, especially for Clash Squad, right? Because there were, again, a lot of primo glue wall disruptors, breakers even at that time. But at the very least with Nero, you could play so aggressive or hyper defensively, especially with a well-timed Cryo Mine. And now especially that affects you through walls, it's just so much easier to execute.
Yeah, you know what I miss? I miss the A124. And I think we are starting to go into the loop, the meta loop, where you have ultra aggressive meta, and then we transitions to agility heavy, and because of heavy utility meta, A124 comes back in and disables all of that. Something that I feel like for Evos Divine, they also are pretty happy to pick the A124. They're one of the few teams that pick that character a lot. Right now, their stats in the Clash Masters, they have 32 total eliminations, 7.5k damage, and 51 assists. Definitely not the flashy Evos that we've seen from previous seasons, but it's still pretty respectable considering how rough of a start they've had so far.
Yeah, I think there's still a lot more work to do for Evos Divine, but in the meantime, it's really whether Heavy can maintain this style of momentum, right? Because like a 2-0 here could set them up for things much better on. They're even up the score in their groups and maybe even contest for the top spot if things go really well today.
Yeah, let's take a look at their opponents right now. Heavy basically almost doubling them in terms of total elims, sitting at 55, passing the 5-digit mark in terms of damage and 85 assists. And this is sort of what was missing from Evos Divine based off of the interview, right? The setup that felt a bit lackluster and the support system that wasn't really there yesterday. Let's see if they can do it on their map pick of Nextera in Game 2.
All right, let's jump right in it. The City of the Future. Both of these teams are going to be battling it out on many different sides of this map. The question is, who is going to be able to conquer it all? Is it going to be Heavy this time as they look to contest center most of the time, or maybe they're going to change the plan a little bit more, knowing that Evos is looking to spearhead them early on? Oh.
Right off the bat, we see the M500 for Russia again, and this time Heavy very quick to take the second floor.
They know this is a prime position for any team who controls it. They want to control the outer side, and it's going to be ring around the rosies until somebody's brave enough to turn the corner, and Alan's the first to go down. They've cornered them into the top right side of the building. Ray going to be maintaining plenty of damage, and even pops the Zane to ensure that he can mitigate that damage. Mufasa down, Coach Gio takes him back. Don't Cry finds the trade as Coach Gio fans boo away. And finally, the ring around the Rosie boils down to Aim God versus Don't Cry. They need a reload in the middle of the fight, and it looks like Aim God's gonna lose it out.
What? Oh man, both teams right into the meat grinder. This is straight up W gaming if I've seen it. They just ran straight into each other. Comical moment where Don't Cry and Aim God having to reload at the exact same time. But what a start to the pistol round. We got to see some background knuckles damage coming out, I believe, from the side of Heavy. But this is a classic of who has the better aim wins the round, and Don't Cry definitely won that round.
As pistol rounds should be. And now it's going to be a big bonus coming in from Evos. They're going to be coming with slightly heavy weaponry, while the rest are still going to be on their close range, either micro Uzi or just a simple pistol. But now, oh wow, early smoke purchases from Buhui. They want to close the distance, and Ray taking a lot of damage, but Kochio has already taken Buhui, who is cut right into the back line. Rasha takes out Don't Cry in the process, but through that smoke, Kochio is doing all the work.
And Heavy did not know what hit him at all. Rasha coming out huge with the initial pickoffs. And contrary to game one, where they decided to save money in round two, they full on eco-bot that round two. And that completely negated whatever confidence that Heavy had, because they thought that Evos are going to save, but no, it was they straight up brought the heavy rifles in. And this is going to skew the economy a bit more into Evos' favor, although they're going to be running a bit low on that glue wall on average.
And now they go right in to this next map. Here on round number 3, early contestants. We know how this all goes. Both snipers are going to look. Wait, no, it's going to be actually a full commitment here coming in from Heavy's side, as they want to make sure that these front lines actually get punished. Rasha tries to make sure that he goes in for an initial flank, walks right past them as Allen holds strong, unable to lock them off. They finally isolate Ray. He goes down, and that's going to be a quick roundabout for Heavy, as they unfortunately just walk into the wall of lead.
And this moment is very important. Bui basically taking down Kochio before the assault began. That glue wall going down was the signal for Evos to commit, but they've already lost one man before they even went for it, and it was the Coda of all people. Heavy very well prepared to receive that attack and win that round. And this heavy utility comp, in a game where you don't have Nero or Ignis to disrupt your glue wall placements, now seems to start to bring some fruition to stop these utilities from Evos.
I think right now it's just coming down to, can they just outlast the Zane active, right? It's just Heavy continuously swapping out bodies, making sure that everybody is close enough to get the buff, and immediately using the damage mitigation to win this war of attrition. Now, once again, high ground going to be heavily contested from both sides, and Ray needs a little bit of help from Rasha to get him out of this position, but he will take the gondola to the opposite side, which is real dangerous, because eventually somebody's going to have an exposed angle.
It can start to hunt down some of the Heavy members, especially Bui, who has spent his regeneration, so AimGod will capitalize on that to get that first elimination for his team. That will put Heavy in a more uncomfortable position. Now that basically half the area is compromised and taken over by Evos, might come down to Mufasa to regain control.
It was a good 1-2 punch coming in from Evos, right? Put down the suppressing fire, sneak a guy across the gondola, and maintain control over it. As now Kochio looks to 1v1, Don't Cry, tries his best, knows that he can lock him out, tries to turn the corner. Unfortunately, not enough height just yet, but blocks off his right side, exposing Ray's back entirely, as Ray is able to find one back. Hops across, and hopefully he is able to make it to the gondola here, because Allen is down to 1 HP.
Oh, the Orion bought him some time, and now Allen with the outplay. Oh, the outmaneuver there. But was it enough? Because Ray just got brought back up by Kochio, and Allen unfortunately won't be able to reach Don't Cry. The only way through is to win this 1v2, and Allen still has that ability to work with, but it's a 3v1 right now. Allen just could not do it. So close yet so far. Evos with the equalizer.
I can't believe it. Let's look at this replay. This is the 1-2 punch onto Buhui, right? Suppressing fire, then all of a sudden AimGod hops right over to take Buhui out. But this is the ridiculous one. How does Allen survive this? Yes, he has a little bit of EP to work with, but he needed to reload in the middle of the fight. And for some reason, Evos, they got the first reload though. So how did he lose it? He just whiffed.
Yeah, I think so too, right? And Allen decided to just full commit to it. If the bodies were eliminated instead of just being down, I think Allen would have had a really good chance of winning that round. But still, we'll do a run it back at the same area for round 5. Let's see if Heavy makes any adjustment to it, because the previous round they definitely split apart, but was not able to get any value from that.
Oh, Kochio, he cannot afford to go down right now, but really good shots coming in from Don't Cry. Making sure that he's got some help from Mufasa as well. Both of, nearly dropping off. But they still have the electrotherapy to keep on working to that top side of the map. Ray also spotting out Allen on the opposite side. Mufasa gets traded out. Good shots from Kochio. A little bit more and he gets it. He's found 2, no problem. able to get that third. He needs to finish off these downs as soon as possible. They don't want a repeat of the previous round.
Oh, I honestly thought Alan was the key to getting Kazu out because he was coming in from behind, but I guess he didn't commit to hop off of the gondola. And now Kazu has found ample space to call in backup. Alan is behind, though. He's going to force that 1v1 and makes up for the earlier mishap. And while that was happening, Mufasa actually got taken down as well, but quickly rescued by his teammates. 3v2 in favor of Heavy.
Full gondola control here on both sides. And Heavy just gets to sit on top of it and pepper Rasha for as long as they want. I'm expecting the full commitment to come in now, at least for Buhui. And now they slowly walk on through. Breaks to the glue wall, doesn't realize, can't see him right in front of his face, and Mufasa ends up dying in the back. Rasha, he's got an opportunity, but Alan shuts it down. Ray needs to close things out here, and Alan is already at 50%. Ray, it's redemption, and he finds it, gets the round 2-2.
Unbelievable. Rasha with the prone actually saved himself, because I am 100% certain that Heavy had no idea Rasha was hiding in that smoke, and even passed back out to backstab Bui, leaving Alan all alone. Unfortunately, this time he didn't have enough EP to go invulnerable and was forced to take the 1v1, 2 back-to-back clutches for Evos.
Oh boy, those big clutches means that they're going to have some real weapons here. VSS is being purchased. It is long at distance unless they want to quickly take those cable ropes to the center, which is hyper dangerous to do. You can see that Kochio is taking the big walk around. I'm not sure if Heavy actually noticed that his Buhui is taking a very frontal position to hopefully flank anybody else. But if he gets flushed out now, he's going to have zero support as Don't Cry looks to hold the open ground.
And Alan is already wiped out from this game. Aimgod does get traded back by Buido, but they need to secure that body before Evos finds that pickup, and they should have ample time and space to do so, to bring it to a 3v3. And this is the Heavy protocol. When they're back, feel like they're against the wall, they're gonna go even more aggressive and bring it to a 1v1.
Oh, it's Mufasa and Rasha. Rasha just needs one really good shot, and he gets it with the help of the VSS. Quickly swaps the weapon now. He knows that he's a little low, but it's a little difficult. He manages to get one of his boys back. Homer's gonna get activated right now as Kochio eats it, saves it up for Rasha. The 1-2 punch from Evos.
Oh, Don't Cry back up on his feet at the last second, but so did Kochio. And this time Rasha makes an impact with the Homer. The information gathering was there, tracking down his prey, and Heavy's economy right down there in the dumps, as they will have to resort to just some fine VSS action for round 7.
No choice, no choice. This is going to be some big rounds for Evos. If they can secure one more, it should be pretty inevitable. But we'll find out right here, right now, as we start on heading into Grav Labs. Again, just one of those few maps that could really change the tempo of everything. Both sides looking to play for high ground, but it looks like it's a full commitment from Heavy to the high ground. 4 versus 2 on that side of the map, and 2 flankers from Evos.
And the drone's already out from Rasha too. Bui taking a big shot earlier on. Will have to spend some time patching himself back up. The low ground being controlled by Ray, and Rasha has full reign off the map with that AWM. It's going to be pretty tough for Heavy. This is sort of the lack of offensive capabilities from the draft that we sort of talked about, right? You don't really have a way to get into the face of Evos, and you just have to outgun them. But with the weapons that they have, it feels pretty hard.
Yeah, and the worst part is the information gathering. You're hoping somebody's on that flank to catch them out with the coda. Guess what? They're all in the same place, and now Kochio's having to deal with 2 guys beaming his glue wall, and now has to worry about walking to the opposite side. But Rasha finds the headshot, covers his boy. Ray now takes advantage, takes out Buhui as well, and Mufasa now left in the corner, manages to land the headshot, but at the end, it's going to be Evos who comes out on top.
And Evos in this extremely powerful position right now with all these back-to-back rounds. I think it's going to put themselves on that pedestal to take this to a game 3. It's game point for Evos Divine. Heavy were in the same position in game 1, but they definitely didn't have to win 3 rounds in a row to force a tiebreaker. Now this is the only way forward. And again, with subpar weaponry, and I believe back and grab labs of all places. It's going to be tough.
This could be a little unlucky for Heavy's side. Let's see if the same game plan is going to work again as they look to contest. High ground, but then the open angle going to get shot by Ray at first, so slowing down at least one of the members. Aim God is looking just to contest as Ray has cut all noise, hopefully looking for somebody who's a little over eager to check where they are. Buhui ends up losing his head. Rasha, really good angle for him, is now Kochio looking to back him up on the opposite end.
They did bring Buhui back up, but that means the Evos have forced a reset on Heavy's end. That smoke grenade is going to dissipate in just a little bit in the next 10 to 15 seconds. The longer this game drags on, the worse it is for Heavy with how far behind they are. And Evos, they're willing to play this. In fact, they're going to slowly aggress forward to take up more and more space because every single step that Evos takes is forcing Heavy to back up.
Oh, and Ray, he manages to pop the Orion early on, hops out of the way. His EP takes a huge hit. His aim god is going to be the first to get traded out as Alan turns the corner. Already getting knocked down, unfortunately, as the ring starts to close in fast. Kochio takes out another Rasha with a headshot. Again, great plays coming on for Evos Divide. They know how to lock down Grab Lab.
And this is what happens when Evos is uncontested. When Rasha is uncontested, this is the kind of magic that he can bring. High impact plays, completely unsupervised positions through and throughout. Truly the breadwinner of game number 2. 6-2 scoreline on Xterra as Evos Divine forces a third game.
Now going into that map at number 3, that's unfortunate because with both teams at 1-1, they're both hyped up, and I feel like they've really adjusted well against each other. The adaptations that we've seen in the game really just boils down to what type of map do we get. And it's been frustrating that we got Gravlab 2 times in a row for Heavy, but you know, that's just the game sometimes.
Yeah, the last 4 rounds that they lost, sadly, were on dupe maps, like repeated areas of the map. So for Heavy, it's time to forget about game 2 and prep for the third game. But this also has a cascading effect on the group stage standings, right? Because now they are no longer qualified for a full 3-point result. And it means that winning tomorrow's matches is going to be a lot more important if they want to qualify to playoffs. But this is the situation that we're in for both teams who are currently at 0 points. Evos Divine feeling really comfortable after the game too.
Extremely strenuous for both of these teams. Because again, no matter who wins it, it's still going to be a little difficult to catch back up. You're kind of hoping that your opponents drop the ball or at least go into a 1-1 to even out the score.
Yeah, and not only that, tomorrow's match is going to be harder as well, which means that winning a 2-0 feels even more important, at least for their final series. But for now, we're going to take a look at the highlights. And we definitely got to a pretty high octane pistol round, but from I think round 2, round 3 onwards, you can really see that Evos composition shine, where Heavy just did not have the tools to respond.
Yeah, they really didn't have the tools to respond, and I think the lack of information definitely hurt them at the end, right? Because Evos were the ones who were able to figure out exactly where Heavy was going to be, and Heavy weren't looking for some heavy flanks as well. Only a couple of maps did they look to go for the 1-2 punches, but overall, Evos really kept a commanding lead over Heavy for the most part of the fights, and I think the worst part is when they go for the full 4v4s. Evos clearly showing that they've got what it takes to take them on 4v4. It's just the small advantages throughout these rounds, and whether super plays like this coming in from Alan to make the difference.
And unfortunately, when we look at Orion, we've established that this is quite a selfish character. Sure, you have some healing and invulnerability, but at the same time, you take yourself out of the fight, and that puts your team at a technicality, numbers disadvantage. But we also have this round 5 mishap where I felt like Heavy had the perfect setup, and they ended up losing 2 members to Kochio because they didn't commit the way that they wanted to. And the rest of it is history. Evos snowball. We get Graph Labs 2 times in a row for the final 2 rounds, and Evos just had the weapons to win.
They had everything that they were wanting for, right? An opposite angle, a way to blow through glue walls. They had a fully kitted out lineup from the side of Evos. And obviously our MVP, when he is landing those shots, when he has that space, you already feel like you're missing one member of your team.
Yeah. This time, Russia, contrary to game 1, was online with 8 eliminations. Of course, again, with the Homer in hand, with the Anvil and trusty AWM. it's pretty impossible. Pretty hard for Heavy to get much done when all of these open areas have full Evos Divine coverage.
And I like the fact that Russia understood, hey, they keep on trying to push me out of position. I have no way to slow them down. Put me on Homer. I can guarantee a slow on somebody and still provide support. So simple solution to the game one problem.
This scoreboard should tell a very compelling story of Evos' performance this time. Very well spread out through and throughout. A 9.0 KD for Russia. But just overall, the type of performance we expect from the Wonder Kid. Whereas for Heavy, you gotta really feel bad for just the lineup they were playing with this game. There was very less impact. Mufasa, I think, on this Cassie as well. There really wasn't a character that you would put the electrotherapy on and then expect them to make big plays, right? It's not a Zane, it's not a Tatsuya, nor an Oscar. You're working with Orion, Steffi, Iris. It just feels a bit out of place.
And there's nothing much he can really do to save his teammates if they get headshot by Russia when he has an AWM, right? You just can't out-heal that. It's just too much damage to deal with overall. Looking at the full stats, we get a bigger idea of the average damage per round. Russia is still putting up some pretty good numbers, but I think, unfortunately for Mufasa, getting into the fight was half the problem.
Yeah, and I think it's also the fact that this, what Heavy has, requires such a high level of execution that even having one of the members down completely, foils their plan, right? So something that they can consider going into map 3, which is going to be Kalahari, and that was the map that Evos said that they struggle with overall. Not their favorite map. Heavy was the one that picked Kalahari. So this on paper feels like it's going to be slightly better for Heavy than it is for Evos.
Well, at the very least, we're seeing a pretty even matchup, right? I really thought that it was going to be a little bit more lopsided coming into today, but I'm happy to be wrong here as we're going into our very third map. And as you mentioned, Kalahari, not so great for Evos after what happened yesterday, but they were facing off against BRU at the time. They've already mentioned that other teams from across the regions play slightly differently, so maybe from what they've learned in game 1 and game number 2, they'll have a comprehensive plan for game number 3.
Yeah, and I think one of the constant themes of how Evos has been taking down Heavy, if we put sort of the composition discrepancies aside, is just Evos being able to control the movements of Heavy, right? Because a lot of these rounds that Heavy won, I felt like they just got into position slightly faster. And Evos struggled to kind of match that tempo in game 1. But in game 2, they tell themselves, instead of trying to match the speed, why not we slow them down? And that's sort of what they did with the lineup that they had.
Yeah, we've seen. I feel like we've seen as much as that these two teams can offer in terms of raw adaptation. So I think it really just boils down to how do they punish in the draft itself, right? It's these small things that make all of the difference. They punish them trying to get into position. They punish them by getting to the position first and locking it down. This is a cycle that I don't think is going to break unless we see the A124, but I doubt it's going to show. Let's look at the map order here, because now it is Kalahari as Heavy's picked.
So both teams so far have really gotten what they want. Heavy talked about going back to Bermuda for that morale boost. They got that done. Evos said that they go to Dexterra because Kalahari was a bit of a challenge for them. Well, they've won their map pick, but now it's going to be the true test for both teams, especially Evos Divine, to see if they can overcome Kalahari, which has been one of their weaker maps. As they head into the draft, Evos again, they're gonna be on second pick this time. The Orion gets banned out by Heavy, and Evos responds with a Zane. So now the Narrow is open. The Cassie, the Ignis, they're all available.
Yeah, Kalahari is just one of those maps that you don't get too excited to see during Clash Squad, because there are just so many lopsided maps that if you're just on the wrong side of it, you're basically done for if you have the wrong composition. So overall, just making sure that you have nice utility, you have ways to kind of deal with glue walls and information gatherers. Just a nice default composition usually gets you across that finish line pretty easily. Oscar, insta lock-in for Heavy. Cassie for the side of Evos, but who do they want to pair up that Cassie with now that Zane has already been banned?
Yeah, Tatsuya is what we saw from game 1, but you also have the Narrow Ignis, right? It is a give and take right now. I think Heavy has definitely forced the trade. The Coda seems to be the choice for Evos. So they start off with a double utility pickup, but denying that Cassie away from Heavy is definitely a good start. But we've seen Heavy rock both Darrow and Ignis, and now they have the option to consider at least one of them.
A lot of good options here. I think that considering that it's going to be the Cassie, Narrow makes a little more sense. But again, it could just be an easy pivot for Evos. We'll see in just a little bit here because Narrow now locked in. What else are they going to pair it with, right? Are they going to add up a clue maybe just for information, or do they just want to double down on making sure that glue walls are non-existent in this game?
Yeah. The Ignis was what they went for, but Steffi was also, I think it's not too bad of an option, although it's not sort of the most sought after character. But in this game, in this sense, it does give them a bit of a safety net in case of any utilities. We saw the Homer from Evos. The Homer, the Ignis can be a choice for them as well. Certain teams even have went for Skylar before in Clash Squad. I think Heavy, at least with the first 3 picks, have a lot more, a lot more security on that offensive end.
Yep. And speaking of the offensive end, feels like Evos kind of lacking it, right? Like who would be your frontliner in this case? I mean, Tatsuya definitely is going to be that hovering thought, but looking at what Heavy is capable of doing, breaking down a lot of their glue walls, it's going to be constant moving. I feel like even the Santino might have some relevancy here, but that's dependent on the map. Some maps are a lot more close quarters. Majority of the maps, there's plenty of space to actually play around to find those flank angles.
Unless they want to go a gung-ho way and go for the Kenta, doesn't feel like it. Evo's a lot more by the book. So yeah, like you said, the Santino gets picked up. So on paper, this is a very utility-heavy team, sort of like what Heavy put up in Game 2, but I think a lot more all-rounded, on paper. Heavy, now I feel like they have plenty of choices to go for this last pick. They could still go, they could go for Tatsuya if they want, but they could also go for their Kenta early on that we saw.
I think they need information gatherers, right? I feel like even if they go for Kenta and try and double down, they have Ignis on the opposite end who can not only block line of sight, but more importantly, just peel away at the members of Heavy. And we finally get Morris getting locked on in here, which is kind of great because he's specifically good against information gatherers.
Yep, and if you want someone that can kind of flank around, that's essentially what Morse is. Immunity, and he's untraceable as well, right? He's immune to the enemy radar, so good luck trying to find this guy. You have Oscar in your face, but you also have a little assassin on the side of Heavy.
Not to forget that he does get bonuses. He won't be able to shoot while he is invisible, and it'll break him out straight away as soon as he makes those shots. Also helps that the aim assist quickly locks onto the nearest target, which is great as well. Great quality of life choice.
Yep. There is a delay when he exits the stealth, so that's something that to watch out for as well. But of course, there are downtimes when downtimes in between is a 45-second cooldown after all. But these is actually might also help Heavy hunt down Rasha, right? You have the Santino who wants to reposition, but if you don't know where this Morse is, it is going to be a lot trickier to play around.
Yeah, it's also going to be about the timings, right? Because even if you do go into that stuff, it's only going to last for a certain period of time. And then maybe Kochio might be able to pop down the coda just to reveal position so they can reposition.
With that being said, before we hop into the last game of the series, we did talk to the team more, so let's hear what they have to say.
Lý do em chọn map thi đấu Kalahari, map thi đấu thứ 3 thì em nghĩ đây là một map thi đấu có thế mạnh đối với Heavy khi tập luyện với Evos. Ở map thi đấu Kalahari em thích nhất là cây VSS bởi vì tốc độ bắn cao và sát thương cao.
Nothing beats playing the most important map of the series and picking the map you script with your opponents. And coincidentally enough, Heavy feels confident that they can take this one, whereas for Evos, they're looking to redeem themselves.
I think that overall, Man, after seeing both of these games, this one's a really tough one, right? We have X factors involved with the timings of the utilities, you know, the composition styles as well. Both, we should expect a standard line of play, but it's those small moments of if they don't happen to press their buttons at the right time, they're not going to know what's going to hit them. These flank angles are going to be kind of crazy, but let's see, right? Because if we get maps that like put you at immediately disadvantage, like Santa Catarina, for an example, depending on which side you spawn on, you have access to the hull of the ship or the butt of the ship. Really, there's no in between. One side is clearly better than the other.
Yeah, and I think for Heavy right now, it seems like they're going to be reverting to more of a game one approach with this composition, and I want to see how they approach some of these rounds, right? Because I definitely feel like when we look at game two, when Evos was in control, Heavy felt like they stuck to their style of getting going in ham more and more, but they weren't given the tools. Now they have the tools to do so even when they fall behind. I'm looking at a bit of a repeat from game one if Evos does take over.
I'm even more interested to see does this change the timing of when they have to pop their util, right? Does Coda immediately have to pop the util straight away just to get the information, or are we talking about hey, we just need to hold it until 32 seconds in the round and then make an attempt on it? Or do you have to wait even longer knowing that Morse is available? So many questions that need to be answered.
Let's hop into game number 3 as we hop to Kalahari. This one's going to be important because a win on this map means a series victory. It means the teams will be in an even better position when we look at the journey forward. So pistol round is going to begin. See the M500 out straight away by Bui. See if Evos can find a safe position to play around.
And look at this, high ground being contested here as Heavy immediately looking to take the space. They're going to give away the drop. They don't care about it. And even Rashi was able to relay it back to the team and allowing the frontliners to reposition, knowing that they are going to be headed that way. Interesting. Kochiel is going really far out of his way as Buhui finally takes the first couple of shots to reveal his position.
Couple of pot shots in for Russia, and that's the member that they need to track down. But Don't Cry already on a mission, and this is going to be pretty scary because Evos, they're left wondering where is this Morse going to pop out from, and Don't Cry has cut through the entire battle lines. That is a lot of intel being given to Heavy, but Evos are doing a very good job of matching those movements.
They have to keep rotating, keep on moving, keep on moving. The only times you can get your shots is when they're in the middle of the open, transitioning between structures, and Don't Cry finds one. He's looking for a second one. He looks to finish them off, and now the trade should commence here. Russia manages to get on out with the help of Santino. With Mufasa already down, it's a 3 for 3. And hopefully we get to see one more. As Russia goes down next, Kochil as well. And Aim God, he's too low. My goodness, Alan and Don't Cry really taking it to Evos here on the pistol round.
Yeah, I can't believe it. I honestly thought Evos would at least get a trade back because, sure, Don't Cry got the initial drop onto Ray, but at the same time, he was also isolated. I think Heavy had the right idea to come in with a support fire and really kind of spread the resources of Evos Divine thin and allowing Don't Cry to have extra impact on top of that. And Evos have gotten the first-hand taste of what this Morse could do. Let's see how they adjust to this. I think the initial idea of just keep on rotating was very good, but now they need to think of what happens when the Morse pops up.
Now Don't Cry takes a huge angle here. Oh my goodness. He's going all the way to the lower ground in hopes to find Kochil, and he finds him almost instantaneously. Kochil is going to get pinched. He can't do anything. Buhui takes him out and is able to destroy them. Now they have to fight for the drop. Aim got there, quickly dropping himself into the middle of that fight. Hopefully Rashi can find a pick in the meantime.
And Ray has the Deagle in hand as well. This is one of his trusty weapons when they are behind, but doesn't have the health to work with. Unfortunately, Don't Cry is going to turn the corner, gets a pop. Russia ends up going down as the rest of Heavy starts mopping the floor with Evos. And Aim got left to his own devices against 3 members of Heavy. It's not possible. Heavy with the second round.
Man, this is really, really frustrating. So frustrating for Evos. With Don't Cry getting not only plenty of information, but while staying invisible, he knew exactly where the members were going to be and made the call for the initial pinch on towards Kochio's side. So at this point, I think that Evos has to be really taken into consideration whether or not they need the flank in the first place, or do they take the first couple of fights without information and then pop it as they retreat.
And this is truly going to be, I think, quite a pressing matter that Evos have very limited time to solve, because this boss is causing this composition, this quota to fall apart. This quota is Antito. I feel like it solves half the roster of Evos Divine. Unless Ray can get a good shot onto Alan. So Alan is going to be suppressed for now. But Don't Cry is the person that they need to find.
Oh my god.
And look at how deep he is in enemy lines. Alan just found Ray.
Yep. Great information being thrown, but also the UAV usage as well, just to double confirm, allowing the rest of Heavy to get more aggressive on their angles itself, knowing it's an honest 3v2. Russia gets shot, but Don't Cry gets shot in the back. Kochio quick to find the refrag, but needs to get his boy back online. Doesn't have enough time as Mufasa continues to pressure him as he walks back out, hoping to find it. Ends up using the body of Russia as a bait, picks him up at the last second.
And that is going to turn the tides around for Evos, as Mufasa won't be rescued sadly, and Russia goes to work and cleans up the rest of Heavy. Evos getting the first round on Kalahari. Although, again, Don't Cry with the impact play this time. This was what we want to see from, at least in round 1, where this Morse pops up, gets the pick off, you immediately trade him back, and Evos was able to accomplish that.
Now here by Santa Catarina, let's see which side. South side goes over to Heavy, north side going over to Evos. Now, I want to see how Evos is going to approach this time, right? Because they have quick access to the front of the ship. In comparison to Heavy, where do you go invisible here? Do you just walk straight down the middle and pray that nobody randomly sprays?
Actually, that would be a strategy you could use like once, I guess. Like those hyper T strat. Oh, I think, did they see the silhouette of Don't Cry? I think they did. But Kochi was able to duck behind the glue wall. Don't Cry now on the hunt. He needs to close this up quickly. Alan with the support.
Good stuff. They made sure that they double up on the flank, controlling the butt of the ship. And even the center, Mufasa, he's trying to hold out. Somebody help him. It's a 2v1 scenario. Mufasa gets gunned down as Buhui tries to go for the trade back, ends up losing his head. And now we see that Alan walks back up, trying to make it work. Evos takes him out. Aim God, still very reliable as a refragger.
Good stuff again from Evos Divine. They were getting trades done, and sure, Don't Cry got the initial down onto Kochu, but the nade onto Bui was exactly what Evos needed. They get rid of long range support from Heavy, and then the rest of Evos just ran them down one by one. And this time, just better gunfight from Evos Divine.
Once again, going back to Santa Catarina, this time on opposite sides of that map. I'm totally fine with this now. Let's see how Evos is going to play this out. Now that they have a little bit of a taste of what happened in the previous round, they're probably going to make sure that this butt of the ship is going to be all right. And Don't Cry takes some early shots very early on into the round as Evos quickly want to lock down this structure.
And they know exactly where he is. They cut off the flank as well. Don't Cry stood no chance. And the rest of Heavy, they do arrive. Aim God gets down by Bui, but Ray and Kochu respond in kind. And this should be Evos getting the third round in a row as Bui is left to his own devices.
Beautiful control over the center from Russia, making sure that he's holding that middle angle in case they try to go for a quick flank around, because the butt of the ship has no access to the inside of the ship without the help of going through the middle of it, in comparison to the front of the ship where there are some weird access points for high ground and low ground. Either way, Kochio able to make sure that he punishes the rest of Heavy as they stick their heads out.
Heavy, time and time again for the past 2 rounds, have been a bit more upfront with their approach, but they won't have the weaponries to keep on doing that. The AWM in the hands of Russia. Don't Cry going down to just SMG. And that is going to be quite a problem. You need to be up close and personal especially, and then if Refinery, it's going to be pretty tough to navigate.
Okay, a couple of close-range weapons here, but majority going to be full long-range with SMGs, highly kitted out from the side as Alan tries to break on through with the early valiant dash. I'm trying to get dropped down to block the shots. It's still alive with the help of the Cassie. Make sure the electrotherapy keeps him alive, and a quick round here for Evos. Just better weaponry, better angles, more money.
Man, Alan got nothing from that. That is actually shocking, but on top of that, it's also just weaker weapons. Weapons, like you said, from Heavy just couldn't deliver the necessary damage. And now they have lost 4 rounds in a row as Evos decipher how to deal with Morse. The VSS do come back up for Heavy, but some changes are due in terms of how they approach these rounds because Evos have been able to identify and lock down Don't Cry.
Yeah, Bayfront going to be interesting to see the way that they maneuver around it. Rather large and lots of buildings to play from, so plenty of flank angles to work with here. And you can see that Evos is taking a super safe approach. They're like, let's chill for a second. Let's just wait. We're expecting Don't Cry to come out. Let's throw the UAV, immediately revealing 2 people, allowing Russia to take the space. But notice Don't Cry, he's deep in, and the UAV doesn't spot him out.
Yeah, but he needs to win this fight. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the health to work with, so has to run away. And unfortunately, his stealth bite is on cooldown as well. So Don't Cry has the info, but the team needs to translate it into something. Don't Cry now huddle on top of the balcony to try and heal back up as the rest of Evos was able to reset. Kochiu finds 2 of them out in the open. Heavy suppressive fire.
Oh my goodness. Don't Cry, he called for aid, and now the aid needs help from him himself. They're going to take the back way out of the house, looking to actually follow along the line that Russia took, as Russia is now taking aggro from the rest of the team members. However, they are still all outside of the ring as it slowly closes in. Gochio needs to make a decision right now. Don't Cry already dropping down, losing the majority of his EP, but it's got a 2v1 to take him out, and now they have to move on to the next building.
And the commitment from Evos as well to hunt down Don't Cry before committing into any other play might have just set them up for series point. 3v4 again in favor of Evos. Imgod fronts the Flame Mirage. Bui actually finds 2 bodies in a row, but Evos quickly responds with 2 of their own, and it's just too much for Heavy. Evos with 5 consecutive rounds are now 1 round away from the series win.
Oh my goodness, this has got to be real frustrating from Heavy's side. They have ways to deal with pretty much everything from the side of Evos, but unfortunately now Evos is committed with so many rounds under their belt. They can commit extra money towards their utility, having the extra UAVs. As soon as that stealth breaks, they're not going to let Don't Cry get away with it anymore.
I'm pretty surprised because Don't Cry actually bought a lot of time, for his team and made Evos commit 2 of their members for the hunt. But sadly, Heavy wasn't able to translate that into something. Now I see Don't Cry. Does he have any more tricks up his sleeves? He needs to be able to get to Evos, give the info over, and at least find a pickup. But Evos, they're just on high alert.
Yep, they know that Don't Cry likes to close the distance. Unfortunate timing for Kochil. Whips out his nade as soon as he swings out. Don't Cry already guns him down. Ray also losing his life here, but should be able to get picked up. Wait, keeping his eyes on the correct target. Russia is able to take out another member, turning this into a 3v3.
Ray brought back up to his feet. Russia getting just tagged a little bit by Bui, the VSS. Not really the most reliable weapon overall if you want those big nuke damage. So they pin Russia down. Mufasa rushes on forward, but Russia's still able to duck away into the shadows, only to be intercepted by Bui again. So Heavy slowly picking Evos apart.
Power positions here. It's all about power positions. 3v2 scenario now as Evos, they're trying their best to try to pull this back. They know they can punish Buhui here, but he's getting covered by 2 of the other members. All Imgod can do is open up opportunities and even throw out the Flame Mirage and finds 1 into Buhui. This is going to accelerate. They have to keep walking forward with the help of that Cassie. They can heal out the damage being thrown back, but I'm surprised that Evos is playing more, throwing the nades, poking out, looking to try and take Rhea out in the process. They want to get on Cassie's back.
Electrotherapy helping them outlast some of this chip damage. Down to 1v1 is Mufasa to win the round for Heavy, and they get another chance.
Oh boy. Very close round here. Very close round from both sides. Again, it's controlling the spaces, right? Alan got to sit in the center for so very, very long, and then eventually is able to reposition. It's just a constant ring around and rosy between these two teams. You're first looking for Don't Cry. You're using your util early to make sure that his support system is cut off. And then once the team are finally on stilts, all of a sudden you have to start worrying about the shots being landed by people like AimGod and even the Cassie, who just make the fight so long.
Yeah. And really came down to the smallest of margins in that final interaction. Him actually taking a big shot. But again, thanks to electrotherapy, will be healed back up in no time. Rasha, though, is not going to enjoy the same luxury as Heavy starts to push the envelope. Don't Cry on the high ground. Frag in hand. He's going to throw it out. Seems like it's going to hold back on that idea for now. So AimGod gets the pass.
Trogon in hand as well. He did lose his active skill card, and now no time to work with. Don't Cry taking a lot of punishment, but still manages to find safety in the cover that he has. Rasha is now repositioned as well as Gochil now slowly working on these glue walls to open up the angles even more. They've got the center control, but at the same time, they still haven't completely flushed them out.
Bui getting tagged out by the ice grenade too, as Gochil actually goes down. Trading for Bui, thanks to the early ice grenade. Ray beats Mufasa, and the electrotherapy is going to start topping it back up. Don't Cry also found out as well. Ray about to become the hero for Evos, and indeed he is. Evos Divine take this 2-1.
Great momentum there. Great decision making coming in from Ray as well. Just chaining those knockdowns together and finally getting the top open and in space, making it difficult. There's just too many angles to cover from. A 2-1 victory is definitely going to be a big boost for Evos Divine, and hopefully they can carry that momentum deeper into the tournament.
Yeah, and that is going to put Evos Divine up in the standings. At least got some heavy lifting that they need to do from this point onwards. It does affect the seeding going into the playoffs, but for now, it's Evos' Divine's moment to celebrate. After a pretty devastating, result in game 1 where Heavy made the comeback, they shut the show down pretty quickly on Nextera, their map of choice, and they overcame Kalahari as well.
Yep. Boy, I do want to see them slowly improve here, because there's still moments in this game. I feel like their adaptation has been extremely great, especially since this is one of the few times that we do see that Moore's actually getting whipped out. I thought maybe later into the tournament, we're probably going to see it a little bit more often, but for the most part, it's really interesting, right? Especially if you just get the timings right. And Don't Cry really showed and highlighted why just going completely invisible can give you that first shot difference.
Yeah, and Evos, on the other hand, also showed us that there are ways to go around this, right? In terms of managing your rotation and just locking off key points on the map that you want to control does limit the potential of this Morse. But overall, if you want to count on certain teams to bring out these big gotcha picks, I think the Vietnamese teams are one of our prime candidates. Alas, not enough to take down Evos Divine, despite a start that really would have given most teams a headache, considering that you don't really have much time to play and adapt.
Yeah, not a lot of time to play and adapt, but at the same time, I think, the decisions that were made in the game, really well done, right? Again, high octane, high momentum once the fights start to get going in these close combat scenarios. And I think most importantly, Evos, what they're showing here today, at the very least, right, it's about just timing and patience. Once they start that momentum or they find a important key pick, that's when things start going terrible. Moments like this where Gochil just hitting so many shots on wide open angles. The smoke and mirrors is such a huge part of the Clash Squad meta.
Yeah, and contrary to what Evos kind of brought to the table, I think Heavy, there were some moments where they feel very linear in their approach. I think even when you look at the Bermuda comeback, there were some very good tactical decisions being made, but Game 2 and Game 3, it felt a lot more straightforward from Heavy, where they weren't thinking too much about how they can shake things up. They were just thinking about how they can be the first one to get the drop onto Evos. But Evos just were a lot more prepared when the chips are down.
Yeah, I think, just falling back to their fundamentals, target priority, but most importantly, just have a little bit of support in everything you do. There's no reason to not do things together in a game like this. And every one of those picks and every one of those knocks is just that much more valuable in comparison to a battle royale. But let's give it up for our MVP of the game, Evos Ray himself, able to do a lot of work. Now, surprisingly, he is on the Cassie, of course, but at the same time, he still has those killer instincts and really knows how to push a lead.
Yeah, and just full-on healing medic duty for his teammates. Then that's sort of how powerful this Cassie is, and there's a reason why when Cassie first got introduced, Battle Royale, you have to have a Cassie on your team. And then Clash Squad was no different because of these fights that get drawn out. If you don't take down your target, Cassie's gonna top them back up. And not to mention the passive health regeneration. And now you have extra healing with your utility, the medic bot. It just makes these kind of long drawn out fights a lot more advantageous for Evos.
And not to mention the burst heal as well whenever things get really, really dicey. But let's look at the scoreboard, right? Because if we're comparing Ray, we also have to compare Heavy Outlet on this Oscar. You would have imagined with the Oscar that they would have been able to kind of deal with their front lines a little bit better from the side of Evos, but just a lot of fire coming out from Pochio specifically. And even Aim God just to double back on what Ray was trying to attempt anyways.
Yeah, and I think for Heavy, they also hinted a big part of their win condition on Don't Cry getting those pickoffs. But there were moments where we see Don't Cry kind of draw the attention of Evos away, and Heavy still was not able to capitalize on that, right? So I think Evos really did their housekeeping very well. The suppressive fires on both angles was carried out to perfection, and it led them to this victory. And I think even the match summary tells a very good story of Heavy keeping it close if we ignore sort of the round tally.
Yeah, even when we're looking at the average damage per round, it's actually very comparable to Evos. It just goes to show that there are clear, distinct roles on the side of Evos, but more importantly, when the going gets tough and we're able to find just even a slight opportunity, you gotta take it straight away. That way, you can close these rounds out especially fast. Don't Cry still coming up with some impressive numbers overall with the highest KDA of 1.8.
Yeah, and I think even for Bui, he also had some moments, but this time he sort of got the Russia treatment from game one where he was just rendered sort of ineffective. But with that, the group standings are on your screens right now. Evos Divine, with that win, will also lock in 3 total points. As long as you win the series, you get the full 3 points. So Heavy is the only team right now with nothing to work with, but they still have tomorrow to make up for it.
Yeah, but hopefully it doesn't ruin their head-to-head odds later down the line. We'll see, right? Because again, Buriram as well as PE Stars still sitting comfortably in Group A on top and still have matches to play afterwards.
Yeah. And it's just a quick note. I totally forgot that Buriram has kind of changed the logo. This looks pretty sick. It looks like a lightning in the bottle for one of the powerhouse teams of SEA. But of course, the standings will continue to change because we also have Group B matches coming down just in the near future, so expect the numbers to constantly shift.
Yeah, Buriram's logo change. I read up about it a little bit. Apparently, it's what they've learned throughout all the experience that they've had through the esports scene, and now they're trying to turn like the esports arm to be slightly different from their actual football team. So I think it's a great look, and it is a dangerous battle cry. But at the same time, they're going to be facing off against PE, and after what we saw from last year coming in for PE, if you're fighting one guy, you're fighting 4 guys.
Yeah, and that's sort of what BRU is all about. And I think they're gonna have some pretty good shows coming up, right? Because they're gonna be taking on PE Sports. So that personally for me is one of the highlights of today as well. Aside from AG against RQ Kazu, I think this one is going to be the rivalry that we've seen between these 2 regions. But we're gonna let these players take a break already, and so will we. When we come back, Buriram United Esports take on PE Sports, the second best of 3 of the day.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially.
Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able
A 12-57.
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting! In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot today. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from anywhere. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Welcome back to the Free Fire Clash Masters Southeast Asia Spring Season 2026. This is week 1, day number 2, and we are your casters for this evening. It's Husky and Gideon Q on the mic as we get ready to close out the Group A contest with Buriram United Esports against P Esports, a long-standing rivalry between two giant organizations now on Clash Squad.
Both of them on fire in their previous rounds, and now they face off against each other. The question is, who's going to come up on top? Most people are still going to be riding on the legacy of BRU, but at the same time, PE, it looks like they might be able to have a really good chance. We'll see when we start getting into the game, and more importantly, once we start seeing the maps of the compositions. But man, this is a scary one.
Yeah, this is, I mean, for PE Esports, that just as a team has one of the greater redemption stories ever since EWC 24. But coming against BRU is going to be a tall task, and I think that our predictions, align. They say it all. I personally think BRU is still going to win 2-0, but what I'm hoping for is PE Esports giving them a tight fight, a tight contest.
We've set the benchmark right now for BRU, and I think that's what everybody is supposedly expecting. Unless you come from Vietnam and you're a big PE Sports fan, then keep on believing, because I think they're, as you mentioned, a really, really good chance for them, because it feels like the next step in their evolution is not only working as a team as 4, but once you have that synergy, you start to trim down on the fat. From 4, it can become 2 to eventually 1, and once they get to that point, that's when they become unstoppable.
Yeah, this is a team that was the only Vietnamese representative, 2 years ago in Riyadh. The entire region missed out last year. But when they stepped on the global stage, PE Esports was one of the forerunners for PE Esports. So it really does say a lot of how far they have come. But we have to first talk about one of our most decorated rosters in Free Fire history, BRU. Same faces, Jonah, Moshi, Get High, Wasana, World Championship trophy holders, MVPs in the making, current and past princes and kings. These royalties are what made SDA Free Fire what it is today.
They've got a legacy behind them. They have hit benchmarks and set benchmarks for themselves continuously to let the world chase after them. At this point here in Clash Squad, are they going to elevate this mode too, or is this just going to be a side gig where they dominate the tournament?
Yeah, I think, if they can complete this inaugural season of Clash Squad for this year, they're going to complete the golden road, essentially. PE Sports will be looking to stop them with LBT leading the helm, but they also have some fresh faces for the year. Huangxi, Zeref, and Situan. And from yesterday's performance, they show some pretty good potential.
They've got shooters, don't get me wrong, and I think that LBT is making sure that at least the environment is very much like what they were trying to implement last year onto this year, and hopefully they see a lot of potential in these players to hit a higher height for the rest of the competitive year.
Yeah, and one of the things about, I think, just Free Fire in general is that roster changes don't happen very, very often. And when they do, it usually is for very specific reasons. And this is why we see teams like BRU stick together for years on end. When, and they finally delivered the first world trophy to Asana, and then Jonah becomes the first 3-time world champion. There's a lot going on behind the scenes, and yet they still are chasing for greater heights.
All the boys from BRU in separate areas, while PE Sports trying to maintain cohesion all in one space. We'll see whether that's going to make the difference or not in their communication overall. But I think, a big shout out to the coaches who really have to take the time out to make sure that everything lines up according to plan. In terms of the lineup, it looks like PE Sports are the ones picking up Solara. BRU then takes on Nextera, and PE decides on the final map to be Bermuda.
So completely omitting Kalahari for this map pool. I think it's completely understandable because BRU actually has a pretty impressive track record on Kalahari. Compared to the other contenders that we have. So let's see how this one's going to play out on Solara. It's going to be the first time we see Solara today, and see what stories the draft will tell us. BRU with the immediate Cassie ban.
I like this because at least with the way if BRU wants to play a hit and run style, Cassie is going to be a huge deterrent in a lot of those types of fights. It also means that BRU could position themselves for an aggressive spearhead style of composition because they do have first pick in comparison to PE Esports. If they see Ignis start showing up, maybe even a Narrow, something that they might want to consider banning out early on, and it looks like they're going to ban out the Ignis to force BRU in a more front approaching in your face style.
So the Narrow is now kept open, but we also have the Oscar, which is prime for that first pick if BRU wants to go for him. This is also a roster that for a while was only working with one coach, which is Deck Long, and then they got Namo in, and Namo eventually departed, and now they're back to just one coach. But again, Oscar picked up by BRU as the first pick. Let's see if PE Sport responds with the Narrow. I feel like Narrow is very much on the priority list.
They need a way to deal with it, or they could go for denial picks like Zane, for an example, now that we know that Cassie, who's supposed to be one of the premium supports next to Zane as well, Orion going to get locked in early on. They can play aggressively or defensively. This doesn't tell too much about where the direction of the composition is going to go. Are they going to go for an information gatherer, or are they immediately going to pick up the Narrow? It looks like they're going to take the Narrow, now leaving BRU in priority.
I guess Mad Coda coming through, which is it should be the next next priority for BRU. You take that Coda away, and then you essentially force PE Sports to sort of figure out a way to gather intel, right? Like back then, we would fall back to the Clue, but so far in the 2026 season, Clue hasn't really been on that list. So Zane and Coda will be the BRU choice.
Right, all right. As expected, Zane and Coda. Let's see what PE Sports is looking to reply with. Because again, both Neron as well as Orion both have great actives to be able to play hyper offensively or even defensively. But it's about zone control, right? That's the most important thing. Orion is really good at buying time, while Nero's good at kind of hunkering down and denying blue walls off of a specific area. Kenta is being hovered over here. So they want to deal with this whole front-running composition from BRU by trying to mitigate the shots that they pull through, and it looks like they want to have Clue just for the information.
Yeah, so very standard, picks towards the end. Although I feel like the Kenta is PE Sports telling BRU that they're willing to take that fight head on. It feels like BRU is coming at them like a brick wall, and PE Sports is going to build a brick wall of their own. No, BRU. What else? I mean, Iris and Santino is still up on the table. This should be a very straightforward choice.
Yeah, I was thinking either Santino or even like another attempt at Morse, right? Because again, when you see information gatherers on the opposite side, you know that you can abuse the fact that you can go completely invisible. But they're going to stick to their guns, what they're comfortable with. Not to mention that Moshi is going to have his hands on Santino, so no surprises there. But BRU, they're going to play standard lineup PE Sports. I'm more concerned about them because LBT is going to have to do a lot of work on the Kenta to get value or provide value.
Yeah, and a lot of times when a team goes up against BRU, the first thing that we look at isn't from the tactical standpoint, but more of how much can you withstand some of the firepower of BRU, right? How small is the gap? Can you match up to the firepower that BRU brings to the table? Because if you can't out-mechanic them, you've already lost a big part of the war.
Not to mention that, I mean, Wasana has been working so hard, playing Oscar for over a year and a half at this point, trying to make sure that he's like, all right, I'm finally off of Tatsuya. I've got 2 in the pocket. Now let's brawl it out. Let's fight.
Yeah, and this is, if you want to highlight real, Wasana is, I feel like he is he's the best, I think, rusher in the entire competitive scene right now. It's just unmatched, right? Like mechanic-wise, sure, but his decision-making, the aggressiveness that he brings to the table, it feels like something only lunatics would attempt, and then you have Wasana that makes it look flawless.
Hopefully it's going to be flawless, but we do have an interview before we start coming back into the game. We'll catch you right after these messages.
Mình nghĩ là có, tại vì team mình mới tuyển được 3 bạn bắn rất là hay, nên là tụi mình khá là tự tin để tiến sau. Tại vì huấn luyện viên nghĩ chắc tụi em bắn 2 map đó, nên huấn luyện viên em sẽ chọn map đó, map bắn đầu tiên để lấy lợi thế.
Now the mystery is, who was behind LBT?
I was going to say the exact same thing. And it was in this room, so it could have been any of the three people behind him, or even the coach. We don't know. We'll never truly know.
Yeah. So yeah, like he said, this is a team that has one of the bigger roster changes, right? So LBT is the only sort of long-standing member of PE Sports since one of the earlier days. I think since 2023 or 4. So gonna have some responsibilities, some weight on his shoulders as the senior, but he seems confident, and so does the coach, seeing that they play Solara and decided that this is the map that they're gonna try and gain some advantage on.
Well, I'm not 100% sure, right? We weren't given that many details of what they meant by, we can play Solara. What Solara? What does that mean? Does it mean that I'm like, all right, we have a 49% win rate? I guess that's better than the rest of our maps, so I guess we can play it. We got no numbers to back it up for the time being, but let's see, right? Because I think this will be a very good litmus test for PE Sports. A majority of the players are new, and I think this will be one of the few times that they're going to have like an honest fight, an honest 4v4 against a team like BRU at such a high caliber.
Yeah, and it's also worth pointing out right now that there are actually academy teams for some of these organizations, and one of it, C1, actually is from, I believe, WAG Academy, joining PE Sports, and even WAG themselves have recruited some of the academy players. So I think, for those who might be new to the scene, there's good grassroots initiatives, right? At least for the Vietnamese region, who has been catching up in the past few years, and I think right now is standing toe-to-toe with Indonesia, for example.
It might bring a lot of hope to the region as a whole if they're able to, take this win against BRU with such fresh players. And I think there is a huge difference between playing on the professional stage and playing in the academy stages of your career, the tier 1s versus the tier 2s. I don't know how big of a gap there is, but the fact that PE Sports have not only invested in getting this new lineup, 3 new members as well, goes to show that they see something in these kids. I'm curious, what is it?
Yeah, and that's something that I think PE Sports is going to have to answer in this series. Although for BRU, we saw how ruthless they were yesterday, which is sort of a good evolution. There were times where you clearly know that BRU were chilling around, they were going at it, 50%. But I think ever since last year, especially after EWC, they were just going in ham. Every single game, they play it as if it's the championship match. So no holds bars. Let's see how this round 1 plays out.
And immediately comes on to LBT, getting taken down almost straight away. Jonah puts him down into the dirt, but at least they find trades back, right? Now, leaving Jonah all by himself, they know that he can do it, but unfortunately, there's only 2 shots in such a small weapon. Early rounds done. Pistols are fast, as they should be. But man, so close quarters straight away. That's just Solara for you.
Yep, Solara in a nutshell, and to mention shotgun fights. And well, we got a do-over again. And this time, they will have access to slightly better weaponry. Of course, for BRU, it's just this is a minor pitfall in that round 1 got slightly outgunned by PE Sports. Let's see if they can push this envelope forward a bit more.
Hopefully the Armors is going to help. Wanted to control the right side, but Zverev is able to get on the inside straight away. They need to isolate this fight, but unfortunately they already lost 1. Moshi takes it out as Zverev finds a quick trade onto Wasana. Moshi is able to take out Hongshin. Get high now, takes the space and the advantage and runs with it as they close things out here on round number 2, 3-0. Wow. How did Moshi get away with this? They were able to lock him down the last time, but fighting for the center, I think that transition of trying to push out from that center point cost them too many members.
Yeah, I think Moshi probably repositioned with the mannequin too. And that basically, cut line of sight, right? Because he was brought down very low and then his health just stopped going down. So I could only assume that he repositioned and that allowed Get High to come in with that mini Uzi for the cleanup. And that is sort of the tempo that PE Sports needs to get used to as quickly as possible, because BRU, they strike hard and fast, and often than not, the round sort of ends before you are mentally ready to respond. We are going to have a bit of a pause to make sure that our players have the optimal condition to play, and that gives us especially PE Sports, some time to adjust.
Yep, PE Sports have a little time to think about it. If I saw the stats correctly, Wasana has gone down both of those rounds very early on. I think he only had 47 damage for the past 2 rounds, which is rather shocking since he is the entry fragger for the team. So at least for PE, that first round doesn't give you too much information. It's close quarters. It's just whoever is able to land more shots is going to win you the round. The second round was kind of interesting because they walked in with, extra armor, some upgraded weapons as well, and yet they still dropped it down due to the play coming in from Moshi, picking off 2 with akimbo revolvers of all things. So let's get back into this game and find out whether or not this is a fluke or whether or not it's just a lack of economy from the side of BRU, in especially on the pistol round.
To see if BRU, let's see what the plan is, right? Because that UAV actually is going to be sent out, so it reveals PE's position. Moshi gets spotted out. Couple of tags, but Wasana has already found LBT. And yeah, Wasana, he's pretty much online, right in the face of Huang Shi. That's 2 down for PE.
Confidence, raw confidence. Now we see that Zaref is going to quickly get flanked almost straight away once the front line gets breached almost instantaneously. Wasana didn't even he took his time to turn around. He jumped past, took his time, reloaded, looked back, and then he already had Jonah to back him up. So in both situations here, it's just the smoke and mirrors. Pull the attention. Attention is a powerful currency in a game that requires you to have line of sight.
Yeah, that felt like a boss fight from the PoE of the PE members, right? Just Wasana just walking in a straight line and still wins.
He'll never expect this movement. Now, gear value, PE, significantly behind on this one. Rifles, all but purchased up in level 3 armors from the side of BRU. They're going to take a little bit of a different approach here, has a little bit more space to play, but they want that high ground and they want to start poking out their opponents on the opposite end.
Yeah, this is going to force PE Sports to split formation and isolate them. In benefits of BRU, the glue wall is going to keep Zaref trapped, and Wasana claims another elimination. And the Get High is going to have some time to heal back out, whereas the rest of PE Sports now are completely in the rough spot with not much utility to work with as well.
So on the opposite end, looking on the outside to make sure that Moshi doesn't get too much value here, as we see the rest of BRU slowly cutting down onto these glue walls, breaking them down one by one to slowly push them back into the corner as LBT finally goes down and executed by the help of Jonah and Huang Shi, the next to fall. Yep, as expected, Sichuan as well. All lined up for this quick kills. What a fast round coming out for BRU. They lost it as soon as they won this round as soon as they were able to block off Zaref's Orion from actually escaping with a glue wall of their own.
Yeah, and it's also the setup from BRU, the double ice grenade, to not only deal chip damage to PE, but to force them to split. Zaref walked forward and his teammates backed off. And that's where the rush begun. The rest was history. BRU, again, just a tactical brilliance in terms of how they approach these tight corners and the usage of the ice grenades as well. They make sure to cover as much area as possible so that regardless of where PE moves, they are forced to take the damage.
Yeah, I'm rather surprised that Sichuan didn't get like a deeper cryo mine, right, to try and control that space. But again, they're going to do it very early on. And finally, even the cryo mine is going to come out as Wasana's going to find first blood almost straight away onto Huang Shi. Their front line has significantly got weaker, but at the very least, oh no, Moshi, he catches LBT, and now Get High is going to hold him in place as Moshi is going to hold the position, allowing Get High and as well as their brothers to catch back up on the opposite end. And here comes Wasana. He wants part of this too.
And Jonah went for the boost, and Wasana, he's going to clean all of them up. They had no idea that Wasana was behind them. There's still a glue wall between the remaining PE members and Wasana, but Wasana gets to do whatever he wants. Moshi in the red, Wasana fighting it out. It's only Zaref in between them. And Zaref loses the fight. T1 in a 1v2. Get High gets picked back up. And now 1v3 in favor of BRU.
Quickly, it's just trying their best to get a little bit of economy back. And unfortunately for Sichuan, he was on the low ground, so he couldn't see any of that action unless Wasana was like hopping the fence. And finally, they close out the round. BRU just demolishing that front line. It's almost straight away. PE, they just have to make sure they don't lose a member that early.
I mean, the angle from Moshi too was perfect to put on suppressive fire onto PE Sports. And there was a short time frame where PE had the advantage. Jonah went for the shoulder boost, got taken out instead. And at that point in time, PE had the numbers, but they just did not expect Wasana to come in for the flank. And this guy is now sitting at a 6-1 and 3 KDA.
Yep. The weapons coming out for BRU starting to look a little devastating here with PE. Not optimal, but should be good enough. We're hoping that Huangshi is able to find something here, as now the UAVs being thrown out from both sides, ensuring full information about what's going on. Now, BRU on the northern side is going to be looking to get into the secondary factory compound to start their flanks off, but Jonah needs to hold his position, and unfortunately loses out the trade. Time Turner coming in for Zera just in time to buy him some time, quickly using the Orion to ensure the knockdown, willing to give up his life for it, as Moshi takes out Huangshi. No shotgun action for you, a good headshot to try and close out this round, turning this into a 2v1.
Yeah, LBT also got picked off screen too, so once more down to just the narrow Sikuan. Not really much in the tank in this round. The rest of BRU will hunt him down to get themselves the 5th round of this map. And I gotta say, individually, Zerif has a pretty good moment, right? The way he outmaneuvered Jonah was one for the highlights, but again, it's just the translation wasn't really there. He wins the 1v1, but then his teammates get picked off. So it didn't really amount to the advantage that PE Sports were looking for.
And that's the thing. I'm not like 100% sure because they don't have a decent way to deal with multiple glue walls at once. And I think that's the biggest problem. Multiple glue walls at once when it's like dropped after the prio mine, right? Especially in a place that doesn't have access to that singular ability. That's when it becomes an even bigger problem because at least for BRU, they can hold back on their util and just wait a little bit longer to find those key moments. And immediately they find a pincer maneuver onto Zeref, unable to respond in time with the help of the Valiant Dash. As center ground is taken, PE Sports are forced to give it up, and Jonah takes out LBT. Damage mitigation don't mean much. Sichuan trying to take as many shots as possible. Finally get high, gets taken out with a little bit of help from Huangshi, who finally goes down, turning this into a 3v1 in almost less than a minute.
It's the classic BRU gameplay here. A rude awakening for PE Sports, especially the newer members who have yet to face off BRU in an official match. This is the pace that they will have to play with for the rest of the series, as BRU very convincingly wins this one. A Slaughterfest 6-1 on Solara, as every single round is just BRU running straight at PE Sports.
Every single time. Wasana and Get High get real feisty with it. When Captain Jonah ain't sitting right next to him, this is when the personality starts coming out, when Big Brother ain't looking.
I'm pretty sure Jonah is finally happy to pass the torch because 2 years ago he was the one who was leading all the smack talk for BRU, and then last year poetically Wasana gets the MVP, wins his first world trophy, and then Get High had his moment as well, right? Standing up on the chair when they won that final round. Wasana, he can retire in peace, at least as the main smack talker of the team.
Love it. Still love it. Man, a quick game coming in from BRU side. And man, it's really tough for PE because a lot of it just comes down to this, how quickly BRU make these decisions. And it's the small things, right? Even just locking, making sure that, hey, we know that Orion can't phase through these glue walls. We just got to block it off, and they have no way to clear massive amounts of glue walls in the first place. So really taking advantage of the small things in the game.
Yeah, and again, this is sort of like the entry exam, I think, for all teams facing up against BRU. BRU are the ones that write the question, and the question is very simple. Can you outgun us? And if the answer is no, that's what BRU will do. They will just run at you every single round in a straight line and win.
They'll literally go prone in the middle of a fight just to make a point, just to show that they're a cut above. It's a little devastating if you're going to be a PE side, but I think immediately it starts to keep you thinking, okay, hey, we need to change up the composition just a little bit more right now. We had a couple of good ideas, but unfortunately we're not all lined up to get full points from Kenta, especially when he needs to be in one direction. You can only take, you get the damage reduction as long as you're looking in the direction that you're fighting in, and it has to come from that front face. If you get shot in the side, you get shot in the back, you get no damage reduction. You can get beamed like anybody else.
Yeah, and it doesn't make any harder to execute when you have characters that can maneuver around the battlefield, right? Oscar is a very good example. You put the barrier up, he dashes behind you, and you will have to have those quick reactions. But even then, why put yourself through that trouble, right? Something that, food for thought for PE Sports, but BRU just is one of those situations where the game ends and you just look at BRU and think to yourself, yeah, it's another BRU game.
Again, sticking to the branding, sticking to their trademark of always winning for the time being. We'll see whether somebody else will be able to put up a decent fight against them. But for now, PE, again, mock trial exam 1 done. Second one about to happen before we close out this particular series. And I think that, again, yes, it's going to be difficult to outgun them, but let's give them as many advantages as possible to try to at least get a passing mark.
Yeah, and hopefully if they are on that first pick for map number 2, I'm looking at the Oscar, right? But I have a tingling feeling, I'm not sure how accurate this is going to be, that BRU will just go, hey, you're on the first pick, we ban Oscar. Let's see what you got. Because I feel like BRU is one of those confident teams that is willing to ban out these kind of characters to force you into uncomfortable spots. They sort of shown it in previous Clash Squad tournaments that they have been a part of, and not to mention when they themselves can get an advantage from that because of their wider pool. These kind of traits are usually what BRU likes to go for.
Yeah, and they just want to be in your face. They want to be able to kind of punish you for these mistakes. If you're not going to put up resistance, I think that's when BRU really starts to shine, because they know how to put like an immense amount of pressure, and more importantly, so just the fact that their whole team knows exactly what they do, what they're doing when the entry does get initiated. Everybody has the same target priority. They're not wasting too much effort at looking at different targets. It's all about working together to take down the targets one by one.
Yeah, I think sort of the theory to go up against BRU is not to sort of outlast them, but is to take the fight to them and beat them. And that is, at least teams that beat them, BRU, whether in Battle Royale or Clash Squad, have had the same approach where they take the fight to BRU and they just roll with it, right? They beat BRU at their own game. Because, what better way to overcome your school bullies than to knock them out.
They got to take the initiative here for the side of PE. They got to force BRU to respond to them rather than the other way around. But let's look at the MVP of this match. Give it over to Wasana after 2 back-to-back, not exactly great rounds at the beginning of the series, but pulls it back afterwards with 10 eliminations. Huge here on this Oscar.
An average of, he has an elimination for at least every single round that he played in. If we, put the first 2 rounds aside, he basically got an average of 2 eliminations in the last 5 rounds that he played. And we've only had 7 rounds and Wasana has 10 eliminations. So it really shows you the work that he's put in with the max 7 of all weapon. And clearly, BRU hasn't really needed to sweat yet.
Not yet. I would like to see them sweat just a little bit here, at least in match number 2. I want to see whether PE Sports can actually put them in that position. But overall, it's tough, right? Because again, when we're comparing it role per role, especially when we're talking about the impact that Moshi had within this game, a lot of these early picks were either found by Wasana or even Moshi in these moments, right? Those off angles had to be contested by Sitwan or even Zeref at times, but both of them weren't able to stop Moshi.
Yeah, especially Sitwan, having to play the sniper role in a way, but has 0 impact on the game because he just could not find the right moment to help his teammate. A lot of times when we kind of put the camera on him, he was out of position. He was being forced away by Moshi, and it's pretty tough when PE's approach to this is having a triple rusher, 1 sniper. You want to be aggressive on paper, but you don't have the tools to make it happen.
Well, don't get me wrong. I think that Sitwan is actually providing at least a couple of shots to support their front lines, allowing people like even Zeref or even Huangshi to find eliminations of their own. That's why he's walking away with no eliminations, but a lot more assists in general, while still pumping out a decent amount of damage. It just means that he's hitting shots, just not necessarily headshots, which might make the difference in these moments compared to BRU, where everybody has hit at least 1 elimination headshot, and at the very minimum are putting 300 every single round on average.
Yeah, they're completely brutalizing the KDA as well. It's like 15-0 as compared to like 1.4 on the side of PE Sports. Definitely not indicative of PE's performance, or at least PE's power capabilities. We know that coming into this series, it is going to be pretty one-sided, but thankfully it's a best of 3. PE Esports still have a chance to redeem themselves going into Nextera for the second game. And this one being, BRU's map pick. Let's see how that one's going to play out.
Nextera is always going to be a little interesting. We'll see whether or not we get some of the unfair sides of the map or not. And even so, these repeat maps, it's tough to say who has an advantage when you're winning one, and then when you reverse, you're losing the other. Oh, tough.
Yeah, and their Vietnamese counterparts Heavy experienced that just an hour ago. But again, we still have chances for PE Esports to recover from it. Hopefully, it doesn't dampen their morale, by any magnitude, because this is sort of kind of the toughest hurdle to go through when you come in with a plan and then you get completely dumpstered by the enemy team, and now you have to immediately prep for the next game. This is where some of the mental warfare begins for any team that loses in that manner.
Let's have a look at the map order, right? How exactly are they going to try and break them apart? On what map are they going to do it exactly on? Here on Nextera, and the final one being Bermuda. At least PE get to decide on their first picks here on blue side. Man, is there a composition that actually benefits them against BRU?
I think if you want to look for a composition that completely benefits them, probably not. Look at the Oscar banner. I have a feeling this was going to happen. So, all right, PE Esports, they are now going to have to think of other ways. But to answer your question, I think there's no one answer to BRU, but you just need to have a lineup that's a bit more all-round to handle them, right? A lineup that either stops their aggression in the first 15 to 30 seconds, or a lineup that can punch back just as hard.
And we'll see how hard that lineup is going to be, because with the safe pick in Orion, it does mean that Zane is going to go into the hands of BRU, which has been doing real good for them, especially with their front-facing style. Coda as well going to get it locked in relatively early. Kind of interesting to see the Coda, but I think they want to respond to what PE Esports is going to do.
Yeah. Let's see, the Coda, Zane, the Cassie, and Oscar being banned out. So Nero is left open again. What else does PE Esports? I mean, the clue is, I was thinking either the clue or the Santino. I feel like you need the clue, but by picking the clue, it means that the Santino doesn't feel as good anymore, and you don't really have a front line per se. This could force them to go for Kenta again.
Do they want Kenta as the natural way to support Orion, or would they prefer if they just went into something along the lines of Ignis to slow down the initial attacks coming in from BRU? Even Nero, I want to say that Nero probably is a little bit lower down on my list for PE Esports, because Nero forces you to fight here and now. Once the active is done, there's you kind of don't do much afterwards, right? You're just another body in comparison to Ignis, where you can kind of slow it down and use the charges accordingly.
Yeah. I'm just slightly sad that Chrono isn't as relevant anymore. You only see the time turner from the ability cards. That was one of the few answers back then. Ignis goes over to BRU. This is going to be pretty scary for PE Esports to deal with, because just like game one, you did say that only having an arrow means that you don't have ways to deal with glue walls when the Cryo Mine is on cooldown. Now they are back in the same spot.
Yep. And worse yet, they still, again, they've got to be like really, really confident in taking out at least one member early on within the first 15 seconds of the fight, right? And I think that PE Esports, if they don't find that window, then all their cooldowns are just basically done for, right? Nero won't be able to support the Orion once he goes in his invulnerable form. Steffi, once again, for the side of PE Esports, just considering that BRU, when they play this front-facing comp, they do use a lot of hand grenades, especially in those close quarters.
Steffi is a good way to mitigate those early pressure from the utilities of BRU, but again, it's just a band-aid to a bigger problem, right? And I think even if they can stop that, they still need to contend with BRU running in their face. But sadly, this lineup can only do so much. You can only patch a couple of holes, and the rest is going to come down to how PE Sports responds to BRU's second wave of aggression.
Yeah, I really think that Ignis is going to be a huge problem for PE Sports, right? He's going to be able to kind of control the tempo of these fights and give a free escape to any of the caught-out members of BRU, assuming they happen to be exposed in the front line for like a little too long, because we know how they like to either play 2-on-2s, or even 3-on-1 style formations when they're trading out their front lines to distribute the damage towards all the members rather than just one person.
Yeah. So going into game 2, BRU, again, just one map ahead. We've seen how they dealt with Evos Divine yesterday. 6-1, 6-0. PE Sports seems to be there seems to be the impending fate that this might happen again. But again, I part of me is still hopeful. I want to see what PE Sports is capable of. I think game 1 doesn't do any justice. So hopefully Nextera will show us a different story. But before we hop onto Nextera, let's hear what the players have to say coming into day number 2.
ก็ผมเห็นจากฟอร์มเมื่อวานนะครับผมว่าผมก็ไม่ได้เตรียมอะไรครับก็ค่อยมาวัดกันครับแต่ก็อ่อนให้พวกผมด้วยครับก็ไม่ได้ลองอะไรใหม่ๆครับใช่ก็ได้เหมือนเดิมตอนที่ซ้อมมาครับ
Đừng bắn tôi, làm ơn.
Don't you love it when the response to an enemy aggressor is "Don't shoot me"? Sadly for you, LBT, BRU is coming straight at you. So for them, I mean, BRU, they're just gonna play the way that they've had. It's such a standard answer for Jonah. I feel like it's like a script built into his brain, because Jonah always says the same thing. But that's the thing. BRU, they don't need to change because they've been winning.
Yeah, and it's hard to argue with any of his words because they've proven it time and time again. You don't need to doubt us. We got this in the bag. He's on his phone. He's probably scrolling through TikTok to find the stream or something like that. He's that confident. The rest of his teammates are even just taking their time with everything else. I agree with LBT. I would say, like, yeah, please don't shoot me like a civilian on the front lines. Don't, but I'm not part of this.
Yeah, as a part of the Geneva Convention, you're not allowed to injure civilians in a war zone. But sadly, to win the round, everyone on the opposing side has to go down, and that's how it is. I'm pretty sure Jonah is ordering takeouts already. He's like planning what to eat for dinner later on.
He's searching up international law real quick, just like, is what we're doing bad?
Can we do this? Like, can we win like 6-0 or does it have to be 6-1? Like where do we draw the line here?
Wasana's asking Jonah, we can't shoot civilians, right? And Jonah's like, he just because he said don't shoot me doesn't mean we're not gonna do it.
He made a request, but it's not mandatory. We're not obligated to follow. Let's see. I mean, BRU now leading the series as we hop onto Nextera for game number 2. PE Sports, they got to find a way back into this, or BRU will run away with a 2-0.
Well, let's find out who it's going to be. Right now, the likelihood is very heavily in BRU's favor, but PE Sports, they got to show us something here and now to make the difference. Immediately a clue pop just to see information where exactly they're going to be. They quickly take the teleporter as well as the rest of BRU is going to take the center ring. Moshi quickly gets out just in time to regroup with his team. And now Asana in the mix, trying to take out as many PE members as possible. He finds one, looking for a second one, but not enough shots are landing on Wasana, while the rest of the team quickly swarms out and cleans up the rest. Sichuan and Zeref go down as LBT is able to find one more. No, it's not enough. Zeref and Sichuan were just enough.
Another pistol round goes over the PE Sports, and I honestly thought that BRU will win this one because I thought that jump scare moment, right? A big Ignis flame mirage from the back, I think tagging 3 members of PE. But hey, if there's any consolation prize, we know that if everyone has pistols, the odds are better. But in game 1, this was where things started to go downhill for PE when BRU starts to get their hands on some proper weaponry other than just mere pistols. The PE Sports, they're going to stack up and go towards the left side of the map, but Moshi can take a teleporter and might intercept some of them.
Oh, it looks both sides went for the 2-2 split here with Santino cutting across the center as well. Moshi, unfortunately, goes down, and now it's a man advantage coming in for PE Sports. This could be their moment to take another round off of BRU to start their momentum. They're going to take their time with it. They have full control here, and now they spotted Jonah on that top side. Zeref is taking out shots at anybody who exposes themselves on his side of the map.
Yeah, great punish there because Moshi took the teleporter and it was 4 PE members right in front of him. And Jonah being pinned down as well by Zverev means that BRU needs to rely on Wasana or Get High to get an opening. But unfortunately, they don't have the utilities online. Get High has already used his Flame Mirage and the rest of their abilities are on cooldown. So PE gets to slow the game down.
As much as they want to slow it down, at the same time, with micro Uzis, who knows if they're able to close the distance. That low ground is dangerous, and PE Esports are aware of it. They've got Huangxi on the opposite end just to make sure that, hey, we know every single angle. BRU don't. And I think they're just waiting for a little bit longer to get their active abilities back up. Get High has no charges. Jonah still has plenty of time, and the same goes for even Wasana. You should be able to pop it off just in time with the Zane. And now, hopefully, Zverev takes the first initiation because at least he has iframes to deal with it.
There's a 3-man stack as well for PE Sports. On that low ground, Huangxi will be playing by the perimeter. And I think Wasana might have to be the first one to make the move. Jonah makes the call right now as BRU is going to force herself into the center. Maybe we'll just come down to a Hail Mary 4v3. The Flaming Rush gets dropped. Jonah taking some pot shots, but it will be a 2v3 in this area. We see the Orion being used as well, and that is more than enough to give PE Sports the second round.
And that's exactly how PE Sports have to play it. Find that man advantage. Let BRU come to you. Use your superior weaponry and don't lose a brother. Zverev coming in here is especially important that he is the first person who actually takes aggression from BRU because his iframes is just that good. But at the same time, he's going to make sure that he's gotten all the attention of the members of BRU rather than just one. Because, well, the secondary fragger is probably going to take a hellstorm full of bullets if that is the case.
And it's kind of a slower game pace. Definitely feels like it benefits PE slightly more if the Orion gets to play that bait and switch. But BRU still continuing to play a more aggressive front. And now less the ice grenades opening thanks to the Steffi. Blue is going to get put up. The smoke grenades doesn't make it any easier for BRU in particular. As their glue walls get shot down very quickly.
This is really smart from the side of PE, using the smokes using early smokes instead of early glue walls to block line of sight. And now Moshi turns the corner, manages to find Sichuan. Huangxi is able to trade out against Jonah, but here comes Ignis as he's slowly going to clear up that way on that high ground. Moshi has to keep these flankers at bay, and while weaving in the shots whenever he can, as Wasana jumps on into this next fight. LBT takes out Wasana with the MP5, and Get High finally goes down. LBT is taking out the high ground, and it's all up to Moshi to land just enough shots to close this round out, but PE Sports close it out first.
3 rounds in a row for PE Sports, and just better weaponry making the difference in this round. Wasana only having a mini Uzi, unfortunately, just could not stand up to what LBT has in his hands. And the economy is what's giving PE Sports the advantage. And at least this is the closer fight that we've been wanting to see. BRU being put on the back foot.
That's 3 rounds back-to-back wins for PE Sports. Now BRU finally on the recovery path, right? They're getting extra gear value here. They got VSSs on their side, and immediately shots being fired through mid just to show presence. But the gondola control is going to be important here for this side of the factory.
This time switching to more of a long-range warfare, triple stack from BRU. 2 of them onto the gondola. Moshi and Get High will work together as Jonah again receives attention from 2 of the PE members. This will be a point of distraction for BRU to aggress forward, but I think PE has spotted them.
They know that their members on this gondola making their way forward. Oh, the Cryomite is in a perfect spot. Zverev is all by himself, but he's got LBT nearby. He even drops the smoke just in case. The Ignis wall does come through. The Mirage is done. LBT gets shot from the back. From the side to Get High, Wasana finally goes down. Zverev has found the trade. Can he get another one here? He goes for the execute instead. Turns the corner. He should be able to find it. And there we have it. Get High still alive for some reason. Zverev finally takes him out with plays. They've traded 2 for 2 so far. They might be able to Get High is just way too far, but Moshi does come to save the day. He hops over the gondola side and is actually able to bring on another member. He can get a revive down here, and that could turn the tides against Sichuan.
It was pretty close. I think Zverev was doing a fantastic job in outmaneuvering that strategic-wise, but sadly, BRU just better in these gunfights. And Moshi is the one that saves the day. Sichuan actually fights 2 of them. Wait a minute, there is a chance now. He's down to Jonah. Can Sichuan make the clutch happen? 1 shot away. And Jonah saves the day.
Oh my goodness. The blue was already dealing a decent amount of damage. The heroics coming up from Zeref's side ended up not going the way that he wanted to here. Took a little too long to get the Moshi. He loses a good chunk of his life while he was at it. Didn't realize that Moshi hopped to the opposite side, and once this fight hand, just a good shot coming in from Moshi. Oh, that's gonna be a tough pill to swallow for PE.
Yeah, I can't believe that BRU was able to pull this back. But also, when Zeref was making his outplay happen, they actually ended up sacrificing LBT, who got caught in a crossfire trying to support Zeref. So that sort of also contributed to PE Sports being down one man. Very small margin of error that costed them the round. Either way, they are still ahead. And Zeref, he's going to be the one that takes initiative this time. Jonah around the corner against Huang Shi. The reload had to come through. Jonah still somehow wins.
Up, and Huang Shi just didn't react fast enough to it. Now Get High, he knows he's getting pushed right now. Quickly drops the regroups with the rest of his team. Okay, one wall already down, but Zeref does lose out on one charge of his invulnerability. As Wasana goes for the chase, Sichuan needs to hold back everybody else, peel off Moshi and Get High, but they find consecutive shots one after the other, and the rest of PE just collapse underneath this pressure.
Yeah, Wasana just went on the hunt for Zeref. And I think that's one of the ways to stop the aggression as well, right? We talk about needing ways to set up roadblocks, and BRU have the perfect solution to that. Wasana will end up going down, but the rest of BRU will avenge him pretty quickly. So that's the second round in a row for BRU as they start to build up their economy.
Yeah, I mean, the gauntlet control is always great, but at the same time, it looks like PE opted to try and take on the full front line, or at the very least start pushing them into a position where they can try and corner. Unfortunately, just not enough, but they save so much econ here for the side of BRU. Well, except for Wasana, but everybody else manages to maintain their current standings.
CBRU now having that VSS online, and I think Moshi even has has a AW in hand. Misses the first shot, but does see the drop down from PE Sports, and an immediate trade happened. Huangxi and Wasana take each other out. Get High actually being blasted by LBT with the Trogon. Jonah a bit far away from the rest of his team, and BRU will have to play 2v4.
2v4, and Huangxi as well as Sichuan will be able to get a full reset here. Wait, Huangxi doesn't actually have a medkit, unfortunately. This could be punishable. Let's find out. Jonah turns the corner. Huangxi finally goes down to Sichuan as well. They found the two members that they were looking for. Zeref, he's trying his best to buy some time here as he's slowly weaving out Jonah. Jonah doesn't want to make this happen again. He remembers the last time. He's going to quickly move out. He doesn't know if he has a second charge, but he will finish off another. Moshi does end up taking out Sichuan. Can you find this next one? All right. Huangxi out of the game. Now a beautiful 2v2, but Trogons in hands and even a Tommy gun from LBT's side. He can put a lot of pressure if they're in the mid-range.
Jonah taking matters into his own hand. When push comes to shove, when all the chips are down, everyone from BRU turns into an individual army. Moshi now finally joins the kill feed as he takes out Zeref. This started as a 4v2 in favor of PE and is now down to a 2v1 in favor of BRU. LBT takes a shot from Moshi. This should be the round for BRU. Jonah shuts the show down, and I cannot believe BRU pulls this back.
I can't believe it either. This moment here, just waiting on the initial smoke, right? You can definitely tell that Zeref had the right idea, but the execution just half a second too late. And the smoke popped out just a little bit sooner, and maybe he just dodged a couple more shots, he could have lived that round. But unfortunately enough, his aggression did get punished at the end of the day as Jonah was able to disengage from the fight.
Yeah, wait until chat sees this. They're probably still looking at the earlier rounds and thinking that PE has a chance, but man, when it came to this moment, just a very drawn-out sequence, a bit reminiscent of what AG Global did against Fluxo in the Global Finals last year. It was also on Nextera, on the exact location, and Moshi, with a great pop onto Sichuan, takes him out.
Yeah, but just unaware of this angle, and now they're going to be fighting for the high ground once again, and it's a dangerous spot to be in, but at the very least, they got super bonfires to work on their side. Finally, the Ignis Flame Walls start to come out. The Mirage is good, and BRU completely collapsed this side of the map, leaving Huangxi by himself. He is able to get out one of his members into Sichuan, but again, it's a 2v4 scenario. one of which Moshi is not going to take lightly. The Prior Mind is going to get thrown on top of him. He breaks it almost straight away and now needs to reposition to the higher ground as Wasana looks to cut him off, and there you have it. Another victory going over to BRU.
BRU regaining that mojo, but this shot, woof, with 624 damage, basically shattering the helmet of Situan. There really isn't any way to come back from that. BRU now leads the series in this game 4-3, and that's 4 rounds in a row.
We're going to get reverse sides here. 4 rounds in a row, plenty of momentum, good equipment to work with, signature weapons being purchased as well. Wasana with a Winchester in hand, level 3 at the very least, is able... Wait, actually, hold on. It's a 3-on-2 here. 2 UAVs were actually used. They know it. Yeah, 3-on-3 now with a late rotation.
She's going to make contact with Jonah very soon, and that's not even a chance given. Jonah with the drop shot. Death from above. And LBT getting pinned down as well. The rest of Esports actually were locked out of the Graph Labs. And every time they try to come through, Moshi is there ready and waiting with his AWM as the rest of BRU just run straight at PE Sports. They are willing to trade bodies because they have the numbers, but Zverev holds them back, finds 2 in a row.
Now it's the same 2v2 once again. Oh, tries to jump over, and Jonah gets punished for it. Situan was able to shoot him halfway across the map. This is his moment right here. So Moshi is going to try his very best, but even LBT and Zverev need to work together. They realize that they don't have medkits. Any shots, any picks here is valuable, and Situan puts Moshi down finally as they bring back one of their members. Good stuff coming in from PE.
Yeah, great punish from Zverev. He has already shown some great individual plays, but this was the moment that Zverev decided to really wrestle fate into his own hands. A great angle, separated from the rest of his team. So when BRU went for the rush, they had no idea that Zverev was on the other side of it. Great spray down from mid-air and allowing PE Sports to keep tabs with BRU's scoreline.
All right, it looks like we got a real game here, right? 4-4, the current scoreline. Let's see now, because now the next cyber airdrop is already here. Is this a contestable point for PE, or are they just going to let this round be? In terms of weapon areas, I am seeing Trogons being purchased by PE Sports, not to mention good number of long-range rifles. On the opposite side, Winchester's upgraded as well. Hand cannons, a Trogon coming in from Wasana as well. Early damage as well as the contest for the high point. Zverev trying his best to get high off of this spot, and finally he gets him. Even with the Ignis wall, at the very least, they've started to burn down the blue walls to open up these angles some more as LBT takes out Get High. Luckily, Moshi blocked off from the angle as Wasana now gets punished.
Yeah, Wasana was really trying to get something done, but it's a 4-stack from PE Sports. Jonah chips away the health bar, but they needed knockdowns. It's all in the hands of Mochi at the 1v4. And doesn't look very possible. PE Sports looking at their 5th round right now, and Mochi will need just a heroic play, but with no health, virtually no health to work with. This is going to be PE Sports putting themselves on match point.
Triple kill.
Oh, and there we go. They've got match point just like they were looking for. This is a dangerous moment here. This might turn it into a 1-1 and go straight into game 3 if things play out exactly how they're supposed to play out. It looks like PE have figured out a pattern against BRU. They know when they're going to start contesting for these cyber airdrops, more so than playing flexibly around rounds that don't have them. With 3 in the bag here, it's a lot of economy that they can work for. And honestly, they need to use it right now if they want to close out this game against BRU.
A great punish onto Wasana as well. I think it definitely might have been some miscommunication there from BRU. The continuous commitment into basically a blind zone. It costed them some of those trades with PE Sports willing to stick together through thick and thin. And BRU could be pinged out by the UAV as well. So they know that Moshi should be playing far on the southwestern side.
But then, if BRU get a little too aggressive here, they cross certain thresholds, there's no coming back from them. They're going to be exposed to 3 different angles. And BRU understand that. And now they just want to control the center point for the time being, right? As they realize that there's actually more free space on the right-hand side, you just notice that some of the members, they're starting to split off to that southern side.
Yeah, and I think only PE Sport will capitalize on this. Because Wasana is deathly close to LBT. Another ping there. They know that there is some plans to aggress from the side of BRU. That's why PE Sports, they're going to reconvene back with LBT. And those intel so important.
It's so important, but it doesn't feel like they're doing much with it, right? They're not repositioning for it. They're just regrouping. There's two calls that could have been made there, whether the 3 joins back with the 1 or the 1 joins back with the 3. Either way, they're playing on the outside of this ring, and they need to start taking space now because BRU are covering all the angles here, and even Moshi with a flank angle of his own if they start walking away from the center point.
They did see the mannequin, though, so they can take it out to basically leave Moshi stuck. Wasana comes back in to reinforce that position. It's pretty important for the Santino to work with, and then Nate comes in, get high, being chipped down low, and PE Sports springs into action. Wasana actually goes down. Zera with a good initiative to thin out the numbers of BRU. Get high, only trace for 1, and that's not good enough. BRU needs more, but Jonah ends up getting taken out, and once more it's down to Moshi. 1v3 as PE Sports breaks through the ranks of BRU and looks to take the second map. Moshi finds LBT, but Zverev will shut that down. PE Sports brings us to map 3.
That's the equalizer that we were looking for. They started to pull it back together. BRU making unfortunate mistakes, allowing PE Sports at least the game, which is great under their belt. A confidence boost, and now we're starting to see the real players coming out from the side of PE that we saw yesterday. Zverev still putting some good work.
Zverev is incredible individual performance in both game 1 and 2. Game 1 obviously a bit short-lived, but game 2 Zverev was basically the pillar of the team, winning all these crucial frags, but also covering his teammates very, very well in their times of need, and really showing that some of these rookie talents that PE Sports are confident with, they have now earned themselves, I think, a very good chance of bringing BRU down with them.
I mean, they've got the stamp on the passport for sure at this point, right? We'll see whether they can close out the entire series in 2-1 fashion. I think that'll be even more interesting to really shake up this group, because so far, we didn't have a lot of tension up until day number 2. And I think that so far the tension is looking real good, assuming things go a little off script.
Yeah, I know the LBT requested BRU to not shoot them, but I think BRU maybe held that promise a bit too much. Although I would say PE Sports, they definitely switched up the approach. Instead of just trying to hold back BRU, they took the fight straight to BRU, just like what we wanted, and it paid off.
It paid off big time. And they were even able to find a couple of punishers of their own when BRU were starting to feel themselves a little bit more, even get high, and as well as Wasana really going far out of their position to take space. And that's the moments that you're looking to start pinching them. But at the very least, a bit of a wake-up call for BRU. It's like, okay, we cannot underestimate these guys. Every single time we go for this pinch on the Zverev guy, he goes invulnerable. Orion, a little annoying, but not impossible to deal with.
Yeah, they've done it in game 1 too, right? Even map 2, we said that they might ban out the Oscar, and they immediately did that to put PE Sports in a slightly more uncomfortable drafting spot, and yet PE Sports was able to make it work to do some tactical brilliance. So let's take a look at the highlights of this map 2, because it started off with a 3-0 for PE, and then BRU came back swinging with 4 rounds in a row, and we thought that BRU is going to win, but PE Sports this time was able to defy the odds.
Yeah, they were able to, oh man, Zverev got so much value, able to, life steal away and start sapping the life totals out of multiple members, even though Ignis is on the side of BRU, which is notoriously good in these pistol rounds to get these free chip damage, right? But from that point onwards, once PE has already found 3 rounds in the bag, you would have imagined that they would carry that momentum till the end, and that's where BRU brings it back, especially when there's multiple levels of elevation. That's when BRU can really start attacking you from multiple angles. But we see that, unfortunately, as the game goes on, the map starts to go a little less contained, a little bit more linear, and that's when it got really, really difficult.
Yeah, and I think also it's worth mentioning that PE Sports usage of the utilities, especially the smoke grenades, are actually pretty well done. They were able to cut off line of sight a lot of times, and BRU, because they felt confident, they were willing to throw their bodies into blind spots, and PE Sports took full advantage of that.
Not only the blind spots, but just making sure that they're hitting as many shots as they possibly could, right? I think that like we saw a couple of initiations where it's like, oh, I swing, but the smoke didn't pop as soon as I wanted to. It takes a little bit of time for it to kind of dissipate and completely block off line of sight, especially if you're at the edges of it. But in a lot of these moments, right, as you mentioned, these smokes are going to be the big difference maker, because I don't think BRU is respecting the smoke as much. They can technically spam through it, but it's also a bit of a gamble, right? You waste an entire mag, you reload, you don't hit anything, and then all of a sudden somebody pops out from the other side because they can hear the reload audio.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think that BRU definitely a bit too gung-ho, even though it is BRU. And again, MVP this game is going to be Zero, one of the new kids on the block for PE Sports, with the Orion, just completely foiling the plans of BRU with his response. I think they definitely, you know, on top of his individual gameplay, I think the communication from PE Sports was definitely a lot cleaner in game 2 with how they were consistently responding to BRU's movement. I think the clue actually was key to their win as well, giving them the pings on where BRU members are.
The necessary information that they were looking for. Oh, so good. So very, very good. Let's quickly look at the score. Let's see how the rest of the team was able to provide in terms of their raw damage. Because if we're looking on the other side, our MVP is putting 4,000, while Moshi is almost breaking 5,000, and yet wasn't able to close out these rounds.
Yeah, they were able to farm some very good numbers. But unfortunately, you know, Zeref and LBT, they step up to the plate and they were able to stop Wasana and get high primarily because these two players were the ones that are usually in your face. And then sometimes it's Jonah that leads the charge, but the cleanup crew have always been Wasana and get high. And the fact that PE Sports was able to, you know, nullify their effectiveness gave them more leeway to deal with Moshi afterwards.
In terms of just like sniping capabilities, obviously Moshi is top tier when it comes down to snipers. But even Sichuan, right? He's dealing some decent damage, and even participating in a lot of these fights. He's getting some decent damage at the right times in the middle of these fights. The average damage per round is what I'm most interested here, right? Because Zeref is putting up 400, while Moshi is nearly putting up 500. But then you can start seeing Huangxin and Sichuan was doing a lot better than Wasana and get high per round per capita.
And this guy has 18 assists as well. A big part of it came from the clue, but still 18 assists, just full-on utility gaming, giving his teammates the information that they need to, you know, make educated decisions. Especially that last round that we saw BRU, they tried to split up and put Moshi on the flank, but the constant pings from the clue allow PE Sports to, you know, deny any sort of possibility that BRU is going to jump on their members.
And that's what we want to see here in Clash Masters. Continuous adaptation, really just pushing forward and taking advantage of mistakes and habits that they pick up during these games, rather than just standardized compositions with standardized lines of play. It's got to be a little bit more fluid than that, unfortunately, if you want to be the best.
Yep, and PE Sports, they have shown it once, and, you know, again, bringing this rivalry full circle. Now they need to cross that finishing line, right? Can they stop BRU in that final game? Because we're going to Bermuda, and BRU and Bermuda is synonymous. But thankfully, PE Sports also has a pretty good track record on that map.
They do. I want to see whether they're still going to commit to this Oscar ban for the side of BRU, or it could be the opposite way with PE, to be fair, considering that they lost a lot of that initiation power.
Yeah. And let's see what the draft is going to be in just a little bit. Especially for BRU, I think they might. If I remember correctly, the sequence, they might have first pick for this map, and if they do, then maybe the Oscar will be left open, and they might consider banning out the Nero instead. We sort of saw that in game 1, in series 1 between Evos and Heavy, and it sort of had a big impact on how the second pick team responds. So let's see if that's going to be the case. Again, PE Sports, they did pick Bermuda for map 3. And this will be the final map to see who takes the lead in Group A afterwards.
Oh boy, this is going to be a scary one. This is a real scary one. Especially since it is Bermuda, right? Like a majority of these places are going to be very familiar to the players. But let's jump into the draft, right? What are those bans going to be? This could be the difference maker that PE Sports is looking for.
And right off the bat, I think for BRU, they have to first decide on where to tackle in terms of the draft, because they've led Orion through both times with very limited success, right? It's a 1 win and 1 loss, and indeed they go for the narrow ban for game 3. Now it's PE Sports' turn to respond. We've seen second pick ban out like Cassie. We've seen like Oscar response as well. Let's see if PE Sports is gonna go down the same pattern.
Do they want to follow that pattern is the better question. Knowing that narrow is gone now, there's going to be limitations on how many things we can actually get rid of. They're going to ban out the Orion instead. All right, so I think it's going to be a little bit more traditional, right? There's going to be one more aggressively breaking these walls. I wouldn't be too surprised if BRU go for the Oscar again. Yep, and then PE Sports, they're going to go for Ignis something.
They could take the Cassie Zane.
Oh yeah, there's Cassie Zane.
Cassie Zane is open. I mean, Ignis is also up. It's not too bad of a choice either. But I think the Cassie, it almost feels like you might have to take the Cassie or the Zane, right? Like either or.
Must takes. Or honestly, you just take both just to deny it off of BRU. That's also another option that they do have in the bag. Loosens up BRU's attacking power once Oscar kind of opens up that space, and it looks like they do go for the denial.
Yep. I think BRU must have seen this coming as well. Especially on that first pick, right? Oscar feels too good to give away. And if you just take Cassie, then Oscar Zane gets picked by PE Sports. So it feels like there really isn't much wiggle room on that first pick, sadly. But they will get the Santino for Moshi again. Do you still have the Coda up on the table for Get High? If they, just like the previous games. But Ignis is going to be the choice. I'm okay with it.
Yep. And then lastly is just whatever information gatherer you're looking for, right? We'll see whether or not PE Sports wants to kind of, how else can they make this comp interesting? How are they going to exactly deal with multiple ways, especially with mass glue wall destruction? Does that mean that they just need more money to compensate for it? Or are they just going to go back to Clue rather than Coda? It looks like they want to go to Clue.
I think it makes a lot more sense as well. Clue gave them a lot of advantage, a lot of leverage against BRU in the previous game. The last pick, you're looking for a bit. The Steffi is still up on the table. They don't really have any glue wall destruction aside from Zane, but that requires him to activate his ability. So with the help of the Cassie, it should be a bit more viable than without. So I think the Iris or the Coda both work too.
I want to know all your
Okay, so they're going to go for the Iris. All right, the clue is already there for the recon, so I guess the only way they want to manipulate the way that they play these glue wall fights is with the Iris, hopefully able to support in the front line, or at the bare minimum, just taking out the opposing sniper when the time comes. But timing is key for them. And now BRU, they see the entire lineup. How are they going to respond with this? I would say Coda makes a lot of sense, but they have so many ways to break these glue walls. Do they need the information is the question.
Let's take it back.
So they will go for the Steffi instead. There are decent ways to deal with utils from PE Sports. I would assume that it doesn't affect PE Sports as much, at least in terms of the characters. So this Steffi might be a way for BRU to use to gain ground if they wish to push on forward.
Oh, this is going to be interesting because BRU, they're going to be going into a lot of these fights absolutely blind. They're going to rely purely on instinct and, more importantly, just map awareness when these shots start flying from PE Sports, because they're going to have all the information. They're going to be able to withstand a lot of the poking power from BRU. The only thing is whether or not they can thwart a full initiation of all four of these members, assuming Moshi is able to find that flank.
This is going to be one of the more intense series, right? I honestly, a small part of me wanted this to go 3 games, and I'm glad we made it to the third and final map of the series. Now the pressure is really on, because for PE Sports, I think they feel really good about what they accomplished in game 2, but for BRU, running headfirst into their opponents doesn't work anymore.
Yep, they've learned their lesson here, and now it's something that they're going to quickly adapt from. Bringing out the blankets to keep themselves warm as the rest of PE Sports. They're in good spirits. They're really comfortable as well. We're going to go into a quick interview. When we come back, we're going to be right into the last map in this series, so don't go anywhere.
Mình cảm thấy đội ấn tượng nhất đối với tụi mình là RRQ. Tại vì RW rất thích bắn Kenta, nhưng mà tụi mình không hiểu vì sao.
Yeah, you've heard it. For LBT, they have their sights set on RRQ Kazu. So for BRU, it's just another obstacle that they need to get through. And what a story it would be for, if they get this win in that group stage. I don't think it will affect too much heading into playoffs, but it would be quite a morale boost.
It'd be a huge bonus, that's for sure. A huge bonus indeed. And I think for PE Sports, good to be in the right mindset for now, but it's got to be a little nerve-wracking, right? Going up against BRU in this particular fashion. You found that game. You found that game in a series, equalized it, and now you have to take the full brunt of points. Because I would imagine that BRU are not going to hold back for this upcoming game.
Yeah, and I think, another thing to worry about is that every time BRU kind of is on screen and playing, the eyeballs are going to be on them, right? Expectations rises with every single trophy that they claim. And right now, I have a feeling that the chat is blowing up with BRU losing or something. I think a lot of people are excited to see PE Sports take the win. Let's see if they can make it a reality.
Well, let's find out. So it looks like at least for these players, they're already sitting in that lobby. They're already ready to go in just a little bit, which means that at some point we're going to be coming back into that game, and I can't wait to see it kick off real soon here, especially when representatives have put so much on the line as we start making it into the game. Welcome, everybody. It's PE Sports facing off against BRU here in Bermuda in this third match in this best-of-3 series.
Back to where it all began. And both teams have incredibly good track records on Bermuda. So this should be expected to be a more even fight as we start it off. The M500 on Huangshi's hand. Get high with the double revolver. Getting a 3v3 right in front. The Ignis wall is going to get some chip damage done, but thanks to LBT, the electrotherapy is going to keep his teammates topped up as LBT takes the chip damage himself. Good reposition all around. Wasana taking the fight straight to C20 with help of Get High. It's a 1-for-1.
And immediately both sides are looking for attempts at these flanks. Jonan as well, Sichuan ended up getting caught in the unfortunate crossfire, trying to transition as they regroup into each other. High ground is down as Huangshi is dead. Zerf and LBT have to make this work. Wasana, Hoshi, and as well as Get High slowly encapsulating every angle compound to ensure that they can hold it, and they found initially one, but Zerf was able to take him down, and in trade with a sight of his own, Wasana is going to clean the rest up. That's at least 1 point in the bag for BRU.
Is Zerf trying to make the hero play with the help of Huangshi? That Cassie electrotherapy, if he healed Zerf up a bit more, that could have been a comeback moment because he had the sight in hand, but thankfully Wasana was able to take him out before things got out of control. So BRU winning the first pistol round in this series. And PE Sports made it pretty close. We are starting to see this Cassie Zane is as strong as they have been since release.
Yep, able to take a lot of shots there. Unfortunately, timed out. By the time BRU were looking to go for a full commitment, Zerf, LBT, and as well as Huangshi trying to control the center from the top. Bonfire is going to keep them topped up for the time being. His motion position here. A great flank angle, in a matter of fact, as they look to turn the corner here. Zerf, a little bit of trouble. Jonah, the first to go down, as far as able to find at least a trade back. Wasana takes on 2 at the very least, and now Huangshi and Sichuan in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and Wasana got taken down. Huangshi and C20, both with the Deagle, finding one. There is an opportunity there. Get High, mini Uzi in hand. We'll have to get up close and personal, but against the Deagle, it's not going to be easy. Get High, popped by Huangshi on the roof. And PE Sports equalizes.
Tough falls all across the board. Really, really tough falls, especially when it gets this chaotic. How else are you going to try and pull through? And that's the scary part, right? Holding this whole space, is a great idea. But at the same time, you need to hold space for a reason. If not, you have to give it back up, especially when you have somebody who's covering your back.
See, BRU, they are one of the few teams that sort of like heavy, right? They're willing to rush at you, but with higher rate of success, for this round, they won't have the weaponry to do so. Pretty weak in terms of arsenal, whereas for PE Sports, they can be looking to take that compound as fast as possible. You see that bonfire already laid down, but PE Sports makes it to the second floor. First, Zarif catches Wasana. Great interception.
It's only going to get worse from this point onward unless Zarif gets out and takes out Jonah at the same time. Sichuan as well as LBT need to put on their work into Get High. They've already traded as much as they possibly could. They have set themselves up for success, and they managed to get it right at the right time. Let's look at the replay to right, 1-1. Wasana was the first to go down, but almost immediately Jonah wasn't able to put this knock onto this era. Could have changed it all.
Yeah, even Get High, right? He was buying so much time, but sadly, this trade happened. I think if Get High was able to get away and buy a bit more space for Moshi, maybe BRU would have been able to make a comeback. But with weaker weaponries, it was pretty impressive for them to push that far and that deep in. The UAV is going to be deployed, 2 of them by PE Sports. A 3-1 split as always. Moshi with the Santino now looking to find a good position to play around, but unfortunately, most of the openings are going to be blocked out by PE Sports. Not to mention they have the clue as well.
Oh, and now they pop out all the recon as soon as they can. Having full control of the cyber airdrop at this point in time, PE is quickly going to claim it, and now they have to worry about the fight. It's going to be happening on 2 fronts. Wasana needs to reposition. That one tiny little pillar ain't going to keep him safe, especially with the angles that PE Sports potentially have access to on the far back side of that roof. Moshi, once again, gonna have to reposition with the rest of this team. They want to control the center of the map and let the blue do the rest.
They've already lost Azera from the get-go as well, and that's the tip of the spear for PE Sports. BRU looking to break the components one by one. Hongshi's gonna be able to take that high ground and control one side of the map, but without this Zane to work with, there really isn't an optimal target for the Casty to tether onto. And that's the front line of PE Sports out of the game as well.
Yeah, at this point, with the man advantage, BRU just have to wait, right? They just have to wait until the blue starts pushing them in right until the very edge. There's no point taking the risk of going into that high ground. And Sichuan, he's just looking for a potential pickoff, right? If BRU get a little too overconfident, they know that they're going to be on that left side. Allow the information from Get High to send the response. And it looks like Jonah finds a pick onto LBT, and now all hell breaks loose. Kasana jumps onto Wang Xin, pouncing on the last remaining members of PE Sports to turn it 2-2.
Slow and surgical from BRU. Definitely one of the more patient games for them, but it all worked out. I think it got PE Sports slightly jitterish as well, right? When they don't have the clue to ping the members of BRU, and BRU cuts noise, really forces PE Sports to go on the exploration a bit more, and that's where PRU pounces. Now they've recovered that economy just by a little bit to get even with PE Sports. Let's see if they can transition that into a lead.
I mean, now it's with the upgraded armors as well, level 2 armors from the side of PE, except for LBT, who sacrificed his helmet for level 3 armor. The opposite end, the RU coming in with some decent weaponry of their own. No AWMs, but at least they got AC-80s and Tommies ready to go. UAV is going to spot out the first flanks here, but I don't think they realize it. Wait, Wasana, he's already down. Zerf turns the corner, sees the rest of them in PE. They've got an opportunity to punish.
Yeah, good stuff, honestly, from Zerf again with the pickoffs. It's a couple of pot shots from multiple angles. Get High will also receive the same treatment, needs to heal back up. PE Sports will now try to get to him before the medkit gets deployed. Moshi with a jump shot onto Hongxi, but LBT with an instant exchange is going to be able to stem the bleeding just by a little bit. PE Sports still have the man advantage.
All right, Jonah and Get High. It's their moment. I doubt that they're going to be able to 2v3 this, especially against these Zane combinations. There's just so many bullets that they can take, bullet sponges, in a matter of fact, in their own right. It's going to be real tough for him in the 3v1 scenario, all having high rate of fire weapons ready to go as well, and are able to find upgrades of their own. Really, really sad for Jonah, but what can he do? Stuck in a corner.
He did take down Zeref, and instant pickup allows Zeref to get back up on his feet and get the triple too.
Finding these moments, right? Finding these small plays that make all the difference. And at least for BRU's side, it's not like they're being hyper-aggressive, right? It's about the timing of initiation. I think they started to figure it out already on how PE Sports makes their decisions, which is why they're taking this hit and run approach, right? Fast on the attack, and then you slow down the fight all of a sudden. Just make sure the tempo is on your side.
Yeah. And now at peak, this is going to change the playing field a little bit. The utilities from the side of BRU slightly less effective, especially at least the Santino. PE Sports gonna have to stem the bleeding a little bit. The cyber airdrop controlled by LBT, the Ignis wall is not gonna deter them too much because of that smoke grenade. And they're willing to aggress as well. LBT and Zareth once more sticking together, and now they're rushing forward into Wasana and Get High. The wall goes down. Wasana repositions, but Get High abandoned by his team. LBT gets tagged, and Wasana with the knockdown.
Oh, such a close shoot. The ideal was there from LBT. Unfortunately, gets punished for it. Just hops over, baits out the initial Valiant dash. Now, the rest of them, Tippy Hope put this down to Derek. Trying to pepper as many of the members as possible. Even finds a trade in the middle of that fight, but Huangqi does not have enough firepower to get through all of them, but manages to at least get high. Dona able to bring back at least one of the members. Wasana able to get back on his feet. Huangqi can just land 3 consecutive shots here. One of them being a headshot, that would be great. But now VRU are coming back to full fighting strength. Unable to waste any more time. Jonah losing 75% of his health. And Moshi, he's not peeking anytime soon. He doesn't have any heals on him. Gotta wait for the attempt to get drawn away before he tries.
Yeah, this is going to be the equalizer for BRU. Moshi through the flame war too. And BRU keeping it close. 3-3 so far. I mean, I honestly thought that on peak this would benefit PE slightly more, but thank goodness BRU was able to stop this initial rush.
I don't know. This one's a really tough one to call, right? Because PE, even though they give away that first rank to BRU, they've shown that they're able to recover it to varying degrees over these past 6 rounds. And the same goes for BRU as well, right? You can never count them out. Coming into this next one, in terms of just raw gear, we're looking at level 3s all across the board. The only person who doesn't have it is Jonah, who has damaged armor, but he'll make the best of it. LBT just still, again, refusing to wear a helmet.
Yep. That's the trooper mindset. If I get shot in the head, I'm going down anyway. So might as well, just don't get headshotted.
Just don't get headshotted. No big deal. No big deal. Plenty of super bonfires lying out everywhere. But PE is taking a very slow approach to this, and BRU now just fortifying the entry points onto this dockside, making sure that they can't get close to the center at the very least. Now, Mirage Walls are going to be coming out. Flame Mirage Walls are going to be coming out pretty soon as smokes are being deployed on that side, and BRU might make a full loop around. The clue stops them. They can't move at this point. If not, they'll give away the information.
They finally take out the mannequin as well, because I thought that they missed that. That would have been a backstab moment for Moshi. But either way, these glue walls are going to keep PE at bay for now. It's not the easiest to move on forward to this labyrinth of glue wall, and not to mention they had some smoke grenades at the ready. Another Ignis wall to force PE Sports to back off. Not the best angle, but it does cut off that low ground support and make this on a technicality, a 3v3 as they bring Moshi back in as well.
Okay. LBT now trying to take a space, and Valiant dash already through. Wasana's in, and they take out the first 2. Zareth and Get High go down as the next ball is LBT. Moshi getting a great hell shot at the LBT while he is down, but that's just fast, quick work, great initiation. Look at this. Trying to hold the front line. Everything goes on the breakthrough, and even time turners to guarantee that he is safe. Really good stuff on the BRU side.
Absolutely no time for P to react at all. Within a fraction of a second, that round was won for BRU. Still, at least for PE Sports, they got some decent weapons to work with. Still the AWM in the hands of Huangqi. They do a running back on the same area, but both teams starting on different sides this time. The high ground should belong to PE Sports in the beginning. BRU going for 4-man stack rotation, but they were pinged up by the clue earlier on.
Yeah, which is kind of strange, but let's wait and see. Let's wait and see, right? Because this is a lot of space for PE Sports to take so willy-nilly, right? We don't see the inevitable punish just yet. Mannequin also being dropped down at the same time here. Doesn't find any Nope, not really. Not at all, as he gets taken out. The UAV still revealing the majority of the positions of the PE Esports members. So, again, the fight is still going to line up into the same corner right here. And unfortunately for Sichuan, loses his 1v1, gets his head blown off instantaneously in the initiation for the rest of BRU. Sichuan gets back on his feet. Unfortunately for LBT, does not meet, well, meets the worst fate. Moshi, the next to fall here, is getting high, tries to blow it. Sichuan, unfortunately. Wait, actually, he does find the initial trade. And now Jonah and Wasana now need to deal with the last member here of Huangshin, who's unfortunately locked out of the fight.
He has the best weapon on his team, the AWM. Can he make this work? A 1v3 though, it's going to take a very tall effort. And with the rest of BRU rushing at him, it's going to be impossible. Wasana with the cleanup. BRU at series point with that play. And this round win all started with not just, the aggressiveness from BRU, but also the individual pickoffs, right? Moshi was able to find a pickoff Sichuan at the start, but when Wasana broke through with the Valiant Dash, you basically isolated the key members of PE Esports. LBT and Zerov were not able to stick together, so no electrotherapy sustained throughout the fight. Zerov just got manhandled by Wasana.
There's no good responses when there is time for BRU to not only set up the battle lines, but also set up when they can initiate. And Wasana has been that guy, especially since he has more than enough economy, not only to Valiant Dash, but also purchase an active skill card and Time Turner as well. Oh, and there we go. Wasana able to show off his AC-80 skills that he's been working for the past 8 months. Already takes one man with him. Sichuan, fortunately, gets back on his feet. Doesn't have any more heals. All damage is permanent from this point onwards.
And this is going to be crunch time for PE Esports because they are bleeding out resources, but they also have zero control of key areas on the map, right? They have no high ground control, and they have no way to contest those high ground control as well. You can't really fight back because if you step into the open, you're going to face retaliation. The weapons on PE Esports doesn't make it any better as well.
Oh.
Zerov takes a 1v1, loses to Moshi, and Moshi escapes with the mannequin.
Oh, I'm surprised he won that, but I thought that Zerov was able to try and turn that around. But unfortunately, with him going down, this entire composition starts to crack, right? LBT is the only support left, as long as she needs to stay far back. And Sichuan, again, just waiting for her pings to come back up in just in time. But it's not looking good as low ground now getting sieged. They have to watch the entryways.
Wasana in a prime position as well. If LBT ever pops his head out here, Wasana will get a freebie. And not just that, the crossfire is also set up perfectly. Moshi and Get High, all in the perfect position, regardless of where PE Esports is going to decide to make their exit.
The clue is going to ping all their positions out, all their hiding spots. They quickly reposition onto the lower ground to lock them in place. Wasana, he does have the Valiant Dash. He could make something happen, and yes, he makes the attempt, trying to put as much damage into these boys and turn. Whoa! Whoa! A quick 360 to finish it off at the end.
I just did a public execution there. BRU closes out. Took longer than expected, but still closed it out swift and quick. That was a painless death if I've ever seen one. PE Esports barely felt that, but this was a pretty dang good series. The fact that we are able to get to go to all 3 maps, and PE Esports put up a hell of a fight.
I was bang for buck for sure, and honestly, it's getting me really excited for ClashCon for the rest of this year, especially if PE Esports could put a performance like that against BRU. Who knows what the ceiling is going to be? And if so, I wonder if BRU, maybe this could be their time to try and turn things around in Clash Squad specifically and start dominating this format.
Yeah, and thankfully, the group stage, regardless of the standing, is not going to be the end of the journey for any team, including PE Esports. They still have next week to look forward to. But the format is going to be a bit more brutal. We play best of 5 single elims, and that's where we really put these teams to the test. But for now, it's a very good prelude to what's to come. I think PE Esports have definitely exceeded some expectations up against BRU when we all thought it was going to be a walkover.
Yeah, it definitely gives you a lot of questions, or at the very least a bit of hope for all the PE Esports fans out there when it starts to get into the Battle Royale. If this is their Clash Squad style, who knows when it comes down to the early rounds of Battle Royale.
Yeah, and even the Battle Royale, PE Esports have had some pretty good moments. And with how tight the competition is since 2024, since 2 years ago, Battle Royale has always been a big question mark. it's just the Clash squad that feels like it's been dominated by the same 3 to 4 teams. I think PE Sports definitely are on their way to be a part of that conversation, despite having one of the more major roster overhauls coming in 2026.
Again, it's exciting to see how this is going to develop, right? It's just a prelude to bigger things happening for the rest of this year's roadmap for Free Fire Esports. And I think it's so far, even with the patch updates as well, things are still looking like similar-ish, but there's just enough variance, especially moving away from some of the bigger weapons into more cost efficiency, more usage of the different mechanics given here in Clash Squad.
And I think some very good ideas as well from all of our players, right? And a lot of the times, regardless it's Battle Royale or Clash Squad, when a team feels like they're playing like clockwork and they're playing a perfect game, the only thing that can elevate that elevates those moments more is sort of the individual prowess, and we definitely did see it from both teams, especially Zero from PE. I think he's on his way to make a name for himself.
He's definitely left some impressions here for those of you watching, and also for us here at the desk. I'm curious to see how the overall performance of PE just in general, if they can put this up against BRU. And at this point, it feels like BRU, especially with their individual prowess, I'm curious to see whether or not, if later down the line, I'm assuming they're going to have to deal with a AG in their, I don't know, distant or near future.
That's always going to be one of the more anticipated ones as well, right? AG is the champion for Global Finals last year for Clash Squad. MVP though for this one is Moshi. 10 limbs, 12 assists, and basically just rocking PE the entire game.
His first bloods as well have been ridiculous. Again, one of the few snipers who are able to find it pretty consistently overall, or at least get some really good damage. He's already breaking into the 5K with 12 assists and 10 eliminations. And the fact that he was able to hold on to his AWM for so long just allowed the rest of the team to just do the work that was necessary. But I also like the fact that he's, just because I'm a sniper doesn't mean that I can't get involved, making sure that he's also purchasing the upgrade anvil just to make sure some of the earlier rounds are a little bit smoother in its transition.
Yeah, and and Moshi is also one of the few snipers out there that can easily be a rusher if he so wishes to, but Destiny has it. He is going to be the sniper majority of the time. And Wasana's scoreline as well, right? 11 eliminations throughout this entire map. In comparison to Jonah and Get High, who were the major supporting staff of the team, Moshi and Wasana definitely were the cleanup crew.
Yep, and these starters, they are good at what they do. Oh my goodness. I feel like a lot of this came down to like just those stalemate moments, and BRU decides to initiate, right? It's a simple 3-2-1 swing type deal.
Yeah, I think it's also, and that's sort of like what we touched on as well, right? In those moments where you don't have intel, the clue is on cooldown, and BRU cuts noise. PE Sports, they just were not ready to respond to it, and I don't blame them because it all happened so fast. BRU, the execution just seemed flawless. They knew what to do, where to look, and when the execution happens, PE Sports just could not react.
Looking at the average damage per rounds, once again, Moshi still on top for a reason, almost breaking into the 600 with Wasana staying at that comfortable 400s, right? Unfortunately for LBT, is the main support of the team. He was taking a lot of shots from targets that probably wasn't him initially. People like Zara, people like Huang Shi, for example, both of which having some pretty good entries of their own, but LBT half a second behind, taking all the damage.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it really hinges on LBT and Zero buying time and the rest to kind of get those snipes. Alas, didn't really work out towards the end, but a valiant fight regardless. With that, Group A has concluded for the day, and BRU sits at the top with 2 wins and 6 total points, and PE Sports remains with 3 points. And now with Group A done, we're gonna have Group B coming up next to see how the standing will shift.
So I don't know whether we're going to have like the same couple of events whether things are going to go according to script or whether it's immediately going to start changing what we expect. It's a dangerous time to be alive, especially here in Group B, but maybe it's a little bit more standardized, right? I feel like in terms of like raw adaptation, I think the Kenta that came out once or twice is kind of like, it's kind of cool. The Morse was very, very interesting, but I don't know if any other team is willing to take that risk.
Yeah, And if there's any team, probably the Vietnamese team like WAG. Although I would say that Falcons, they did have a close match against AG Global yesterday. So so they still have a chance to redeem themselves. But we're going to put Falcon aside because coming up next is one of my favorite matchups. AG Global against RQ Kazu. One that's always so close yet so far, and one who made it last year to lift that trophy.
So this is going to be a real fun one, especially since everybody wants to see like, AG had some decent matchups yesterday. Maybe against RQ it's going to be different, maybe not. It's really, really tough to tell when, especially since RQ is like, they're hot or they're not sometimes.
Yeah, it's basically the new fans against the kingdom. That's basically how it always is. For now, we're going to go for a short break. When we come back, it will be the third series for the night, AG Global against RQ Kazu. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able
A Squad 77!
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting. In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, So make them count. Head to the marked spot today. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from anywhere. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Welcome back, survivors, to the Free Fire Clash Masters Southeast Asia Spring Season 2026. It's week 1, day 2, and we are getting ready for our third best of 3 of this evening. It's going to be AG Global against RRQ Kazu. My name is Sasuke, and joining me on the desk is going to be Gideon Q as we take you through the rest of the evening.
Once again, we're going to see AG put on a masterclass here, as we should expect, and keep our hopes high that benchmark is going to stay. If not, they're going to start playing around, and maybe RRQ has a chance, opportunity, because really, every time we see RRQ come onto the stage to play Clash Squad, we're looking right at their sniper. If he's able to hit shots, this game becomes significantly easier to play. If he goes down early, this game gets a lot harder.
And there's some similarities, some parallels that we can draw between RRQ Kazu and AG Global, right? For AG Global, it is also on the sniper due finally, getting his first ever international trophy, a World Series trophy last year for Clash Squad after taking out Fluxo in the grand finals and making the play of the tournament while doing so as well. But against RQ Kazu, the stakes are definitely against RQ Kazu, and I think both of our predictions, indicate that.
Yep. Overall, it's tough to argue when you have the world champions when it comes down to Clash Squad in the fashion that they did it last. I wouldn't be too surprised if they're able to put up a stellar performance once again. They always felt like they were ahead of the game when it comes down to Clash Squad specifically, but now seeing that they still are maintaining a pretty good performance overall, I'm curious to see what the rest of the teams have actually caught up to where they have kind of set that mark.
Yeah, and I also do wonder who is going to be fielded today as the main 4, right? Because they did have Nameless joining the squad, and we know that Nameless previously, Reverse Red, Twisted Minds, Nameless Diamond has been sort of like the duo, but now he's on a different team who has spent, the past year plus building, not just with Dew, but Dew leading some, fresh faces at that time, like Team SR and Barros and Cypher, who I think throughout that journey took a lot of that criticism from the community with every single loss, and everyone was saying that Dew should find better teammates until that lifted that trophy. That has been the case.
That has been the case. And even within their Battle Royale run, honestly, not one of their better runs overall from last year. Right? They are still consistently making at least within that podium finish, but man, it's a scary time to be alive, especially for Clash Masters. Let's look at the lineups here. Kicking things off from AG, it's Cypher, Barros, Nameless, as well as Dew as the 4 that they're bringing to the battlefield.
All right, this is so no Team SR for today, but it's completely fine. Nameless, always reliable as the front line. One of the previous interview we had with him, I think last year, he also said that he chose this IGN because he felt like he hasn't gotten to the pinnacle yet, right? He hasn't made a name for himself. Maybe with AG Global, this is going to be the start of that journey. But for every other member out there, they have all made their mark, especially Dew, the golden child in that sniper category. And a lot of fans follow a team because of it.
Yep, and I think that Nameless is a really interesting pickup for the side of AG, right? Because Cypher Barros was supposed to be the main ones to be the aggressors with the support of Dew, but now when you compare it to the opposite side with Dudes Abeye, Renzi, as well as Mao, again, they themselves are making their own iterations, small iterations to their lineup, but keeping the core strong.
Yeah, and with runs, I think coming in from their academy team as well. So another example that there are academy players out there. I think this is the first time that RRQ has used any academy player, so I'm excited to see what he's capable of. Yesterday, we caught a glimpse of it when they went up against WAG. I think it's a 6-2, 6-4 scoreline in favor of WAG. But if you want someone reliable that can clutch in key moments, this is your man.
I would like to see dudes actually go for those big nade kills, right? It's such a game changer when he does eventually find it. And sometimes it takes a little bit of time for him to find it, right? To get the right trajectory. But for the most part, AG is going to be one tough cookie to crack overall. And I do want to see whether Nameless is going to take the charge in taking the front line calls, or whether he's just supposed to be, understanding how the chemistry of the team, a little bit of transition pains to deal with before they get to that top form.
Yeah, I think that's something that I want to see more as well. As we look at the map rotation, we have RQ getting the first map pick, so they go for the Solara. AG goes for Kalahari, and then for the third map, we will go back to Bermuda. So first time today that we won't not have Nextera in the map rotation.
Interesting. Okay. Kalahari has some pretty good maps overall for AG. It's very understandable, but man, that's Solara. Let's see what is able to put work in, because a lot of them are close range situations. A lot of them would require you to turn dangerous corners. As we look at the ban picks, All Gamers Global going to be on that first pick compared to RRQ, and Cassie gets banned.
Wow, right out the gates, the Cassie ban. Now it's going to force RQ into deciding, right? Oscar, Nero, the Orion. Seems like these have been the more go-to bans. I think even Coda was on the top 5 ban. Hasn't really gotten much attention today on that ban list. No way it's a Chrono ban, right?
No, what? Really? Okay, sure, yeah.
Dio looks back and he's like, did they just ban Chrono?
Considering that it's All Gamers Global, they're probably not too surprised. They've banned weirder and played weirder stuff. To be fair, all throughout last year. And there we go. Oscar first pick, no surprises there. Let's see how RRQ is going to take advantage of a Chrono ban.
Yeah. Oh, the question is, I wonder what is RQ trying to achieve with the Chrono ban, right? There are definitely certain situations where the Chrono is pretty good, right? It's sort of, the time turner can be like a pseudo Steffi graffiti to bounce off to block against projectiles and against shots. But we've seen what BRU did just now, right? They take an Oscar, you buy the time turner ability card, and you sort of have a 2-in-1 anyways.
Yeah, and that's the annoying part. I think at least banning out Chrono doesn't waste an initial ban on taking things out like Ignis, for an example, or maybe even an information gatherer, because again, as of right now, considering where the bans are at, there's just not enough to get rid of it. And they targeted specifically, oh hey, All Gamers Global banded out the Cassie, we're going to be able to get Zane almost guaranteed if we don't touch the Oscar.
Yeah, so Orion, Zane, I think now AG, I think the Ignis is a pretty good shout as well. You can forego the Nero if you so wish. They're also looking for a dual pick, right? So the Santino is sort of like the most straightforward one, but they're willing to go for the Ignis Nero combo.
So they want to punish. They want to punish the fact that they can't really deal with a massive amount of glue walls other than the Zane, but that's going to require a full cooldown in comparison to Ignis, who can just take their time. And then when the time really comes for it, Nero and Oscar will work extremely well together in these like tight spaces that Solara likes to put you in. Now we see Coda get locked in for the side of RRQ, and they need to finish off their composition. They are yet to have, they've got their entry fragger. What else could deal with this? They could go for an Iris for Ma'al to try and punish, but really they have no way to stop or slow down a hard push from All Gamers Global.
Yeah, see the Iris or to go for the Santino, like both are good options. I think Santino is definitely higher up on that priority for the sniper role. We take the Santino away, and maybe All Gamers Global will have to think of like a clue. We've seen the Homer earlier on as well in the first game, in the first series. So that could be an alternative.
Be an interesting alternative to play with, actually. Is there? Okay. What? be another way to kind of buy a little bit more time. It's tough to deal with both Santino and Orion, only because they just buy so much time whenever you encounter them onto the battlefield. It's definitely a lot worse for Santino because he doesn't have the native support from Zayn going for off angles. But Steffi going to be the final pick-in for AG Global.
Now that I think about it, this chrono ban might not be as weird as it seems, right? Because it's the target. It feels like a targeted ban towards Duo. Because if I remember correctly, AG is one of the few teams that is willing to play chrono on Duo, on their sniper, and then you take the Santino away. So yeah, now it makes a bit more sense. But still, we need to see how effective this chrono ban is. Now this Duo is just going to be on that narrow instead. I think AG definitely the expectations are going to be pretty high since they are literally the current world champions of Clash Squad.
For sure. And they're running a composition with basically little to no recon at all, right? They're just going to have to play off of just information they see on the map itself, on the battlefield. While RRQ, even with no information gatherers on their own, the fact that they have Santino is going to be a little dangerous, right? If AEG just so happens to miss out the timing or they don't spot out the mannequin in time, they could easily lose a member right off rip.
Yep. And I think for RRQ, again, in terms of how the teams move, AG definitely has the innate clutch factor built in. Right? If we look at the direct matchup between Duo and Ma'ao, you're definitely looking to see if Ma'ao can withstand the impact that Duo brings. But that's going to be a story that will unfold on its own in a bit. Let's hear what the teams have to say coming into today's series.
Kita sih mungkin sangat yakin ya, soalnya kemarin agak aja kalah lawan Falcon di Solara. Buat Kenta sih kita udah pelajari banget ya, apalagi di latihan. Nah, si Rans juga pakai Kentanya tuh sangat user kalau bisa dibilang.
So there is some logic to the madness. They are looking at Falcons' performance yesterday as when they took the map over AG Global, and they're trying to use it against AG Global.
Okay, so they have a blueprint. Or at the very least, they have a couple of pointers from Falcons at the very least after analyzing their game against AG. I would like to see whether AG has kind of filled up those holes, right? Because I was pretty surprised that when AG dropped that match against Falcons as well. But at the very least, it's like Solara. It's one of those things where it's like, how many people are going to be that confident in playing Solara? Apparently, as long as it's an indicated weakness, they'll take any advantage they want.
Yeah, like even just now, PE Esports, right? Like LBT said, well, our coach saw that we can play Solara, so hence we picked Solara. Maybe that's one of the approaches. I think Solara is still a map that, despite being out for quite a while, teams are still trying to discover new ways to play around it. It feels pretty odd playing Solara on Clash Squad because you don't really have the free access to all the grinding reels that you usually see in Battle Royale. So it feels a lot more standard, like as if you're playing Bermuda. But I think in the grand scheme of things, so what Solara brings in terms of the different approach is just how much more structures you can have to work with.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the big problem that all teams are going to face. When you go to Solara, you better get your CQC down because there's a lot of maps within that rotation of Solara that forces you into just one building sometimes, and that can be very frustrating for a lot of teams. Not a lot of space to work with, especially if you are a sniper who likes to have that added bit of space. Where if you specialize on those long shots and can't do the no scope shotguns, point blank 360 turns.
Oh yeah, and I think for AG Global, again, all eyes are going to be on Duo, but like you said, I want to see how Nameless integrates into this, right? Previously, when you have Team SR, he's sort of a dedicated support player, but now it feels like there's a triple rusher composition for AG Global. It reminds me of a bit of that ex-Falcons blueprint where everyone just plays as a rusher against a team like RQ Kazu, who is a lot more comfortable staying in their own zone. It is going to see, it's going to be up to them, see if they can outwit the rushes of AG.
Now they've got Adi and they've got a huge sheet of paper in front of him, right? I can't see any of the words, but the fact that there's multiple pieces of paper really makes me wonder how much preparation have they put in? Do they have like a file on everybody? Is this just the file for AG? What's going on here?
It's the first page is AG in all caps, and then it's like 5 pages of intel on due. I don't know. It could be.
Statistics over like the past couple of years as well, whether it's relevant or not, just makes you feel good. Could be. It's tough to say. It's really tough to say here. But before we get into these games, it looks like the spirits are pretty high from the AG side. The fact that they're getting their fingers real active on that phone means that we're going to head into the game real soon.
Yeah, just making sure that they are constantly warmed up. For RQ, Kazu, it's man. I feel like I've seen these players for so long, especially Abai. Man, he aged in a good way.
I mean, he's called Abai at this point. With age comes new IGNs. This one, rather surprising. Was not expecting him to keep it for day 2 as well.
Yeah, and it's just going to be stuck with him for the rest of the year. I think sometimes players they gotta understand that when you submit an official IGN, it gets stuck with you. You gotta think it through. Hey,
so it's gonna be good enough, especially in the city of the future. Let's kick things off here. As immediately we see an aggressive push. Look at him! Immediately goes in Varro just to regroup with the rest of the team, and they manage to get the mannequin off at the same time as Barros gets a really good spray. Unfortunately, doesn't find a knock. They instantly get Barros as Dew goes down to Abaye. Cypher takes one into Rans. An aggressive play from RRQ, one which they netted 3 in favor of 2. And now it's just one member left. They take him down. Hand cannons in hand. Oh my goodness. What? How do they get away with this?
I can't believe it worked out. And the best part is that it drew all of AG Global towards Runs. And then RRQ just won the fight right after that.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where it's like, if you are the first person to turn the corner, you're going to lose the shotgun battle, especially this early on. But now, okay, here's where it changes, right? Now we're getting double. I'm seeing the Kimbos, I'm seeing micro Uzis coming out from AG's side. I don't know if RRQ decided to buy it, but it looks like they have the armor, so it's still the hand cannons for the time being.
Same modus operandi again. Cypher this time though finds the punish onto Dude, and Mao was able to get Dude in the process. Mao trying to convert it into more, but the numbers will favor AG a bit more this time. Abaye with the shot. Ma'al follows up. Cypher left to his own devices in a 1v2.
Oh, Cypher with the micro Uzi. He's going to try his best, trying to isolate as many fights as possible. But unfortunately, can't get them all. Making sure that all the teammates are dead. RRQ now going to bust on in. Belly and Dash going to come through for Cypher's side. He finds one. This is an opportunity. Abe manages to melee hit in time. And you can see Cypher's face is like, he got me. He got me. Well played.
I would say that was heroics from Cypher. He almost made that 2v1 work in his favor. He had that frag grenade. It brought Mao down to like literally a sliver of health. And then he just rambled it with the mini Uzi. But man, if only he hit one more shot onto Abai, that would have been the clutch. Though, valiant effort though. Abai able to avoid lead with the sight in hand. 2-0 lead for RRQ.
Big lead here. And now you can see their gear equipment has currently equalized at this point in time. At this point, are they bonusing even one more time? No, they're definitely not bonusing one more time. They've got rifles. They've got shotguns. Ranzi, so aggressive with his usage of side frames. Now, Abe has an isolated fight. Teammates locking him in to pinch out one. Dudes does end up going down anyway, so it's a 3v3 for now.
Yeah, I feel like Runs on this Orion, he's acting like a homing missile, right? He's approaching the enemy and then he's giving intel to his teammates and allowing the rest of RQ to just hunt that one target down. Although this time, it does end up being a 1v1 trade. Runs able to find Barros in the process while still surviving with a sliver of health. AG Global needs an answer to this, but he goes invulnerable against Cypher. now needs to decide who to gun down, but another outplay from RRQ, and they're up 3-0.
This has got to be frustrating for AG. Every single time they think they have the advantage, they wait a little too long to collapse on the last members, and by then, the actives are back online. It's all about timing, and that's why you see RRQ using Orion so aggressively, like a predator missile, right? You're just targeting, finding as many people as possible. You guarantee can buy yourself at least 2 to 3 seconds, and that 2 to 3 seconds is a key timing for RRQ to take advantage of.
Yeah. And, well, gonna set AG back again in terms of economy. And you gotta find an answer to Ranze, though. I mean, what BRU did was that you sort of boxed the Orion in, but it's a slightly different story when there's literally someone following the Orion towards you. Now, AG, they might try to keep that distance. I mean, the Ignis Wall is a good method, but it's a temporary solution to a character that can literally go invulnerable.
Oh, it looks like Sypho was able to win out his 1v1 against Maal, allowing the rest of the teammates to actually move through. Ranze, oh my god! Already takes out 2 with a shotgun, and finally, he falls down to his knees. Oh, Nameless. Can't do much about it. Sypho just not looking at the right angle, unfortunately, as Ranze has already done God's work. Sypho able to take down Abe at the very least, turning it into a 2v2. Ooh, boy. Dangerous game both teams are playing.
Funny thing is, he turned invulnerable, and then his Siphon got the knock because his teammates was firing from behind. And now a 2v2, Ranze is very dangerous here because if he does have the enough EP, he can do it all over again, and he does. Tries to seek for the third target, but Sypha from behind with the takedown on the dudes. And now a 2v1, Ranze is going to get boxed in. Does have full health to work with. Do need some time. Ranze, what's going to be the plan? Sypha gets forced out on the rescue mission onto Deuce, but foiled by Dew. But still, he's able to start chipping away at the health bars of the AG members, so this is still doable.
Yep, Dude's revival only costed him his life once again. Gets re-knocked down and eliminated this time. Ranze, he's just going to drop on down, finds one! And that's all he will find. Good crossfire from AG. Splitting up the angles. You can't catch us if you can't see all of us.
And definitely too close for comfort. Good stun from Sypha in the opening flank as well. The Oscar Valiant dash getting put to work, but Ranze really has been the star of the match so far.
Oh, he put out 2 huge knockdowns there. Really, really huge. And even finding the shotgun, right? And carrying it up into this forthcoming round. Let's see whether or not AG is able to find the momentum again, right? 2 shotguns, 2 assault rifles in hand. Oh, even a sniper rifle purchase coming in from Dew as well. Really committed to win this round.
Runs it around the corner. That's the cryo mine invulnerability, and they're gonna box him in. Try to slice him to bits with the side runs. They still outmaneuvers that, but finds a trade in return, thankfully, as Nameless and Barrows both on the ground. Deuce and Ranze for RQ, 2-4-2. As the cavalry arrives by with a Sypha knockdown, and it's down to Dew.
Sypha does get eliminated, so does Barrows. Nameless might be able to get picked up. No, it's too late, it's too late. Deuce has already gone onto him, and Dew can't do much from that angle. Does find the headshot onto Maal just for funsies. Gonna make a second attempt, doesn't connect. Unfortunately, needs to get rid of that glue wall. Uses his rifle to do so, only spots out feet, but at this point, is there any heals on the side of RRQ? No, they got no heals. Everybody's one-shottable.
Yep, Dew has done this before. We've seen this last time against Fluxo. A 1v4, Cryo Mine instantly taken care of. Another pickup for RQ. This time, thankfully, RQ, they're all in close proximity of one another, so they can just quadruple up onto Dew and win with sure numbers. Dew, another shot, that one on the shoulder. As the time is running out, so is space. As RRQ slowly creeps towards him.
Yep, he's only got 1 glue wall left. They're controlling the bottom side and the top side, making sure that Dew has no angles. And if they just wait, it's over, right? What can he really do? They swing out, they quickly just pre-fire the angle as many times as possible, even tanking the blue for as long as possible as well. And despite that, somehow, Dew was able to find one knockdown.
Yeah, it's going to take a heroic effort to make that 1v4 work, but if this wasn't like a close compound area, if this was out in the open, I think, and Dew has a lot more space to work with, that would have been possible. Still, valiant effort overall, Dew, you can never count him out.
Geez, still a deadly sniper here in Clash Squad, but really good for RRQ because now they have a huge point lead against AG for the time being. Once again, it's going to be pretty close quarters here overall. Long angles are going to be taken in huge complexes. However, one complex is significantly better than the other, and AG is going to take the wide open space instead of a straight line shack.
Duo around the corner. Ranze should have some intel to work with here. And if they want to breach the front, you can always use his Orion ability.
Oh, look at this pressure.
The Blue first. Couple of pops in. Nameless loses a bit of health.
They're still pushing and pulling here, and surprisingly, Ranze actually wants to get into the middle of this fight. Turns the corner, dudes, unfortunately, going to get knocked down straight away. A good adaptation here for Nameless, and now the rest of the team is going to start collapsing this duo on the chase for the last remaining member here in Maal, who is fighting in 1v1 the entire time.
And that is what we want to see from AG Global. They opened the front doors, and RQ came in, instantly dispatched. Basically a shooting gallery here for AG Global. Those glue walls were perfectly positioned, and RQ this time were not in the prime position to provide backup on time. So they ended up getting picked up one by one, and AG Global needed that win to put their finances back on track.
Now that it's equalized just a little bit, you can see that RRQ is still now starting to invest some heavy money into this upcoming round as well. They were able to farm like a decent amount here, but now that the cyber drop fell into the hands of AG, things are going to start equaling out into the next round or so. I will admit, AG, they've adapted well, right? Now that they know what Ranze wants to do with this Orion, they're looking for the secondary initiator who will follow up to look for trades.
And they're putting a lot of pressure onto Abai too. And if Abai and Ranze are low, then making those moves will be slightly more inconvenient for them. You can see they're continuously pushing towards those two members, and Dew just steps on the gas. Ma'ao also got taken down, just like what we saw earlier on. Abai on the run and gets sniped by Nameless, and Dew can do nothing about it.
Nameless putting some good work in here. Both fronts ended up collapsing for RRQ. AG should be able to clean this up pretty fine. Question is how much damage they can do just to mitigate the number of guns and equipment AG is going to be bringing into the next round.
Yes, see, even one knockdown is going to be good, but sadly just could not make it happen. AG with a clean round to keep everything they have just purchased. Now it's a 3-4, slightly closer. RQ, Kazu, they got up to a pretty strong start, but AG starting to figure out the strat with this Orion.
You can see them slowly adapting, right? They are just adjusting to Ranze because RRQ seem to be playing the exact same setup every single time. And now that they're taking a slower approach rather than immediately looking to contest, they're just looking out at RRQ's formation overall more than anything else. Because if Maal is busy, then that means that front line is not going to get their sniper support.
Just basically exploiting the fact that Orion, as much as you can make those kind of plays, is still quite a sort of a selfish character by nature, right? Because you do technically take yourself out of the fight, and if you are isolated alone and you put individual highlight moments aside, you actually put yourself at a minor disadvantage. Those ice grenades not really hitting the mark, sadly. So Nameless still gets to roam around freely around these corners.
Again, a lot of nades being thrown between Ranzen as well as Nameless. They're trying to just keep each other in position with these quick bits of artillery at each other. Both snipers have also tried to reposition in their own spots, trying to find more vantage points to keep them in check. And Dudes knows where Dew is going to be, so walking out ain't exactly the best idea, but they still somewhat control the center map compound. And that's the most important part, because that blue is going to do the rest of the work for RRQ.
And there's not really any glue wall destruction from RRQ unless they commit to using the Zane's ability to do so. So that's also something that AG can bank on to make sure that Dew is always able to keep himself safe if he do wish to plant himself on the high ground. But the aggressor seems to be AG Global this time. Instant contact is made. Oh, Dew's dangerous. Slow. The cryo mine almost takes him down, but it's still enough. And Cypher instantly just blows through the front line. And now the ranks of RQ dispatched in an instant. AG Global with that equalizer.
Big equalizer as well. Time out. And RQ actually getting the first couple of hits in the round. It's unfortunate that one Cypher is in position and they know exactly where they're going to fight. They full advantage of the blue walls being set up by RRQ. They can plow right on through it to allow Du to set up for more of the cryo mine, and even with Baros, right, to initiate instantly, throwing out both waves of fire just to get those glue walls out of the way, and whatever is left is going to be minimal resources from RRQ.
I was going to have the AWM in hand. A very standard weaponry, nothing upgraded, sadly. They don't have the funds to do so. A volley of ice grenades being thrown out from both sides. Deuce decides to aggress, but there's the Ignis wall coming. The UAV just got taken down, and Abai going on a long flanking journey. But Ranzi is already down. Baros instantly just pops him.
Huh? How does they what? What? How does he get away with this? How does Nameless get a 2v1 in the middle of the time burner and still gets the execute over the second trade? What happened there?
That was so fast. Wow!
Oh my god.
He exited and he just got absolutely destroyed.
That's so wild. That's so wild. How does he get away with that? Was he... that's going to be so frustrating as well. Especially for dudes who comes into the middle of that fight. He's like trying to shotgun. And he's like, wait a minute. It doesn't feel like I'm doing much here.
And the UAV probably didn't ping out like Baros, right? Because Baros was literally watching him come out of the Orion form. That could have been one of the reasons, you know, the lack of intel gatherer, sadly. The AG on that map point now.
Oh, they're gonna take their time here. And Cypher firstly loves. He's looking at this 1v1 unless it's gonna be hella wasted. And Cypher does win it out at the very end. Like the opposite end. Need to start the fight right into RQ. They know that they don't have Abe anymore. So that just means the next biggest problem is gonna be Ma'al giving them that support fire.
Man, Cypher actually made the effort to hunt down Abai. And yeah, like you said, that is going to be a pain for RQ to deal with.
Are they not gonna... they're just gonna hold it for as long as possible. And Nameless now trying to take advantage, keeping them in. Five turners being dropped one by one. It's a dome fight and a sight in hand. He's trying his best to get at least some damage in. Nameless still alive. Cypher with a good headshot of his own, limiting the space of RRQ.
And it should be it for AG Global unless a miracle happens. Ranze, third to fall, and Ma'al not able to have any sort of impact this round, sadly. With the position that his team was in, AG Global will get the first map win.
Woo! That was a good game. Good game coming in from AG. A quick adaptation from a couple of rounds, I'm not going to lie, but definitely got me worried there for a second.
Yeah, I mean, the first few rounds at RQ, they showed us again the potential of the Orion. It has some pretty good ideas that caught AG Global off guard. But again, the adaptation from AG Global really shut the show down incredibly quickly. And the Booyah 6-4 scoreline in game number 1 to put themselves ahead.
Oh man, that puts them ahead. I think it just completely disrupts the plan of RRQ. They want to get some form of momentum. At least they win under their belt on Solara, and they don't get it this time round with AG Global in a supreme position going into their map pick for match number 2. I don't know how RRQ is going to handle it.
I think, you know, for RQ, it's man, it always feels like history is repeating itself, right? Like RQ, even in previous iterations of Clash Squad, there's always these moments where they look good and then until they don't. But against AG Global, you can definitely, you know, give them a bit more leeway to work with, because AG Global are, again, still one of our best teams. I do commend Ranze with some pretty good ideas coming into this game 1. Even in the interview, they talk about him being very good with the Kenta, but in the end, he showed up huge with the Orion until AG figured him out.
Yeah, that set plan was such a good idea, right? Run on in, get as much early damage as possible with the Orion, regroup the rest of the team so they can look for instant trades and deny resources, right? And that's something that AG just couldn't handle in the first couple of rounds because they weren't 100% sure what were the signals. And then they realized, AG realized that RQ was just going to do this every single round. So at that point, then you start changing your approach. You see them switch for shotguns, immediately going into like hard rifles.
Yeah, and not only that, they were able to effectively, first they started with isolating Ranze, and then they decided that they're just gonna chip away his health bar so that he doesn't feel comfortable coming straight at them. And then there's also denying intel from RQ, right? Like they rely a lot on Ranze to get information, but if you just basically force a blackout, then you can punish RQ players, and that's sort of what they do towards the tail end of map 1.
Which is why, there's so many useful bits of util from AG to kind of supplement that plan. Oh, we're going to fight exactly here. We got a cryo mine to work with. We need to initiate because they've already set up plenty of blue walls in the area, and we don't know about the inside. Hey, don't worry. We already got those flame mirages. Throw those walls out, no problem. Melt them down as soon as possible. And choke points like this is where it gets real difficult, right? Well, despite, some shots not exactly landing, it still works out in the end for Nameless.
Yeah, and this is it's a pretty good debut, right? Nameless playing in that support position, but still was able to really give room for Cypher to go big. I think at the halfway point, we saw that Cypher had like a 6-2 KDA, and he continues to deliver on multiple fronts. Long range, close range, Cypher is always reliable.
So good, so very, very good. Definitely deserves the MVP of this game. Puts up that 5.5k damage, 10 assists, 14 eliminations on this Oscar. No surprises whatsoever. He does run the pop mark, which is kind of interesting, but overall, you can see that like everybody has some form of slight variations within their builds, right? The JBs coming in for Oscar is always interesting. I see some players doing it, some players prefer other things.
Yeah, and JB just for that extra oomph, right? That extra juice in the heat of battle. But 14 eliminations, 10 assists is a Cypher show as always, and that's sort of what's been putting AG on the radar as well. When you have Cypher having a good day and he's just carrying it up in front, sometimes you don't even need to look at Dew to make the play because Cypher takes matters into his own hands.
Oh, speaking of Dew, he's still able to put up a 4K for the rest of his team. Burrows at 3 and Nameless at a 2, playing the supporting role. Overall, everybody gets very into the fight. Like in terms of like raw damage contribution, it's like 35%. That's great. But then you start looking at the assists, and then you start to realize, wait, everybody is getting involved in a majority of the team fights, or at least the picks that they find here at Clash Master.
Yeah, and RQ. And just like yesterday when they went up against WAG, a 6-4 score line as with the opening. So close, so far. But I think for game 2, I wonder if they would change how they approach the bans, right? Because we did see a targeted attempt onto Dew with that Chrono ban and the Santino steal. Didn't really work out the way that they wanted, but the idea is there.
Yeah, the idea definitely is there. I think there is some kind of logic to the madness. We're not 100% sure yet because there's not enough data to find the pattern recognition just yet, but I think it's a good idea, right? It's a creative way that RRQ has utilized the Orion. I just think that they need it more in the playbook to keep AG in that mode of what exactly is happening, how do we adapt against it?
Yeah. Kalahari coming up next, that has been known to be RQ's playground, but I think with the recent years, it definitely is less of the case, right? Teams are starting to catch up on how to play around Kalahari, but RQ is still one of the benchmarks when it comes to that map because of how efficient they are and how well versed they are in traversing the map. Against AG though, Kalahari could be the turning point for RQ because I think AG's track record on Kalahari isn't exactly the best.
Yeah, it isn't. Well, I mean, it's tough to say when it comes down to AG because when they're doing bad, there's something to learn from that. And they always seem to learn a lot of lessons from each one of their battles, right? I think that All Gamers Global, they should be able to take this against RRQ, no problem. But at the same time, I wonder if RRQ Kazu, this time with Lorenz now, he's probably holding another piece of paper. This is what we do in Kalahari, boys.
Yep. And I mean, I've always had this question on how do like the coaches and the analysts, right? Like when you have all these sheet of data, like what do they choose? How do they choose them? And how do they work with it? So it's a fascinating thing.
It is fascinating in a weird sense, right? I think it's more interesting because I want to know what exactly is on that piece of paper. Because I from here, usually you would see an image. We don't see no images. It is literally all text. So what could possibly in this thesis that he's holding on that isn't just stats and data? Because I would imagine that it would be like, this is what we're doing here on this particular side of the map. This is what we're doing here. A little bit more visuals.
Or what if it's just
it's a blank piece of paper this entire time.
It's for the theatrics, or it's just the image. They're just very small. Like you compress them.
This is the menu for tonight. You got boys, please select your meals before the end of the round.
Yeah, they actually were not talking about the game.
We'll never know. Okay, Oscar ban coming in from RQ, I'm totally fine with, but it looks like AG is gonna go back into the Cassie ban. Wait a minute.
So Oscar ban. Wait, what the? Wait, hold on.
Don't worry. RQ's on first pick.
Yeah. It just dawned on me. Orion? It's gotta be Orion, right?
Come on.
There's no way you go this far and not pick Orion.
Or they just go for the early Santino or something crazy or something. I mean, they can what are some of their other first picks they did? Yeah, there's Zane as well. There's a lot of good options out there, to be fair. They got 3 seconds left. Oh, do they have enough time? And it looks like they're going to go with the safe Coda pick.
Back home.
Okay, so they open up the draft a bit more. AG is definitely going to take Zane for sure. But do they want to take the Orion? That's all I want to know, right?
Dude, I don't know.
Santino actually isn't too bad either.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know about going for an information gatherer as your first pick compared to something that gives you a distinct problem for your opponent, right? Something that your opponent needs to respond to. It feels strange that now that RQ is first picking Coda, it's kind of like, you know what? You guys basically get first pick. Information gatherers is going to be key in the game, but that's something you pick later on, right? Orion, as you called it. Let's see what the next one's going to be.
Orion and Zane isn't too bad. I still think Orion Zane is okay.
Or they
Nero?
Oh yeah, Nero as well. Nero's pretty decent too.
Yeah, I think Zane is probably the safest one. And then, because I feel like you take Zane and then RQ, if they go for the Ignis Nero, then it's just full on utility, but you don't have the frontline bulk, right? So I think you take the Zane for yourself.
You take the Zane for yourself, and then I see RQ potentially third picking the Santino possibly, because they know that at the end of the day. Oh wait, no, AG doesn't necessarily, based off of last game, didn't necessarily have to take a information gatherer. They don't follow those rules.
Yeah. And the Chrono is left open, so I'm not really sure if the Chrono is going to be a choice. If it is, it's probably going to be in Dew's hands. But we won't know until it gets picked up to justify RQ's game 1 draft sequence. Though I think this Nero has to go through for RQ. They can't omit the Ignis and go for Santino afterwards. But Nero is the must.
Are the true mirror of the unconscious.
All right, Nero locked in. Could they? Would RQ do what AG did in game number 1? Just go for Ignis Nero.
You can if you have an Oscar or Zane on your side. I feel like that would make more sense. But if it's Coda, Nero, Ignis, it feels like you're going to be super utility heavy, and then you have no one to play in the front line.
I agree, but their front line was always collapsing anyways, right? So you might as well just make AG pay for every step of ground that they make. And I don't know, maybe if Maal can win a 1v1 against Dew, maybe there's an option, but they've got the Iris, so they're setting up for something.
This is Ignis Santino, right? You take Ignis here, right?
Oh yeah.
It has to be.
It's gotta be. If not, it's okay, even if you say no to one or the other, the Santino makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. I think Santino is a given. Although funnily enough, the Chrono isn't really too bad against Iris.
Yeah.
Not Nero though. Nero deals pretty well against him.
Well, at the very least, it can guarantee safety for Orion if things go a little oh no, they're trying to lock me in again.
Here it comes. I think it's a Dew Chrono. Wait a minute. The last minute swap is Morse.
Oh boy. Real funny. Let's see what else they're going to use to finish off the composition, right? Because if it is going to be Morse at this point, you have ways to flank your opponent. The chrono would make a lot of sense as well, because at least then you can kind of play both angles of like, yeah, sure, if you're in trouble, I can save you, but also I'm going to have to join you and stick relatively close to my front line to make this stuff happen.
Be the legend.
So chrono still gets picked up. This feels like this should be a nameless Morse, I feel.
Really? I feel like considering that Dew also plays like Santino, like isn't Morse like not too far off?
A sniper that goes invisible?
Yeah! You know how
that would be crazy. That would be mad though.
He would truly just be an absolute demon. I don't know. I think it's an interesting comp coming out from AG side, because now they're 3-in-1 can operate very independently from each other. Because most of the time 3-in-1 compositions, you need your one to eventually regroup with their front line rather than like consistently peeling back. It's just a constant loop. Alok from the side of RRQ. Looks like they're going to stick together as much as they can.
All right, so that's how RRQ want to play it. And like this, I guess if you want someone that has like a sort of acts like a front line, you might as well turn everyone, into more to make them more durable.
But like I mean, Zayn. But like Zayn.
I don't know about this, Chief. I think it definitely feels slightly weird for the Alok. I'd rather you go for the Kenta. You might as well go Kenta, right? I think that could have been the alternative
versus the Morse. I don't think so, right? I mean, at the end of the day, like the Alok is like almost equivalent to like Dimitri at this point, right? It's all just team-wide buffs. We just need to like fight them as 4, and hopefully we crush their front line before Morse gets into a position where he picks us off. So either way, picking and choosing where these fights are going to be is so important for RRQ.
Oh, it would be so nice if they had Morse on Kalahari on RQ side. We're pretty nice because you have a coda. I mean, then again, it definitely is an interesting game to draft. But we'll let the team set up, and while we're at it, let's hear what they have to say coming into today's series. Catch you in a bit.
ก็เกมแรกที่เล่นไม่ได้ก็อาจจะตื่นเต้นครับอาจจะแบบเพิ่งมาลงซ้อมครับแล้วก็แบบบวกกับที่แบบเหลี่ยมไม่เคยโดนตอนซ้อมครับแล้วก็ฝั่งโน้นก็คมมาครับก็เลยแบบเล่นไม่ได้ครับเกมแรกก็ฝากถึง RQ ครับวันนี้ก็อาจจะโดนผมตบ 2-0 แล้วก็ 6-0 วินใหญ่เลยครับ
6-0.
Whoa.
That's what he wants.
I don't know. After map number 1, his face is definitely like, okay, I want to get the 6-0. It might be a little harder than I'm expecting. Is Matt?
I've talked the talk, but now I actually need to deliver the 6-0.
He's got to get that 6-0, man. If he doesn't get that 6-0, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. Oh boy. We'll see how this is going to play out, right? Because knowing RRQ, if they came up in map number 1 with those type of tricks, I'm sure they've got more tricks up their sleeve, but were they prepared for the Morse is the real question, right? We saw it in our very first series today, the damage that this Morse can do, especially when you are landing those first shots and you are capitalizing on those first shots as soon as you break out of the stealth.
Yep. In a way, Morse is sort of like Orion, but he prefers the backline, right? Now that I think about it, you have Orion and you have a Morse. So the AG basically has a way to run at you and have 2 characters that can be a bit pain in the butt.
I think here in Kalahari, anything can happen. But I think more importantly is whether or not they're going to pull off the same tricks with the Soraya that RRQ showed in map number 1. Let's jump right into it. Current score is 1-0 so far in favor of AG. One more win to secure this series, and it already has begun. Ryzen trying to hold his Abe on the low ground. Dew already chasing towards him.
Yeah, so you're right. Dew is on the Morse, and he's gonna lose that fight. Sadly, against Abai, Ranze also wins his 1v1. Cypher with the trade back to sight. Finds the execution quickly. Turns Cypher, finds a second one. And now number 3 is on the menu. Baros helps them out, and the Orion pays off. Pistols for AG.
Okay, this is where Duke calls for just a short moment to readjust his control system. wasn't expecting some resistance on that side, but looks like at the very least there are some protocols for RRQ. It's just unfortunate that they weren't able to really capitalize after Duke went down. At this point, I think that AG getting the early point is going to be great. VSS already purchased 4 Baros. We'll see the arm, whether they want to invest in armors, which is usually good in these early rounds, helmets as well, considering that at least one person 4 spot, and that's going to be Mal. He's got the rifle in hand.
Yeah, and RQ is going to be constantly guessing where this Morse is, because unlike a Morse that wants to flank, this is actually a Morse that goes invisible.
Oh my god.
He's going to do exactly that.
And Nameless, he does at least spot out one, right? But just look at where these fights are going. Both sides are heavy on this flank, and Cypher finally goes down. Du is able to take out Abaye on the opposite side as Maal finishes off Cypher. So again, both flanks made an attempt. Both flanks had varying results, but it's a 3v3 for the time being.
Yeah, the side pulled out, but unfortunately, it doesn't work out for Nameless. Still though, Deuce goes down thanks to Dio. He was undetected because of the Morse ability, so it denies RQ the ability to kind of tag him in the early game at the start of the round. So they never really would know where Dio is, but they still have the man advantage though. It's a 1v2 in favor of RRQ.
Oh, he did use his stealth. He's not going to have it for a little bit. And Dio cannot make the first move, unfortunately, but he's still outside. And RRQ have some pretty good ideas of where he is going to be. And Dio, unfortunately, he's not getting any opportunities. He's seeing the tips of heads of people, but he knows that he doesn't actually have the angle on this slope. He's going to drop that down quickly with the glue wall. His last glue wall, in a matter of fact, gets deployed before he ends.
Would have been nice if his ability came back up, but unfortunately, there just was not enough time for that to happen. Nameless here as well. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get the knockdown before he got shot by RRQ. Valiant effort though. I just respect I do see the idea from AG Global with this dual Morse. It does basically put him in the shadow at the start of the round, but the way that they're using the Orion is definitely slightly different from what RQ did in the previous game.
I think they also have to recognize that there's not a lot of information gatherers from the side of RRQ, right? So he doesn't necessarily have to use it right off the rip, unless that maybe there's like UAVs or something like that. He can actually walk up to the rest of the team and then halfway through the map go invisible to try and look for those opportunities. For the time being, Maal still trying to control as many angles as possible, knows that Cypher is trying to make an attempt on his life, but you can see that a majority of the RRQ players just holding back, waiting for that first attack. What? And Baros finds one in Abaye, and Baros is going to start walking on in to find the second one into Ranzi. That's 2 immediately down for the side of RRQ.
They had no idea what hit him. Dio is in the guard tower against Dio, but once that hit pops up, Dio is going to be ready to take the shot as reinforcement gets called in. Maal is going to get rushed. Nameless absolutely tears him to shreds as Deuce gets finished off 2. AG Global takes the lead 2-1.
Yep, and bad position to be caught out against the SMG when you're holding onto a rifle in close quarters. That rate of fire is just something else right now. And as you can see, AG is still very comfortable with the way that they're playing so far, but now it's Santa Catarina. North side going to be taken over by AG, south side by RRQ. We've seen this before many times. But I think with AG, now that the fact that they have that Morse, you can do so much on this particularly unfair map.
Yeah. The one with the highest frag right now with KD of 3 and 2. But Deuce is going to stay behind this time. As Dio goes on exploration, Cypher taking so much damage. We have to use all of his power. Turns around, what? How did Cypher get that? Even finishes off Abai and slips into the shadow. Baros just comes in as a tag team and finds Ranze. Now they turn the corner and get Maal.
They are running a tight ship right now. That was disgusting. That was supposed to be the breaking point for RRQ, and now Dudes has to deal with 4 members. He's getting peppered from every single side. We got to see that one more time. I'm pretty sure he had some help, right? It wasn't just all one man. Oh, no, I guess it's just Cypher things.
13 health. 13 health and a dream. I can't believe he not only got the knock, but he was able to finish off that player before he ran away. There's some insane prowess from the AG players.
Crazy pre-fire that was. All right, let's see whether AG is going to do it again. Now that they've already secured themselves in the previous round, the previous 2 rounds, the drops in each time, they're going to do it now on the southern side. Now, keep your eyes on Dude because he's the one who wants to go invisible here. And he went through the middle in the previous round. He's going to do it again to make sure that he has full control over this side. But unfortunately, it's going to be the top hall. And he already blows off one head. Already down. RRQ need to get his boys back up in fighting shape now rather than later.
That was so fast. RRQ were not ready for that. They were able to get the pickup, but still, Deuce ends up getting knocked down. Cypher gets the finisher, and it all just falls apart. Abai and Ma'al sticking side by side. Barros comes in for a different angle. There really isn't anything that RRQ could have done more.
Oh, that's difficult. That was really, really difficult. It's just one of those angles you're not expecting, especially since RRQ were the ones who were able to get that high ground early on in the round. It's just something they weren't paying attention because Morse can go invisible, right? And now once they took out Dudes, their anchor was gone. And at that point, there was no coming back for RRQ. But here in round number 5, they might have some hope.
Yeah, Refinery are RRQ's best spots when it comes to both Clash Squad and Battle Royale. I want to see how Dew navigates this with the Morse, right? Because it's definitely slightly different. It's not like you have a lot of open ground to work with, and even if there is, you generally don't want to go down to the low ground. So Dew actually cuts the corner right to the back of the RRQ lineup. Did they not see him?
No. Oh, okay. They finally found him, but then Ranze, he gets taken out by Cypher. Do we see the trade, Dudes? Goes down by Nameless. Ma'al's able to find one in Dew at the bare minimum here, turning this at least into a 2v3 scenario. It's still a little tough to say here because now with the time turner's already gone, and not to mention we've got Nameless being an absolute menace here in those back lines with Abe having to fight this 1v1 by the time turner against Barros. Fortunately, it turns into a 2v1 very quickly, and now Ma'al is all by himself, gets taken out.
And that's going to be series point for AG Global. 5-1 scoreline so far on Kalahari. And it was a good start, right? They sniffed out Dew, but the rest of the gunfights were not in their favor at all. AG Global, I mean, Cypher and Barros, these two, and then you just cannot get enough of how clean they make it look. I mean, Cypher and Barros both have a KD of 7-1.
They both have crazy KDAs at this stage of the game. And I think, you know what's worse at this point is the fact that you can see that RRQ aren't taking as much space as they usually do because of this Morse. But this time, it looks like they're spreading out way differently compared to before, right? I'm guessing that's Dude who's sitting all the way... no, that's probably Ma'al. At this point, you see that Dude trying to take the space, but Dude's now holding onto the center for as long as he possibly can here. It's a dangerous spot to be in, especially with no help, and knowing that Ma'al is now getting pressured in by Cypher with a P90 in hand. He's got no support except for his front lines, and slowly they'll start whittling away.
Yeah, the ice grenade earlier on also did a lot of work. That's already 2 down from the side of RRQ. Make that number 3. Abaye is down, and Nameless is just gonna siphon the health of Ranze. That's gonna be game over for RRQ Kazu. AG Global with a 6-1 scoreline on Kalahari takes the series 2-0.
And that's 3 rounds back-to-back that we see Cypher attempt to go into iframes with Orion and scythe somebody down to death. 2 unsuccessful, but he got it at the very end. He got it at the very end.
This is like a trick that we did see from Todak last year as well. So a bit of a throwback, but AG delivering close to the promise. They still wanted a 6-0, but 6-1 isn't half bad. And this Booyah for AG Global is going to catapult them to a 2-0 record on the Group B leaderboard. So that's going to be 6 fat points for the team.
Very clean record, and I like seeing it. AG are putting on quite the show for the boys and girls out there, especially to our Free Fire survivors watching Clash Masters live. Now, as we've seen before, you know, not too surprising that it was 2-0. RRQ bringing some really interesting tech here, and that's what I wanted to see. The cool new tech that people are getting their hands on.
Yeah, the Orion, it's I can see sort of the application of Orion, right? Like from day one, we've seen some of it, but today as well, it has mixed results. Some, I think even spread of wins and losses. But even then, the ways that different teams uses Orion is also pretty fascinating, right? RQ uses it in a very aggressive manner, whereas for AG, they just use it to style on their enemies, right? Just making sure that they take that, they force a 1v1, and then they win the 1v1.
Yeah, it's real interesting to see, especially when you're looking at our Clash Squad champions from last year. Do what they do, right? Because moments like this where you see that Nameless, he's obviously, trying to have a little bit of fun here, puts his team in some compromising position to allow RQ to get a game back. But at the very least, AG, when they get back into form, that's when they start just taking people out, right? They're just abusing the fact that they are more connected, more knowledgeable about the movements across the map than their opponents. It's just hard to break the hive mind.
Yeah, you can see the exact moment the entire game got out of control, and that was from, I believe, like round 4. Yeah, when Cypher got the nasty clutch, and then this happened the round right after that. RQ completely fish out of water at this point of time. They just could not react fast enough to what AG is trying to pull off.
Yeah, that's definitely a tilt moment for sure. I would definitely be very annoyed seeing a Morse pop out from the center of the ship just like that, not getting punished for it at the same time. But then fight after fight, it became messier and messier for RRQ, because again, it's just, what do you do when you're unsure of where this Morse is going to come out? And I think a lot of it just comes down to understanding like how much time he can actually stay in that stealth, how much distance he can cover, and when the active ability comes back online. Because once you know the boundaries of it, then you can estimate roughly how to deal with it, or at least where he'll end up on the map after using it at the beginning of the round.
The MVP of this game will go to Cypher. Again, MVP for the entire series, in fact. It's 14 eliminations on game 1 and half of it in game 2, because it did end faster. Before was the exact same layout, right? He got game 1, Oscar in game 1, Zayn in game 2, but still sticking with the J beeps.
It gives you that extra bit of oomph, man. A little bit of EP goes a long way. Body armor goes a long way. All these little advantages will always start to stack back up. And again, considering Cypher's playstyle, he already wants to be in your face. Now he has a character that enables him to do that and still provide a lot of support for the team.
Yeah, I think this is also one of the few games where the draft definitely felt a bit off, right? The Dimitri didn't really have that impact, unfortunately. The whole composition just felt not ill-equipped to deal with the sort of the bulk that AG Global has. And even when we look at the stats here, 7 for Cyber Elims for Cypher, 8 for Baros, 8 for Nameless, Dew just chilling in the shadows as the Morse.
Yeah, man, it's just comp so bad that Dudes goes white, just all the blood drains from his face. It's really, really difficult to deal with a composition like this, especially when you're not like hitting as many shots as a Cypher, or worse yet, you're having to deal with Nameless, who ended up with 8 eliminations anyways, right? Just not as high in the damage numbers in comparison to Cypher.
Yeah, and it's just, this one is a complete masterclass, a complete outclass, I'd say, from AG Global. And sadly for RQ Kazu, because of this, they will remain at 0 points on that Group B. The only thing that they, I think, have, if a tiebreaker ever happens, actually no, they went 0-4 so far. But yeah, match summaries on your screen is just this one is a sad one for RQ Kazu. I mean, man, dudes, 1-7, 0.1 KD. You can see 0.6 for Ranze, 2.7 for Abai. Ma'al, the only one barely holding it together.
Yeah, they barely break in. They don't even break into the 1 KDA stat line for RRQ, while AG is just blowing it out of the water. Well, clearly, except for Dew, who apparently isn't contributing as much with a 3.3 KDA. Don't know what that's about, where everybody else is double digits. But hey, some people have their days.
And today he takes a back seat. He's just chilling in the back rooms and making sure to clean up the pieces. But it's fun to see Dew, take the aggressive front every now and then, using the Morse to actually flank instead of, staying in the back lines like he always do. But at that point, I think AG already knew that they were going to win.
Oh yeah, unfortunately we can't track the impact of a particular player overall. We can only get the hard evidence of stats. If only we can get that last part, Dew would probably be highest on that list so far. But let's have a quick look at the standings for anybody who's just joining in or who's been keeping up. Where are they currently at? We've got AG Global already sitting with 2 wins and a total of 6 whopping points to be right on top of Group B, while our next matchup is going to involve WAG and Team Falcons to maybe contest or, even up the score just a little bit.
Yeah, and so far, I mean, AG Global has been absolutely untouched in the games that they play. They did drop one game to Team Falcons yesterday, but in the grand scheme of things, still are one of the strongest teams we have in the league. Probably next to BRU, WAG. They're gonna have a chance to, join that list of teams. But they have to go to Team Falcons, who did put up quite a fight against AG yesterday.
They did put up one hell of a fight, man. And I think that, that particular series is going to be interesting. I don't want to dive too deep onto my thoughts about it because, again, after watching yesterday, I feel like it's a 50-50. I don't know about you survivors in the chat as well. Who do you think who's going to win that matchup? But if yesterday didn't happen, I think I would have known my answer.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite interesting because the Falcons went 6-0 and then they got 6-4 and then they got 6-0, right? So there's a bit of a roller coaster there for the two Thai teams yesterday. But now Falcons will have a Vietnamese powerhouse to worry about, WAG. They had a shining moment at the start of 2025. They did fall off towards the tail end, and now it's their chance to rebuild from scratch.
Yeah, I think that WAG is going to be real interesting to see overall. Same goes for Falcons because, again, nobody wants to walk away with 0-6 in one of their matches, man. They're looking for redemption as well, and I think that these teams are both hungry for wins.
Yeah, especially when Falcons, they now have Keroro instead of one more no longer there. So, this is going to be quite an interesting series coming up for our last one of the evening. But we'll let the teams take a break. So will us. We'll be back in a bit for the final best of 3 of the night.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course, there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able to... This is it! A 12-57!
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting! In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot today. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from anywhere. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Welcome back, survivors, to the Free Fire Clash Master Spring Season. 2026 is week 1, day 2, and we're at the final best of 3 of this evening. It's going to be WAG taking on Team Falcons. My name is Sasuke. Joining me on the desk is going to be Kid and Q.
Yep. Once again, our final series of the day. It's an action-packed day full of Clash squatting to find out which one of these are going to prove themselves to be the masters here of the Clash Squad format. Again, a prelude to what is going to happen for the rest of the year, and very exciting for Free Fire fans to already get the competitive scene started in a smaller, lower scale fashion, but good enough because all the action and a lot of the waiting time has been cut down to just the gunfights.
Yeah, and for both teams, they have had minor roster changes. WAG actually bringing in some academy players as well. Whereas for Team Falcons, the players, we've seen them before already. It's just some minor tweaks here and there, but they are all household names that have had glory at some point in time with or against Team Falcons. So this is going to be quite an interesting series, like you said, coming up. Let's take a look at the predictions that we've had. I think I went for Falcons 2-1. Oh, WAG 2-1. You went for Falcons 2-1. So this is where this is the one series that we are at odds with our predictions.
We are at odds. I knew you were going to go with WAG since last year. Even with the roster change, I knew you were still going to sit alongside with them. But I think that Falcons might be able to pull this one through. I will admit they're not the greatest when it comes down to Clash Squad, but I think they are the hungriest when they lose. So after taking devastating losses yesterday, I think there's a possibility, because right now they're learning really quickly that Clash Squad, man, this particular format, it's not just about the execution, but there's so much technical aspects to it to give you those advantages.
Yeah, I would say we can't forget that Falcons is the first ever team that won the Clash Squad tournament in the inaugural one. They were at one point one of the best, and they were so good that no one could contest them. But they've had their moments, and they have fallen from grace before. I just feel like this one is going to be a 2-1 either way. I lean towards WAG a bit more simply because I feel like WAG can pull it off in these clutch moments. But I might be proven wrong, by Pina, Limit, On Fire, and Kororo.
Again, this team is going to be real dangerous to deal with. No matter what, you can't deny the potential firepower from every single one of these roles. Pina has proven himself. On Fire and Kororo clearly have done the work. And even Limit has been a household name in the Free Fire scene within Southeast Asia for the longest of times. Well deserved to get picked up by one of the highest paying teams in the scene. But the question is, can he land enough shots to make the difference here at Clash Masters?
Yeah, and you can also can't ever forget that the year they got picked up by Team Falcons was the year that they not only won Clash Squad, but also EWC right after that. They almost had that golden road going for them. Whereas for WAG, they definitely joined slightly later, or at least they warmed up slightly later than Team Falcons. But I think WAG during their prime, when we saw X-Bor being one of the superstar rookie of the team, and then T-Kui join, this was a roster that felt unstoppable from Vietnam. And now they have Huang and Ngan, the rookies. I think one of them from the academy team of WAG. This is definitely going to be quite an interesting shakeup for the team.
Yeah, it really is, right? Because these smaller changes is always scary for a team who's, especially in a game that requires you to have the top tier worth of chemistry. And I think that, Falcons, they've been doing it for a while. So again, not too surprised if they do well, mainly for me, because that's my bias coming into this game. But for WAG, I would like to see them continue a consistent performance, right? Because after what we saw yesterday, it's like, okay, they've got the basis down. Is there more to this team? Is there a higher cap that we haven't seen or witnessed yet?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot more to be desired, especially from WAG. But I want to sidetrack a bit. Can I get that custom jersey that Limit has on his chest? The one with his face? Whoever thought of that idea is brilliant. I think that would sell like hotcakes if they commercialize it.
Hey, it would. But for the map picks, at the very least, it's going to be WAG who wins out on the map selection. They're going to choose Bermuda, while Falcons is going to be the first to do their picks and bans. The second map is going to be Solara, and third to end things off is going to be Kalahari. We're expecting to see all three of these maps here.
Yeah, and on Bermuda, it's definitely an interesting choice to open up, because I think for Bermuda it's a lot more even, I think, for both teams. So we get to see, how the power level measures up, to get a good gauge of where they both are at. Falcons having first pick, bans out Dakota right away, and WAG will take Oscar.
Very interesting. Haven't seen too many of these reconnaissance style characters getting banned out this early on. Usually it just takes too much effort because there's so many other ways to get information in the game as well. But at least it's not free or easy. First picks here could go to anything. Orion being covered over for the time being. They don't mind going on with no reconnaissance or no information whatsoever, as long as they're able to soak up the shots.
And they take the Orion to start it off. So Zane, Cassie are up on the table if WAG wants to go for the classic combo. But if they do go down that route, then you can expect Team Falcons to go for the narrow +1. So Zane picked up first by WAG. Now they have to consider whether they want the Cassie as well.
A great combination to have for both. But instead, they might just lean into the narrow this time round. Way to influence more of the glue walls just in general, denying key points of the map as well. Now priority goes over to Falcons.
Just leave Ignis up on the table too.
They leave Ignis. They go...
I'm the undying flame.
What? No, there's probably no reason to do it as of right now, unless Coda specific they want to play. If it's Coda specific, it's mainly like hiding behind cover and things like that, which really reveals your positions, right? So they can go for the Cassie if they wanted to kind of maintain the amount of damage they can actually receive and double up on the Orion if things go wrong in the front lines.
Yeah, so this does leave that final pick. I wonder what is still available, right, for the final pick, because right now, Cassie, Ignis, Orion, you don't have a Zane, you don't have Kenta is one of those choices. The Chrono, we saw it from early on from AG Global as well, played by Bowers in the front line. So I guess there are alternatives for Team Falcons. But WAG, they're going to lock in the Steffi, and it seems like the Santino will be their final choice.
Okay, so they decide to go for the Santino with no reconnaissance whatsoever. There's potential for Falcons to last pick Morse if necessary, if they want to. I don't know I don't know if they really want to lean into it. They could still go for standard lines of play if necessary as well. Just get a clue for reconnaissance if necessary, just to keep Santino in check. But there are many different ways of doing it. So really, it boils down to preference.
Yeah. Clue, Iris is also one. Chrono, Morse, something that works well with this Ignis and Orion, right? I think Orion's going to be on his own. The Skylar is also one of the choices. I feel like Falcons is probably a limit Skylar like we've seen before.
If they are playing the Skylar, it's really to double up on that front line, right? To make sure that Orion doesn't get boxed in when Ignis has his charges down, because Ignis can really just take his time, but he can't get rid of these walls instantaneously like Skylar can if you just double Riptide Rhythms. WAG, yeah, I think their comp is a lot more flexible. I'm just not 100% sure whether they can get maximum value from Steffi.
Yeah, I think that definitely is one of the point of concern here for WAG. Although I would think that if you have the Orion in your face and you're dealing with the Skylar, the Steffi could theoretically work out be effective to a certain degree, right? You want to deny all those utilities to prevent the aggressive pushes from Falcons, especially when they commit with the Orion and the Skylar. But aside from that, the Nero should also be pretty effective in, demolishing all of the glue walls.
I think the only thing that's really going to like separate, other than the Steffi correlation to the Skylar, I think it's going to boil down to Xbor and Limit, right? Because if Santino's playing an off angle while Skylar is able to kind of back up the front line, they might end up on two sides of the map that it's not good for Santino.
Yep. And before we hop into the game, we actually talked to the teams before today's series, so let us all hear what they have to say.
Hôm nay tụi em chọn Bermuda làm game thi đấu đầu tiên là tại vì hôm qua game 1 tụi em cũng chọn Bermuda và chiến thắng, nên là tụi em cũng sẽ giữ chiến thuật cũ là chọn Bermuda. Cái cửa hàng này tụi mình chơi cũng khá là quen thuộc và khá là hay, nên mới quyết định Bermuda sẽ là game thi đấu đầu tiên của tụi mình.
Sticking with what works, WAG comes in with, if they've won Bermuda yesterday, they're going to try and win it today. And I think, you stick to what's comfortable and what has been, effective. And that's a very, easy way to get your team on the same page.
Better question. If you want to hear audio and you have your earphones, if you're wearing earphones, how do you communicate with the rest of the team, right? Like, they probably would have to like shout at the top of their lungs, would they not?
Or I would assume they have like they're gonna be like on Discord or something, right?
That's what I'm assuming. But then now I'm looking at Limit. He's got the headphones on, but nobody else has the headphones on. So the real question is, is it noise canceling? Like, how exactly are they doing this?
He's probably like, maybe he's one of those that work out with music, right? So it's like he's listening like the. We don't know. It's a great mystery. Maybe he is the White Death after all.
He works
alone.
He's alone. He could just be a lone wolf. That's also a really good point here. I am a little jealous that WAG has a really comfortable looking leather couch. I am in the market to getting one at some point in my lifetime. But God, it looks so soft.
Yeah, it looks. I want a beanbag. That's all I want.
You want a beanbag? Would you get like a regular beanbag or like a leather beanbag?
Or a regular beanbag. Either that or like a foldable, like a foldable couch bed.
No, I would suggest not to get that. I have one. I will admit, I don't use it very often. There's like almost there's like no time to actually like turn it into its bed form. It's such an inconvenience.
So you don't sleep on it?
I mean, in its couch form, I sleep on it. I don't need to like make it wider to like sleep on it.
Okay. I see your point. I mean, well, I have limited space, so
that's also a good point.
I have to fold it out whenever I can.
Hey, what about a hammock? A hammock would be pretty good. It's terrible. Yeah, it's terrible for your back, but it's great for the environment.
Would I hang off the balcony? Doesn't seem to be too practical. Above the bed? I live on the 10th floor, the 28th floor, sir. That doesn't seem to be a good idea.
All right. Side pockets aside, looks like the teams are getting ready. Okay. He's not the only one wearing earphones. So 2 on earphones, 2 not on earphones.
I would assume it's to hear the game. I personally prefer it if you have earphones on and then you could hear the game audio. I think especially when it comes to like any shooters, right? Battle Royale, Clash Squad. being able to hear gunshots actually is pretty important. But maybe they're just so in tune. Maybe they shout at each other. Who knows?
Who knows? Maybe it's just the, connected minds here on Bermuda through all the struggle and strife they had in Battle Royale. Now it's just an honest 4v4s. No third parties, nothing to worry about.
Yeah, very, very straightforward. You spawn, you shoot, and you win. Now, round 1 on Bermuda, straight on the pistol. You just see the electrotherapy onto On Fire. He's faster than his firewall, that's for sure. Takes on T-Quay straight, goes into the invulnerability to buy a bit of time as On Fire continues to push on forward, and somehow he's surviving. Now the counter Ignis wall comes out from the side of WAG. On Fire is still surviving, and it's the firewall that knocks down WAG.
Dear Lord, really great placement of those firewalls, and even Limit taking full advantage of the weaker members here. Already taking out Xbor as well. Now just needs to worry about Hwangam, who's currently sitting on the roof, and that's round 1 in the bag for Falcons. Now, this is one of the few situations where the placement of that wall was actually super crucial, because again, there are 3 super bonfires all in the same place or relatively in the same area. You can see all the util just being chucked onto that one spot.
And not only that, when WAG players, they try to hide behind the fence, they just get tagged by the wall, the flame mirage instead. So whether intentional or not, definitely worked in Falcons' favor. Let's see if they're going to go for the force buy. It seems like WAG are going to force buy 2 rifles. Whereas for Falcons, they will take it easy just a little bit, but the approach still almost same as round 1.
Ooh, On Fire taking an even more aggressive approach, really going through into enemy territory, arguably.
What?
He's got to be careful. He's got to be careful. And now the swing, they're all come on through, and it's a little too late. An isolated target member from WAG, and even On Fire actually going down finally, but it's still a 2-for-1 trade, and On Fire gets back on his feet. Man, they deploy these super bonfires so fast.
Man, Limit is finding some crucial snipes to enable his team to move on forward like that. And Karora is going to hold the front. T-Quay only gets On Fire, but it doesn't really matter too much. T-Quay with 2, but no elimination, sadly. That's 2-0 for Falcons, and they keep everything they've gotten so far.
Well, let's keep our eyes up here, because again, Hwangam getting knocked down like that really slowed down this initial flanking push coming out from the side of WAG, which got thwarted with the help of Limit as well, getting involved as he turns his angle over as soon as he gets the initial knock, right? Like, Limit is thinking about impact rather than securing every single one of the knockdowns. Some of them are just impossible to take, right? But more importantly, even if a teammate brings the knockdown player back up, at least you've made impact on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, and Limit is starting out to an incredibly hot game too. Wait a minute.
What?
What was that?
That was for the glue wall in the sky, bro.
It's to distract the enemies, right? You throw something out, they look up, and then you shoot them.
Oh, that'd be too funny if that was the actual reason. But at least for Falcons, they do win out on this compound. However, they do throw out plenty of smokes down by the base of it. Literally can't see anything. Even with the Ignis firewalls, you see that at least that Nahan 7 is running in the middle of it, in and out of vision. And finally, Limit, who's spamming his heart out, trying to get at least a revive here. WAG tries to get one, but Limit is going to deny it as well with a rifle in hand, switching in and out of these fights. Unfortunately for Pina, and as well as On Fire, can't deal enough damage to take out the entire squad.
Double kill.
Limit is gonna be the sole survivor. See what the plan is right now. He's gonna make his way up onto the roof, and I think T-Quay has a very good idea where he's gonna be at. But the weapon, not the best on playing on that range as compared to what Limit has. But if he can isolate these fights, he's gonna have a very good chance of winning this out. They're gonna split up just for a little bit. Limit.
In terms of resources, 1 glue wall compared to 3 total glue walls. That's also going to be the cryo main being thrown out. They know exactly where he's going to be. He has 1 wall to use, all right? 2 more walls for the opponents, and Limit finally uses it. He has to back out of this fight as quickly as possible. Maybe catch the person jumping down. Nobody jumps down. He's going to take his time here. Again, WAG do not want to give Limit any opportunities. Luckily, the Super Bonfire has already timed out, but slowly regenerating this HP is not an ideal way. He's looking for resources anywhere, but they've all been snatched up.
And yeah, only working with 63 HP. And with the blue closing in, this should be a WAG round, and it has to be a catastrophic failure for WAG to drop the ball. The cryo mine, they helped him out earlier on, and Limit finally gets dispatched. And WAG finds the first round, but they had to really work for it.
Let's look at this replay one more time, right? Because again, the fact that Peanut got beamed down just like that, almost not too long after On Fire, who was taking the initial hits, for some reason Keroro gets punished for it overall. So now slight adjustments have been made from WAG. They know that On Fire, if he's attached to Keroro, he is going to go invulnerable. You just have to keep your eyes on where Keroro is going to be, because you can tell by the tether, right? We saw in round 1 they were going for an offer angle. Round 2 they wanted to take a more aggressive approach. Round 3, let's see if they're going to follow that aggressive approach again.
Yeah. See Falcons make any minor adjustments to the approach. Pina spotted out already. It even throws out a smoke grenade and a firewall. So a lot of utility dump at the very start of the round. It does allow the Falcons to hide in the shadows for now, but On Fire is going to take the fight straight to Tikui.
This is a little interesting. UAV already spotted out too, right? That's what WAG is repositioning their members close to that right-hand side to maybe find it. Unfortunately loses his life in the middle of that decision-making. And now Falcons have to take the initiative here to take his Tikui, unfortunately, does not lose his fight to On Fire. And now that's 2 members down. And Keroro already put down to 1/4 of his HP.
Yeah, and Limit also got found out on the side too. But WAG with a quick equalizer here. Tikui actually winning that fight against On Fire was crucial, because On Fire was the aggressor and had the support of the Casty as well, but got tracked down. It's essentially a couple of headshots did the job there. No burst healing for On Fire. WAG finally gets to invest in some better guns.
As expected, you know, WAG won the previous round before that. Falcons unfortunately did not have the weaponry, so it was an expected loss for them. They could have brought it a little bit closer, but that's fine, because things will slowly start even out as the rounds go by. WAG, keep in mind, they have 1 cyber airdrop in their space. They are going to be working with more gold.
And just okay, another smoke grenade to cut off vision.
Interesting decision here, especially knowing that the angle is going to be open. But now WAG looking to actually go for this maneuver. One still comes through, and they find one, unfortunately, from the side of Pina. X4 does take out Strange. Returns to the corner, finds one, and X4 instantly gets another. They jumps down, and even finds another one. That's 3 in the bag.
Yeah, X4 is doing everything all on his own. And it's down to Limit again. Literally 6 health to work with. The retirement then comes through. Pina was able to finish off Ngan, as he is also dangerously low. 20 health for him. X-Bar, he did all the heavy lifting, and it's going to come down to a 2v1. But X-Bar has the health to work with, compared to Limit and Pina, who are literally working 1 shot away from going down.
Oh, okay. Limit manages to bring Pina back up. Oh, doesn't get it for long. X4 just continuing his onslaught. Oh, wait, he sees Santino drone. Limit knows it. He turned this into a 2v1. If he makes the mistake, he would it, right?
And X4 is about to win a 1v5 at this point. He got 3 earlier on. The bonfire gets dropped down. It is lit. Ignis War comes through. X4 will just face tank the damage a little bit. He knows exactly where the remainder of the Falcon players are at. But it's the double off from Falcons that will be his undoing. As they now put up the glue wall. Here comes the rush around the corner. X4 can't really do it. Man, that was almost heroics, man. X4 single-handedly almost won the round.
Yeah, that was so very, very close. If only he was able to finish off at the right time. I mean, he had him at the right. He was locked back to the corner. All 3 in speed. Yet overall, finally, prioritized sure that he took on his isolated fights. Strong basics and fundamentals overall.
Yeah, but it was pretty close. So WAG, they did take a lot out of Falcons as well. Limit gets his hands on the AWM. Let's see if Falcons wants to play indoors. I would assume that with Limit and the AWM, they will want to bring the fight outside. Keroro already getting tagged out. The bonfire again being used. Ignis brings down all the glue walls, and now is the open for business. Not actually able to snipe Limit. That's the AWM gone. On Fire goes into Orion form. Pina comes in to swap with him, gets blasted by the 1887. And WAG should be able to go for the cleanup.
Well, they find one and they're going for more.
And On Fire, unfortunately, just overwhelmed by WAG. 2 is not good enough. And WAG, the quick equalizer again. Super messy fight outdoors. You can barely see anything. Visibility almost down to a 0. And unfortunately, the rest of Falcons, they got taken out way too early. And On Fire just didn't have the support necessary to win out the round for his team.
Like, I understand if you're making a move like that when you have your Cassie ready to go. But I think that the time turner there, unfortunately, just came out a little too late from WAG to save the retreating members. Something to remember for the upcoming bout. But now with two cyber airdrops in the bag, they're going to be walking away with plenty of good weaponry. AC-80s on the side from Falcons, but we are seeing AWMs, big shotguns as well, a fully upgraded MP5s on top of it all. So really close quarters, not exactly looking too great for Falcons.
Wait, in the MP87, this is mad whip getting completely ran down. Limit was able to get an instant trade. I don't think they sniped up, but On Fire. Falcons have a response. Kororo steps in, and X4 kind of respond in time. Was able to get a point blank at the Kororo though. 25 HP to work with. Wasn't really much that he could do. Falcons again expect the lead.
It's a back and forth between both of these teams. They don't want to lose it, but man, these shots coming out from Pina, these picks are so important. But unfortunately, once the distance is closed, that's when T3 comes alive. Now into this upcoming bout once again, opposite sides of the same exact map. Do they want to control the back building, the back factory on that left-hand side, or do they want to take a wider response to play on low ground?
I think if you are Falcons, you probably just want to leave Limit alone. He's gonna actually join with his team. Once it's split away, actually not Limit. On Fire takes on the bounce back of the grenade. I think drop down as well. Had a blue wall. On Fire instantly goes invulnerable. As T-Quay will turn the corner to Aurora with a good ambush. That was what Falcons have been waiting for.
That was a good one. That was a real good bait from On Fire and a quick trade coming in from Kororo. Now they want to take the space because Pina is already in a great position. Time Turner is already going to be dropped. On Fire goes down first. Explorer finds a headshot onto On Fire. Kororo finishes off the kills. And Pina finally takes out Explorer. That's going to be a clean turn. Oh no! You would have imagined it would get any worse, and finally Limit's like, nah, I gotta get my ones. Quickly gets involved.
And another message fight, but this time it's been perfect from the side of Falcons. WAG, even if they tried to respond, they would have been equivalent to walking into a death trap. Double AWMs from Limit. Actually, yeah. Is he gonna go for the AWM? Come on. Make up your mind, Limit.
Come on, Limit. Having two AWMs, especially at match point, why not? And yes, he's going to be running two AWMs, upgraded as well. And let's see whether or not they're going to be able to contest it. Because this map particularly is notorious at getting headshot, especially if you're on the opposite side. But it's going to be a fast flank, and they're going to reposition themselves to the enemy territory. They're trying to secure the points. Pina, can he land this? Because he's already got two angles with the help of Limit, buying plenty of time. Limit needs to heal as On Fire controls the high ground.
WAG have already lost one of the players, getting shot by multiple angles. The crossfire is set up very early by Falcons, and that is now down to a 4v2. One Limit just point blank X4 right in the face, and T-Quay completely outnumbered Falcons. The first win.
Whoa, those first picks are everything for both of these teams. As soon as one person goes down, the likelihood that the game is going to snowball out of control is so likely. Nicely played by Falcons, pulling it back, but we also see a lot of promise coming in from W.
Look at this. that is a dope t-shirt. Is it my
I'm pretty sure it's a fan-made t-shirt saying that Team Falcons are basically the Avengers. That's the implication of it. That's so good. If it was a custom-made shirt or if a fan gave it. One or the other.
I like that shirt too. But I mean, Falcons, this is a classic Falcons performance, man. Like, I think WAG definitely had some good moments. X4 and T-Quay, they delivered just like we expected. You know, these two players, when they joined WAG, they've already shown that they are one of the few top players that can shake up the pro scene. But against Team Falcons, it's definitely a tall order because they got shut down pretty quickly.
I think a lot of it comes down to making the decision when the situation changes, right? Because that's when you see like WAG take those big pauses. Like they don't want to like actually look to retreat. They're looking to kind of hunker down in their position and then communicate, then make a move. And I think that I don't want to say that it's wasted time because most people are doing it. Most professional players are going to be doing it, but in a more efficient manner. Because if WAG doesn't move from compromised positions, they get punished very often. And I think that's something that they need to remember for the second game.
Yeah, and I think when you're up against Falcons, they love to just continuously run in your face. There is no breaks when it comes to Falcons gameplay. But what WAG did do, at least in the earlier rounds, was just punish them, right? We've seen them use those smoke grenades and even use the Ignis Flame Mirage against Falcons in the earlier stages of the game. But I think as the game progressed, Falcons just started moving faster and faster and just getting into positions earlier than WAG could do it themselves.
And to be fair, WAG is making like these super wide flanks as well on a couple of these matches, which I'm rather surprised. I would have imagined that WAG actually wants to gunfight at long range against Falcons, but I think, you know, building up from the third to fourth round onwards, that's when we started to see once the rifles started to come out, Falcons were still pretty deadly overall, so it was just better to see QC.
Yeah, and even in, I think, you know, these late rounds, I think this one was definitely the one that got away. Unfortunately, this could have really swung the momentum in favor of WAG, but, you know, just needed some final touches, and Falcons were the ones that were able to pull it back.
Blind fire into the smoke. I respect it a lot. Got to make sure that anybody in those smokes get punished as soon as possible. And it applies to both Falcons as well as WAG. Both sides were throwing suppressing fire into it. But overall, just these smaller moments of these quick pre-fires from Pina, and especially when he is successful on those flanks, it's just an overwhelming wave from Falcons.
Yeah, and these pistol maneuvers as well, right? You can see the utility dumps that really threw WAG off their bearings. Really wasn't much that they could do in response to that. So Limit with the MVP of game number 1, bringing out the Skylar. We did talk about this, I think, in the earlier series, a Skylar being a possibility, and Limit was the perfect candidate. 10 eliminations, 11 assists, and a flat 4.2k damage.
You would have imagined that he'd have a different primary weapon as his favorite, but the G36 was the one that was getting him through a majority of these situations here. Limit, once again, clear MVP of this game. And like you mentioned, he's like one of the few, Skylar uses, even though a lot of teams have kind of strayed away from Skylar, as there are just other optimal picks when it comes down to messing with glue walls.
Yeah. And for them, they doubled down, right? Like Ignis plus Skylar, it is one of the classic headaches for teams that want to rely on glue walls. And the way that they spaced out their utilities was also very well executed. That really left no room for WAG to respond. And even for Karoro, right? He got himself 7 eliminations in this game alone.
So many. I would have imagined that they put up a little more damage here, but really on fire, and Limit was just laying down the line with Karoro and Pina. We're trying to just make sure that they either find a flank or hold that front line as long as possible. When we look at the match summary, right? Limit already coming out with 7.0 KDA, which probably explains why he was holding on to that G36 for so long.
And even in terms of like the average numbers that we see, right? Obviously, WAG, they got off to a decent start, but afterwards they started tanking when Falcons came online. In terms of the damage numbers, you can see that T-Quay is keeping it pretty close against Limit, right? 4.160 for T-Quay, just 40 short of what Limit delivered, but it's just the rest of the team not able to keep up. Even Export, when he had the heroic moment, he wasn't able to get him.
Yeah, it is a tough game. It is a really tough game when Falcons want to take up so much space straight away, and WAG, unfortunately, either has to flank or hold the space, both of which have been varying degrees of success, but I think they can punish that front line a little bit more. We saw that Karoro wasn't able to get as much damage off as he wanted to, even on fire. Yes, he put up some big numbers, but he was still very punishable in rounds like rounds 2 and as well as rounds 4, where you see him take a lot of space with Karoro and then eventually just can't pull himself out.
Yeah, and it's definitely a snowball effect, right? When WAG start to look more lost, that they try to kind of pull it back, but Falcons, once they find that breaking point, they will just keep on pressing on it, and it definitely felt like it was sort of what broke WAG towards the very end. But now we're going to have more to come. That was just that number one. I see WAG can make some adjustments as they get ready for game 2.
Adjustments to make. I think it's going to be a little tough, right? Especially if they're going to go with the exact same bans. I think it's an interesting idea to kind of break apart the Zayn as well as Cassie, but I think I prefer if just one of them just got banned.
Yeah, I agree. We're going to get to Solara this time for game number 2. It will be Falcons map pick. And Solara, again, today Solara has been the wild card of Clash Squad. And I think it's still in. And most Solara games I remember has been pretty close. But if anything, I think the map that they struggled the most with was actually Nextera. At least based on last year's record, we won't have that for the series. Falcons will be on the second pick. WAG, immediate Cassie ban.
Okay. Let's see if Team Falcons want to either, match that energy, ban out the Zayn, make sure that these preem picks are gone, and then go straight into the hyper-aggressive Oscars into Orions.
They have to make a choice. I think, or you open both, right? You open both and then you get to take at least one of them. You most likely lose Oscar though, if that's the case. They're banning Orion instead.
So they're more okay with dealing with the Oscar. All right, that's fair. That means Zayn is going to be up for the trade if they take Oscar here. Do they go straight into a narrow against someone like Oscar, or would they prefer having an Ignis to kind of like buy a little bit of time and deter Oscar from actually initiating?
I think you keep Ignis, right? I think if anything, Ignis or narrow, either or, has to be. It's almost like a must take. But you can take Zayn for yourself too, like a Zayn plus the narrow. I think it's not too bad of an idea. Just so you have like a well-rounded opening.
Yeah, Zayn +1, right? That's what we're looking for here. Something that can mess with the blue wall, something that can slow down Oscar more importantly, right? Just to be that deterrent. I think that there's probably a better argument for. Now that I think about it, would I rather the pairing of Zayn with Ignis alongside Narrow, or would I prefer the Oscar alongside the Narrow with the Ignis? Because either way, it feels like if Ignis is given over to the Oscar, then it's a lot of like pushing and pulling.
So they do go for the Narrow. Yeah, so it's either or, right? So they opt to go for the narrow. So Ignis naturally goes over to WAG. They have access to the Santino as well if they want, but not that it bothers Falcons too much, as they have the Skylar in the back pocket.
Okay. Ignis gets locked in. Coda isn't too bad. Here as well. I think just to make sure that they round out the composition just in general, I think this should be more than enough.
Yeah, the Coda, so a decent. I think it's not bad as well. You get a very standard intel gatherer for your team. Take the Coda, then Falcons would probably just go for. I have a feeling that even if they have the Santino, they can still opt to not go for it. The Steffi actually is still available for Falcons if they want to.
Do they even want it, right? I mean, considering what we've learned from last game, they could still look for like a double initiation here, or they can even like pair up the Tatsuya alongside with something else. Could be the Skylar once again if they really want to like guarantee that they can find the initial knockdown. Opting over Chrono instead, a more defensive approach to it.
Alright, so they take the Chrono for themselves. Could be a Chrono. Depends on what Limit gets for his last pick.
That's the thing. I'm not
Santino,
100% sure.
Skylar. Or are they gonna do what AG did with the Moors? Doesn't feel like it, right? Santino feels more of a Falcons thing.
Yeah, I mean they played compositions like this all of throughout last year as well. So I think this is something that they're just comfortable with as of right now. Morse is still just a little new and his abilities are kind of annoying to use, but let's see. WAG, they get the last pick here. Now that they don't have access to the what? Double reconnaissance? Nah, right?
Yeah, this one makes more sense. Iris makes a lot more sense.
I respect it. Oh, this one's tough. I would say that I would have preferred if Team Falcons had Ignis on their side rather than the Narrow, but that's just a slight bias towards Ignis over Narrow.
Yeah, I think this brings us back to a more standard, right? It feels like the previous seasons of Free Fire, aside from the Narrow, but everything else is sort of what we have seen plenty of times. Although I think now you have Coda, Ignis, and Iris. You're relying a lot on T-Quay to make the plays happen, right? This is like WAG defaulting to 2025, the fall season where it's like T-Quay, like you make the big plays with the support of the Coda and Ignis. And then if you need extra long-range help, then Explorer is going to be that guy.
I don't know, because it feels strange whenever you get first pick and you're like, well, I want the Oscar, but it feels like you'll never get access to the Cassie or the Zane at that stage of the game, right? It's just one of those things that you just have to accept coming into these types of matches. Now that both teams are ready and looking at the way that these compositions have been fully fleshed out at the very end, which are you leading to? Team Falcons or WAG?
Oh, I definitely feel like WAG's draft is a bit more standard, but Falcons, they look like they're in better form. Before we hop into game 2, let's again hear what the teams have to say for today's series.
คิดว่าความผิดพลาดก็น่าจะเป็นเกมที่2ครับพลาดเยอะไปครับก็ทำให้ส่งผลต่อเกมที่3ด้วยก็เลยทำผลงานได้ไม่ดีเท่าไหร่ครับแก้แผนการเล่นครับผมแมปที่ไม่ถนัด
Interesting. So the map that they lost yesterday against AG was they lost 4-6 on Bermuda, and then they lost on Nextera, right? We did talk about how Nextera was one of the more uncomfortable maps of Falcons. Thankfully, they don't have to deal with that even if we go game 3. But I think the odds are with them since they did just win Bermuda.
Their odds are pretty good. I think I have no problems with that, but it's really just the execution. That's another one. That's 2. 1, 2, 3, 3 entries for our Free Fire Esports wiki feed.
3.
Gotta catch them all.
One of them is covered. One of them is behind a paywall.
One of them is behind the paywall. You just get little bits and teases. I think that, they just got to make sure. Right now, Export just seems a little out of the fight at the time. And yes, he does have his heroics, but they got to line up together. WAG keep going for these like super wide flank plays. They've got to get Export in on it, or at least pair him up with somebody who can actually sell the initial push forward during through the center of the map, or at the very least on the opposite side of the map.
And I think that's going to come down to the rookies of the team, right? Like, I think there definitely were some holes that need to be polished over time, because the impact that we have seen so far from Huang and Ngan hasn't really been fully supplementing and helping T-Quay and Export get that optimal impact. I think partially is also because they were up against a team like Falcons, but there's definitely more to be desired as we head into the pistols.
Well, let's see it here, because once again, when you're here in Solara, it's all about that fun, all that fighting, that close range. Wow, this is the most passive. Both sides looking to contest the center, and immediately they're looking for these opportunities to flank. Time Turner already come out here, is on fire, is making his attempt. He has to quickly use the cover of the Time Turner to try and get out. T-Quay ends up going down as Limit is finding the shots. Kiroro as well to finish them off, and that's going to be, oh my goodness, WG last member? Nah. Too late. Limit and Kura got it on lock.
Man, all started with just good game sense from Team Falcons. They sniffed out a flank and they completely stopped that. We even saw the commitment of the Time Turner, but it was not about getting the eliminations, right? It's about stopping WAG from pushing the envelope, and that allows Falcons to outnumber WAG. But they didn't get a second chance this time, swapping size, at least the starting size of this area on the map. See basically a force from the side of Falcons, double mini Uzis coming out.
Let's see how this is going to play out, right? Because again, There has been a bit of a force buy here. It's going to be Rifles Unlimited as well as Export. So they want to get as much value as possible. Even Keroro, wow, even jumping as soon as possible to get into this fight. Quickly able to try and hold that line. The center now in their control, and they've also blocked off line of sight.
Yeah, Keroro basically pieced out with the Santino. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Export for Keroro. On Fire was able to find a second one, but Pina instantly traded by T-Quay. This is what we want to see from the superstars of WAG as they bring it to just on Fire against 3 members of WAG, but T-Quay good on this shot. Gonna give WAG the equalizer.
50-50s all across the board here, turning it into a 1-for-1 almost straight away. This is dangerous, right? Because again, it is just going to show that once WAG are in the right scenario, in the right positions, they can make things happen as well. And Falcons can't just expect their raw gun prowess to be good enough to get them across the finish line.
And that's also the support system we wanted to see from WAG with this immediate backup from Ngan as well when T-Quay was under pressure. A little bit of extra oomph can make a huge difference. Triple up on that right side of the map. A couple of tags came in, but nothing too substantial. Ngan will be able to exhaust this pressure. Limit finds the pixel on the head.
Yep, clips him, and now we even see the quick deploy of the Cryo Mine as well towards that top side. Can't defend yourself. I'm able to quickly sneak up on Limit to take him out with Micro Uzi, and now trying to look for the punch backwards on towards Export's side. They quickly collapse down on the position of both snipers at this stage. Now, Falcons only have 2 members left, while Pina, unfortunately, gets cut down.
And Xborg easily turned the corner for the final shot as well. As Falcons got led on a wild goose chase, and I definitely ended up in that demise. Pretty weird, because I think Falcons definitely saw blood in their eyes and just wanted to chase Export down, but lost the whole squad in the process.
Bit of an overheat, but not to worry. That's to be expected from teams, especially from Falcons. Hopefully Limit is able to kind of, put the leash on them to hold them back just a little bit more. And again, now looking at the equipment, a lot more investment coming out from WAG. And not to mention, at least for Falcons, they were able to get the cyber airdrop, which is going to be an important factor, but we'll see whether or not they're going to make it to round 6. That's the important one.
A couple of tags again on Fire, fully committing onto the rush. Keroro was able to make good on his rush. But backup is there for WAG. They're also low. Keroro can just blitz through all of them. T-Quay is removed from the fight. Pina still somehow survives. Just gets a full send it. Gets down Hong An with 2 in a row, but reinforcements on time for Team Falcons. As Ngan is going to be dead. Limit turns the corner with finisher. Falcons equalizes it.
I'm not gonna lie, that was almost bad between Pina and as well as Keroro as they were making that final attempt on that push to go for the flank. Unfortunately, Pina tried to squeeze through the gap while Keroro was going to fall back into that side anyways, making it really easy for WAG to predetermine the next angle that was going to be contested. They got to work on stuff like this, right? They got to make sure that they are, dividing the attention appropriately to allow people to find the trades.
And I mean, you gotta respect On Fire, just fully committing to his initial plan, even though he was under extreme fire, losing 90% of his health. But then again, Falcons with the Micro Uzi was able to really make a lot of impact in those partially equal rounds.
And now, immediately WAG has lost one of their members. Can't do much about it now, as Hwang Am unable to find potential flank angle here. Now Pina going to press the advantage. Export! Didn't realize On Fire was already so close to him. And now Pina is happily going to take this fight. T-Quay does beat him out. However, the trade is imminent. They found it straight away. The last member made it out by On Fire.
Again, another swift execution from the side of Team Falcon. They just made sure that once they strike, WAG could not respond, and in a way where Falcons were always in the right position, WAG completely blindsided by Limit, completely blindsided by Keroro as well, and Falcons are willing to throw bodies just to secure an up trade.
I think it's a good way to play, considering that WAG, some of their rookier members, are making some interesting plays of their own. I don't think it's like bad ideas, but you need to have like extra support to make sure that it works confirmed, right? you can't expect players to not check their corners, especially with such high stakes.
Yeah, see the Santino being dropped out as well. So Kororo definitely has the means to reposition and catch someone off guard. Oh, Peanut already has his victim and unfortunately limits ability more than enough to knock him down. I think it's a Cryo Mai. Tikwe instant exchange onto Kororo, but Export getting absolutely blasted by On Fire from behind. Tikwe again needs to carry the team on his back, but unfortunately wasn't able to get through the glue wall on time. So the members of Falcons are going to be brought back up. Pina will finish him off.
Good stuff coming in from Falcons this time. Let's look at that replay one more time, right? Because again, a lot of it just came down to like contesting for the Cyber airdrop. That's kind of the whole point here. However, at least with that Cryo Mine, it made it so difficult to actually win this fight in the first place, especially when you see that Pina alongside with On Fire are able to make their first couple of shots connect.
And the Cryo Mine as well, really being quite a nuisance. You can't put down your glue walls to take damage in that area. But if you're too committed to secure a place for yourself when there's a Cryo Mine that you can't shoot, that's where the problem stems from. And that was sort of what happened to WAG in the previous round.
Oh, very dangerous angles coming here from Falcons. And again, they're going to go the long way. They even threw out the UAV early on just to scout for any potential flank angles from the low ground, right? Because they are playing from the high ground. And now WAG on the opposite end, trying to take the highest possible point on that building. On Fire, winning out his 1v1 against Tikoe here. Hopefully it doesn't get traded back, but manages to go back into his dome for safety.
Oh, Tikoe actually went for a solo play. And it did not pay off at all. And that is not good for the WAG because it really felt like there was no support, being a prep for Tikoe's advances at all. Now Ngan is going to be the second one to be under pressure. Pina takes out Huang with the ice grenade around the corner and actually wins this one. Finds one for himself, but now will be pincered by two members of Falcons. He's going to go down. Export left to his own devices.
Oh, last member left here. Let's see. And there we have it. Pina shotguns him on his way down. Good shots overall here, but this is such an important kill for On Fire. As soon as he was able to find this elimination, this game suddenly opened wide for Falcons, allowing them to actually take their the full confrontation from WAG in a very normal manner, right? No disadvantages, nothing.
Yeah, it definitely felt slightly weird that Tikoe went for that fight, but at least I wasn't able to see any sort of follow-up plan from that. Now their backs are against the wall. Series point for Falcons. The economy is looking horrific for WAG.
Yeah, but they still managed to get, maybe they can do something here. A couple of shotguns, but most importantly, they got Export on the AWM. Same goes for Limit as well. So how much impact can they find? And this might be the first knock. Hongnam's still alive. Tikoe as well. Bit low, but Export, unfortunately, getting AWM from Kororo. Wasn't expecting a second one, but he still lost his head. And that's another one. Limit finds Hongnam, and Falcons looking for the kill.
Yeah, this is going to be the final blow for sure. Limit with a 3-piece. No ace this time, but doesn't matter. Falcons 6-2 on Solara, and they take a clean 2-0 sweep.
Look, I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't expecting a 2-0. I thought this was gonna go all 3 games here, but good improvements coming in from the side of Team Falcons.
Yeah, same. I honestly thought we are gonna get 3 games of Falcons. Really, once they came online, they shut it down fairly quickly. And again, just to show off this jersey. Man, I really want this t-shirt. This t-shirt looks so cool.
Dude, this is annoying me so much. Why do you have DC characters alongside with Marvel characters in the same t-shirt, bro? Why is there Captain America standing next to the Flash and Martian Manhunter?
Hey, you know who they missed out? Where's Costume, man? Come on. Where's my boy Costume?
Oh, no! Oh, you're so right. But once again, well done, Falcons, winning this 2-0 victory. A lot of confidence, but you can see they know how to gunfight, man. They know how to gunfight.
Yeah, that's the Falcons experience. Once they get aggressive, once they start to disrespect you, it's pretty hard to come back from that. Although the one thing that we didn't really see from the Falcons' aggression was a Keroro only playing Deagle. That's how you know that the game is truly out of your control. So at least that didn't happen.
Yep, at least that didn't happen at the very least. Respect's given where respect is due. I think that WAG, it's not like they didn't have a plan coming through, but more so the follow-ups upon follow-ups of some of these plans. Just, again, not adapting on the fly on these key moments of where they need to be. And that's totally fine here, but at the very least, we'll see how this group is going to be shaken up a little bit more. Because if, let's say, WAG is able to make another upset coming in tomorrow, who knows who's going to be in the upper brackets, who's going to be in the lower.
Yeah, and I think to a certain degree, it's also, you can sort of see the exact moment the game started falling apart for WAG when some of the players started to try and make individual plays, right? Trying to just make plays on their own to hopefully get the game back, but it backfired, and then it's just spiral. Because I think this game, like game 2, got off to a decent start for WAG. They had some pretty good answers to Falcons, but then when you look at the raw gunfires and how Falcons is approaching these early maneuvers, you start to see that WAG is just barely keeping up.
Yeah, it really goes to show that Falcons is much better at ramping up the aggression at the right time. So it's really just about tempo, right? That's what we're generally looking at. Because Falcons, you can see, like, yes, I take these aggressive spacings, but then they look to hunker down after taking a lot of space from their opponents. And in most cases, teams are going to have to make a decision of retreating back or pushing forward, but all of this is on simply the kill feed, right? As soon as you see somebody get knocked down, you have opportunities, especially when you see Xpor's name get lit up onto that screen. You know that the enemy sniper is gone, and a lot of your flank angles have already been exposed to your opponents, and you know where WAG is going to be roughly. That's more than enough information they need.
Yeah, I think round 7 is definitely the roughest one, just judging by the sequence of events. And then, round 8, there really isn't much that can be said. Expor just felt like he needed to make something happen, but you put yourself in a risky position, try to go big and go home, and it eventually, unfortunately, it didn't really get anything. Limit, the MVP again, this time with 9 eliminations and 9 assists with the narrow, and this time the AN94 as his preferred weapon.
I swear, we're going to see his KDA. It's going to be like 3 or something, 2 or something like that. He's been holding on to this AN94 for the longest time or something like that. But man, Limit, such a nasty sniper. And when you think like, you know what? Let's just focus on Limit. Keroro whips out the AWM and is like, you forgot about me, sir.
The true threat was never Limit this whole time. He's smurfing on these on this lobby, man. Doing the subpar weapons, but making them look like S tier.
Oh, dear Lord, looking at these stats, oh my goodness. And even with Tigre, his contribution was pretty huge. There's just that one solo play that felt a little bit weird overall, but right now, it just exposes that WAG, they're not really good at maintaining and controlling this tempo, right? It means that the communication needs to be improved on so that everybody understands what the battlefield looks like, especially when Falcons are so quick to take space, so quick to capitalize on mistakes.
Yeah, and I think also WAG probably struggles a bit on Solara as well, especially when dealing with finding the right positions, because there were a couple of instances where they just felt very exposed, but they weren't really aware of that, right? You kind of missed out on certain angles where the snipe comes in from Keroro or Limit. So match summary on your screen, this one was kind of a brutal one as Falcons basically trample over WAG.
Yeah, I really thought this was going to go all 3 games, man. I was excited to see how this is going to play out, but hey, Falcons decided to show up and do my predictions proud. So hey, big wins.
Yeah, Falcons continuing to... it's the redemption from yesterday, right? After sort of the loss against against the AG Global. But again, there's still hope for them to head to the upper brackets. They have put themselves in a position to contend for that as well. Let's take a look at the updated standings of Group B after this, as AG Global firmly in first place with 6 full points. Falcons and WAG each with 3 points and the same win-loss ratio as well. And RQ Kazu remains at the bottom with none.
Oh boy, I mean, this could easily change up because there's still 1 more day of groups tomorrow to predetermine who is going to be at the top of these groups. And remember, being the top of these groups is important because that gives you a bit of an advantage coming in towards the end of the playoffs. So, very interesting time to be alive right now, especially with all of these teams battling it out.
And I think in tomorrow's games are going to be just as exciting for both groups. We have some powerhouse matchups, but we also have some slightly lopsided ones. So let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule. The final 4 best of 3s. We're going to start out with Evos Divine against PE Sport, followed by Buriram United Esports against Heavy, and then we have WAG against AG Global, and we will end it with Falcons against RQ Kazu.
Oh boy! Can't wait to see how this is going to play out, because again, it's a single round robin. Each one of these teams have to face off everybody else in their group, and now coming down to the final day, I'm excited to see whether or not, RQ can bounce back, and whether or not they can get Falcon back on their 0-6 or 6-0 type situation. Even for Evos against PE Sports, both I think they're pretty hopeful. Unfortunate matchups today, but could be a little bit better for tomorrow.
Yeah, my personal one to watch out for is definitely Evos and PE. I think that one has a good potential to not just go all 3 games, but we probably would max out the rounds in every single game, just based on how close it is. But I personally, a part of me feels like maybe P would take the cake, but that's just my gut feeling,
It's really tough to say, right? Because again, everybody comes with a very different approach to Clash Squads, especially when it comes down to just their raw setup. Some people prefer the Anvil, some people prefer the med packs, the team boosters. Other teams prefer the pockmarks. And again, they're used in very unique ways. But at the end of it, it's just about raw communication as well as raw skill, right? Throwing out those UAVs at the right time, there's a very deep technical aspect to it, but I think the AG so far has to be the top when it comes down to just util usage.
Yeah, I think AG is, in terms of util, in terms of just raw aggression, I think that's Falcons, and then BRU is sort of like the jack of all trades. But sometimes when they overheat, that's where they get punished.
It's gonna be interesting to see. But with that being said, thank you so much to all the survivors who stuck around to watch the show. This is the Free Fire Clash Masters. My name is Gideon. He's Husky. Thank you so much for watching. We'll catch you tomorrow.